the morning sky first.
Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better. Let's wake them up, get them going Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. 5 hours of stimulating sports conversation begins right now. There's certainly a lot to talk about. The Longhorns now mapping out their next month, their roadmap to the college football playoff semifinal matchup. A lot to do between now and then. Transfer portal, high school recruiting wraps up, and then, of course, game prep and the possibility of playing for a national championship. So we'll talk all things Texas. Also the portal as it affects the Longhorns, the portal across the country. Heisman Trophy finalists announced. College football is a wild, wild west right now. We also had a shocker on Monday Night Football and another potential severe quarterback injury, which we'll tell you about coming out of Monday Night Football. The NBA will have its play-in tournament wrapping up here in the next couple of days. We'll get you details on that as well. So this day, jam-packed 5 hours begins right now, and we appreciate you being there. As always, however you find us, hope you can ride with us all morning long and certainly all day long here on the Horn. Tell a friend, share the news, find the Horn app, share it with somebody. Also 1019 AM 1260, as we say on the Horn app, across Austin, across the state of Texas, and around the world. Keeping Longhorn fans up with Longhorn news and college football. Appreciate you being there. Also at hornfm.com as we crank up a Tuesday, the 5th of December. Another crisp morning in the ATX, about 41 degrees, and rise right around 70, 71 degrees today. One of those perfect days here in early December in Austin, Texas, and throughout Central Texas. And look who it is across the desk, back and healthy, and ready to roll our shutdown corner, handling his duties 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up from the 713 DB High down there in Houston, Texas. Also starred here in the 512 at DBU, the University of Texas. He's a lifetime Longhorn. Spent 4 years in the National Football League. Now 16 years doing great radio and media right here in Austin, Texas. And the shutdown corner, Blackstradamus, the proud papa of Baby Monroe. He is our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
I'm doing great. Thank you for the intro, as always. I appreciate the hospitality, of course, the home
Welcome
studio.
Greeted by both the cat and the dog.
Yes, it was great this morning, man. Everybody's a lively, beautiful, lively household here. But once again, I appreciate the intro, brother. A lot to talk about, of course. Everybody's still giddy. Texas Longhorns in the college football playoffs. So I did watch some Washington film, so we'll get into that a little bit in Behind the Burn Orange Curtain. And also, we got to talk NFL. We didn't get into enough NFL yesterday because we had so much college football to discuss, so we'll get into some Cowboys discussion. We'll do that. Before we do any of that, of course, we like to do it, and we love to do it, as a matter of fact. Every morning, each and every morning, we give a shout out to those who serve our society, built on the selflessness of service, so we appreciate each and every one of you. We cannot name every one of you. We wish we had the time to do it, but want you to know that you are top of mind and always in our hearts, and we appreciate you guys, the soldiers, the first responders, the teachers, the nurses, waste management. I mean, we can't name you all, but we appreciate you. Just want you to know that we know that it's an honor, but also a burden. So we appreciate all that you do for God, country, and community.
Trash day yesterday here in the OC, so appreciate them very, very much. And you mentioned NFL. I mean, it's college football will take a pause as far as games. I mean, there'll be the Army-Navy game. Go Army, beat Navy, I think would be my motto. I don't know, Navy. I don't know. Who are we going to pick this week? We'll talk about it. Also, the Heisman Trophy will be handed out on Saturday night. We now know the finalists. But, yes, I mean, the NFL takes some center stage with a huge game Sunday night in Dallas, Cowboys and Eagles.
That's gonna be a big
and now
one,
with the Texans in the mix in the AFC, part of that, 4 different 7 and 5 teams, they are in the mix. And what happened in Jacksonville last night may further assist the Texans' quest.
No doubt.
Because if you didn't see it, Trevor Lawrence took what looked to be a pretty nasty ankle injury in that game that they lost to Jake Browning, the backup quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. And the quarterback injuries, Rod, are just mounting.
They are.
You've been documented all year long. We talk about how important the backup quarterback is in pro football these days. But it's
it's crucial.
I mean, it's the names. It started with Aaron Rodgers, the 4th play of the game for the Jets, and it's just
right in the first big showcase game. It started, and I think it was a bad omen of things to come. But truth is, and we'll get into it obviously once we dive into a little bit deeper and talk about last night's game. The reason I started talking about it because it happened last year.
Yeah, historic.
It was actually something last year that was a negative, bad trend for the NFL. So I don't know if anything can affect the number one TV product in America. that can, but you still had a good game last night, even though you had a backup in there.
It was a good game. It was a real good game because it was a really good game because Jake Browning, the kid out of Washington, the Longhorns played good, played really good,
played really well,
and he's got really good receivers too. I mean, it's
that always helps.
It's one thing to have a backup quarterback, another thing to have some guys to throw to. I mean, Jamar Chase is still a badass, and T. Higgins ain't bad, and Tyler Boyd's a good player.
Ask Patrick Mahomes about that.
Yeah,
it helps.
I mean, look at Mahomes is probably watching that game going, damn.
He's jealous. He's like, come on, man. Can I get
Joe
one
Mixon,
of those guys? Just give me one of them. He got 3 of them.
He's got Joe Mixon. He's handing it too. He scored 2 touchdowns last night. He's throwing it to Jamar Chase. He's a big monster out there. T. Higgins.
Yeah, man. It's
I mean, and Patrick Mahomes is.
He's jealous. It's for one, probably on first times in his NFL career. He's definitely jealous of the other weapons. I think the days of the Tom Brady theory that you can win with, and I'm not going to say Jags and Jabronis because they're better players than that, but you can win without stars at receiver. I think those days might be done.
Hey, listen, when you say Jag, that's just a guy. So that's not. I don't think that's a knock.
Hey,
right?
I was a Jag.
You were a Jag.
I was a Jag.
85% of the league are Jags.
Yeah, they're Jags. They're just Jags and Jabronis. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You should take that as a huge positive. That means
your
your
average NFL career is 3.5 years.
Well, if you are a Jag in the NFL, you're a badass. I mean, you have achieved in the top 5 percentile of your profession.
Yeah,
like you did, Rod.
But but you're not
Jag, not meaning like
not the,
but not a
Jamar Chase.
Those are elite stars.
You get a second contract in the league. You're not a Jag.
And good teams in a 53-man roster usually built up of about 5 or 6 stars if you can get them, and then
if you can afford them,
Jags.
Pretty much.
Kind of how that goes.
And if you got the best Jags, that's really going to determine whether you can win or not.
That's why, for you and I, Texans fans are now excited because you have your quarterback, and you're starting to develop some stars around your quarterback with, guys like Nico Collins and guys like Will Anderson and guys like Derek Stingley. And it's okay. Well, now you can start to see the formation. Okay, here's your Pro Bowl dudes, and then Laramie Tunsil, left tackle, and then if you do a good job of through the draft and some small free agency, you build the rest of that roster with depth. And especially in Houston, where you have a rookie quarterback now for the next 5 years.
The window.
There's the window,
it's
and that's the exciting part. But you're in places like Cincinnati, places like Kansas City, where the quarterback's already performed but gotten his big contract. That challenge becomes tougher. And then when you take injuries at the quarterback position, it obviously becomes tough. But I think you've said it better than anybody I've heard locally or nationally about Kansas City, who lost again Sunday night. When you see the array of weapons the Bengals have assembled around Joe Burrow, when you see what the Cowboys have put around Dak Prescott, when you see what Brock Purdy's got, and you're like, Kansas City, what are you spending the money on?
Exactly. Where is it going?
Where is the money going?
You got rookies. You got like 4 rookies starting, not rookies, but second-year guys starting on defense. Like, I don't understand where that money's going.
I know.
They're thinking about letting Chris Jones walk.
I know, right? They had their best defensive player. They had him holding out. Travis Kelce's an underpaid tight end as far as the market. Patrick Mahomes is taking less than he could, and it's like, who are these dudes?
Where's the money?
You can't find him one guy. I know you didn't want to pay Tyreek Hill for whatever reason, but
I think this offseason they get a guy.
They'll have to.
I do.
Because it's getting embarrassing for them at this point. And
they go get a guy.
And look, they didn't just trade Tyreek Hill not to pay him. They wanted to use him as an asset to, the draft picks in return to help rebuild their secondary. I mean, that was part of the deal, which they did. But still, it's like, I mean, he's going to battle with an arm tie behind his back versus what Brock Purdy and Dak and when Joe Burrow's healthy, what Tua's got, even what Lamar Jackson has. I mean, for years, Lamar Jackson was getting the knock of he doesn't have any dudes.
Yep.
And now they've added some guys around.
They want to go with the Tom Brady model and save money that way. And I don't think you can do it these days. I just don't think it works in the modern NFL.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Even when Tom Brady went to the Bucs, he had dudes. That's part of the reason he went. He was like, man, I'm tired of this.
It worked last year.
It did, and it's
I think that's what I'm saying. Look at him now, though. I think you start to see the regression. That's because Patrick Mahomes is so good, Travis Kelce is so good, Chris Jones is really good, Andy Reid. You might have the best coach, you got the best quarterback, best tight end of all time. We're talking about guys. So we're talking about all time potential, right? And they're in that conversation, but definitely the best right now. And then you got Chris Jones. So I'm not saying it's. And then your GM Brett Veach is also one of the top 3 best.
It's not even criticize Veach. He's done a great job.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm just saying I don't think they're gonna go on the dynastic run that I assume they would. A lot of us did if they don't get him some receiving help.
Remember,
it's gonna be too tough.
Mahomes has never played a road playoff game, so he's used to playing at Arrowhead Stadium. This year they may not, and it doesn't look like like they're going to. And to Ty's point, they did win it last year with Juju Smith-Schuster as their best receiver after trading Tyreek Hill. But this year, the receiver's just not playing well. I mean, they're not only are they not, more than Jags, they're also underperforming, which, that led to us to a couple conversations along the way about, Eric Bieniemy not being there as the offensive coordinator and if that's impacting the performance of the offense as a whole. But either way, that's a big picture. Those are your primetime games. We'll get to that Jacksonville game, but we got bigger fish to fry. Let's get to the top headlines, including All Talk Burnt Orange. Let's get it. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories of this morning. We start with college football. Now third-ranked Longhorns mapping out the next month ahead of their national semifinal matchup with second-ranked Washington in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day evening. After the announcement of their inclusion in the college football playoff for the first time ever, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian spoke about the achievement, said weekends like this past one are why he came to Austin in the first place.
That's why I came here. I was referencing this the other day that there became a point when I was at Alabama when, all right, I'm going to be a head coach again. And I want to go somewhere where I have a legitimate chance to win championships. And when this opportunity came, to me, this was the no-brainer because I know what this place can do. And I understand there's high expectations and a high standard here for winning championships, but that's why I came here.
As for the plan moving forward, the team celebrated their season and Big 12 championship with a banquet on Sunday. Now the players take a couple weeks off, finish up their academic semester, while the Texas coaches will be navigating that transfer portal and recruiting of the high school players with the early signing window opening on the 20th of this month. At least one assistant on the Texas staff will be handling even more than that. Co-defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Jeff Choate was officially introduced as the head coach at Nevada yesterday, the Wolfpack out in Reno. Choate says he plans to split his duties between Texas and Nevada for the next month and explain his plan for how to balance both.
And it's not really about me, it's about providing consistency for the players on the defensive side of the ball so that when we go into install meetings or we go to practice, the rhythm of their day is the same. And so the balancing act is really going to be once we start bowl practices. The good news is I'll pretty much be here rocking and rolling until the 15th. We're not practicing until the 15th. And so I think it'll be there's going to be some long days. But I think the right thing to do is to provide consistency and stability for the guys in the program there and finish the mission at Texas.
And then begin his duties at Nevada. As mentioned, the NCAA transfer portal opened yesterday. Flurry of activity across the country and did include a couple players here in Austin. According to Inside Texas, defensive backs Jalen Catalon and the redshirt freshman Xavion Bryce have entered that portal. Catalon, of course, transferred into Texas from Arkansas, battled injuries all season, finished with 17 total tackles, a forced fumble in 8 games. Bryce, the Arlington native, recorded 2 tackles in 4 career games. Biggest surprise named into the portal yesterday came in Columbus, where Ohio State starting quarterback Kyle McCord announced that he is exploring his options elsewhere. McCord threw for 3,170 yards and 24 touchdowns during his first full season, leading the Buckeyes to an 11-0 record where they lost to Michigan in the regular season finale. He was one of a slew of Ohio State players, by the way, who entered the portal on day one. The junior will be one of the hottest prospects in the quarterback market, joining Oklahoma's Dylan Gabriel, Duke's Riley Leonard, Washington State's Cam Ward, UCLA's Dante Moore, Oregon State's DJ Uiagalelei, and K-State's Will Howard as starting signal callers who have jumped into the portal so far. Heisman Trophy finalists announced yesterday, 3 quarterbacks and a wide receiver headed to New York for the big presentation of college football's Player of the Year. LSU's Jaden Daniels, Oregon's Bo Nix, Washington's Michael Penix, along with Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be in New York on Saturday night. Shocker on Monday Night Football last night to wrap up Week 13. Bengals with their backup quarterback Jake Browning. He leads Cincinnati to a 34-31 overtime win in Jacksonville. A bigger concern now for the Jaguars, health of their starting quarterback Trevor Lawrence. He suffered a right ankle injury, and late in the fourth quarter of that loss, he will be reevaluated today.
So if Trevor Lawrence can't go next week for the Jags, that'll make 15 teams that will have started a backup quarterback at one point. 15. You're getting close
32
to
teams.
Half the league.
Yeah, one more. Let's not root for it, but yeah, one more. You're 16.
Remember last year, you set an NFL record for different starting quarterbacks. The only year that had more was the year they had the replacement players. They had like 87 that year, 1987. So they don't count that year. You had 21 teams that relied on multiple starters last year. 13 teams played at least 3 quarterbacks last season. 13.
13.
So you're basically a third of the league played 3 quarterbacks. 21 teams relied on multiple starters. You had playoff teams, 2 playoff teams. 49ers, Miami played third-string quarterbacks. Only 8 quarterbacks last season started all 17 games. That's it. It was just 8. That was the fewest amount that, obviously, in the modern era. So I don't know why teams don't do it. I've been saying it for years. If quarterback is the most valuable position in all of sports, definitely in football, everything valuable in our life, we take out insurance on. House, health, right? Car, all the big purchases, you take out insurance on it. You buy the diamond ring, you get insurance on it. It is so weird the NFL does not purchase insurance on its starting quarterback, which would basically be your backup. That's your insurance policy on your starting quarterback. And even if you do have insurance, a lot of teams, they want liability. They don't want to be fully covered. I think we're going to get to a point in the NFL where teams now are going to start valuing the quarterback position as a whole. You got to make sure your backup quarterback can go win you 2 games in the NFL, because the way it's looking right now, they're definitely going to end up playing more than 2 games a season.
And I would say a couple things on that. Jacksonville does play at Cleveland this week ahead of a big game with Baltimore.
Who's had 4 different starting quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah, they got Deshaun Watson out. He's one of those 15. And then but look ahead 2 weeks to this Baltimore. Big game in the AFC as far as the playoff picture goes with Lamar Jackson. But, I mean, it's one of those, chicken and egg. I mean, it appears to me there's not like there's quarterbacks out there standing there, because it's a budgetary thing. You pay your quarterback, and then you're going to go cheap on the backup. But I don't know that there are enough quarterbacks. I mean, at the same time, it's not like there's not like guys out there standing at the bus stop that are really good, backup quarterbacks that aren't signed somewhere. I mean, I think a lot of teams are already trying to do that. They're just how many elite quarterbacks are there? 10 in the world? I mean, and maybe 10 more that are pretty good, and so with 32 teams, even there are guys starting that are starting quarterbacks who are backups really in the big picture of quarterback, the pantheon. And so it's a hard position. Everybody knows it. That's why there's already 10 dudes in the transfer portal in college football, Rod. People want to go play, and it is the most important and, important position in the game. And, what other level, as many QBs as you can have and be developing is the important one. I was pretty damn impressed with Jake Browning last night, the quarterback that they threw out there for Cincinnati. He's more than serviceable. He's a good player. We saw Cowboys fans saw Cooper Rush come in last year and win 4 of the 5 games he had to play to help the Cowboys, keep on their playoff path. So it's a tough call, because you got to find a starter, but you also have to find a backup who wants to be a backup, not a starter. Because those guys are always looking to go.
You can find the guy that wants to be a starter, but that means you need to keep the pipeline open.
Yeah, keep drafting them.
Exactly. What I've always said, always be drafting quarterbacks. The Cowboys don't do it enough. Either be drafting or acquiring them. So I'll give the Cowboys credit. They traded for Trey Lance. Just keep them coming. Just keep them in, because he's right. First of all, if your backup gets really good, you probably can't afford him. After a certain time, he's going to go somewhere where other teams can pay him more as a backup. So you got to anticipate that. But you also anticipate, like you said, hey, maybe you're developing really well. All right, anticipate success. Hey, we developed this guy basically into a guy that can be a starter for a couple of teams, so he's going to be gone. And I think that Green Bay mentality they've had for years. Remember, they're a long-time GM who, the Hall of Fame GM, he once said, "I draft a quarterback every year if they let me." Yeah. He said they won't let me do it, but I draft one every year if they let me. You have to have that obsession these days with that quarterback. That's why I like the Cowboys now seem to be in a healthier place about quarterback acquisition, but you have to be. You just have to be obsessive about it. Well, and you're right, there's not enough good ones, but that's why development is going to be key. And these guys who are considered quarterback gurus, they're going to be made men pretty soon. Because you're going to need a guy like that on your roster
Well, I mean, it's and you say it, we talk about it in college. You always have to be recruiting quarterbacks because of the portal, because they're going to be leaving. In the pros, everything you just said. And, you don't know when you're going to draft Brock Purdy. And you don't know when you're going to draft
Tom Brady.
I mean, it's an inexact science without a doubt. And you don't know until we talk about fighter pilots. You don't know until they get in the cockpit how they perform. And you only can see that. You can't see that watching tape. And
you can't even see that practice. You got to see it in the games.
Yeah, and so preseason games and those kind of things become very, very important. And even those don't really simulate the full speed of an NFL Sunday. All right, quarterbacks and injuries. Cincinnati gets the big win, 34-31.
Jacksonville. I don't know. Cincinnati's, are they out of it now?
They're 6-6.
Numerically?
They're 6-6. There's a long way to go for them, but
But with the quarterback attrition happening around the league, I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, look, if you're a Houston fan and an Indianapolis fan in that division, now Jacksonville at 8-4, you're only a game back, and they've got a tough game at Cleveland, who's got a real good defense, and then Baltimore. So, Houston's got the Jets this weekend. The Colts are in this thing at 7-5. By the way, the Tennessee Titans did fire their special teams coordinator yesterday.
wow,
He got fired.
man.
Well,
they were calling for it.
Well, I mean, if you watch the game, you're like, oh, he's getting fired. Because it looked like a high school team, a bad high school team.
Back to back.
If you missed that, Tennessee at home had no business losing to the Colts. They had 2 punts blocked on back-to-back punt occasions, and both. I mean, almost got the punter killed. There was such the blocking was so bad.
Protection was so terrible.
I wasn't even close. It wasn't like, hey, I tipped it. No. It was collide with his leg as he's about to punt the ball. One turned into a scoop score touchdown. One turned into a field goal. Their kicker, Nick Folk, also missed an extra point that allowed the game to go to overtime. So, what's that? 11 points in a overtime loss. Yeah, he's getting fired.
Yeah, you're done.
It's a performance-based job.
And he had been there a while too.
And I'm sure his special teams units feel bad that they just got their coach fired. He's been there 7 years. And it's like, yeah, you just got a good coach fired, guys. Nice work. But that's his job to have them on point, and they lost the game. But that helped Indianapolis keep even with Houston. And, yeah, it's a tight race, man. And there's 4 different 7-5 teams in the AFC with Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Houston. The 9-3 teams in the AFC are Miami, Baltimore, and that's it.
Look at the irony of that, right? So 4 of the 7 current playoff teams in the AFC have quarterback injuries happening right now. And I think the team prior to the season that everybody maybe predicted or at least anticipated would have quarterback injuries would be Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and Miami.
It's crazy. Yeah, Tua's still going. That judo, that jiu-jitsu helping him out. Right. And he doesn't get hit much these days. He just gets rid of the ball
quickly.
Yeah, he does. But right now, if the playoffs began today, the first-round byes would belong to the Dolphins and the Eagles, right? And then, the Cowboys, though, can really change their fate because they're down there at the 5 seed right now in the NFC because the Eagles would have the 1 seed. But you can take that. You can put yourself in a good position there this weekend because if the Cowboys win this game at home Sunday night, AT&T Stadium, they'll be equal with the Eagles, both teams 10-3. The Niners are 9-3. The Lions are 9-3. So, if you can win this game. And now the Eagles, let's say this for fair to Philadelphia, just got pummeled by San Francisco. They just came through their real brutal stretch. They came through where they played.
And they ended up with 3
wins.
3-1.
Well, they played Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, and then Philadelphia.
And they ended up 3-1 in that stretch.
They went 3-1.
And that was a tough one.
And they looked like a tired football team.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing
I want to say they had played 3 games in like 15, 16 days or something like that.
They went from Dallas, KC, Buffalo, San Fran, now Dallas. Yeah. This wraps up, though, their tough stretch because then they go to Seattle, but then the Giants, Arizona, and the Giants to wrap up.
So they get to breathe a little bit.
And Seattle's, we just talked about the Cowboys hammer Seattle. They're not very good right now. They did play pretty good offensively, but this Dallas game's huge. If the Cowboys can win it, but then the Cowboys are starting their stretch, right? This is the challenge for the Dallas Cowboys as you get ready for this huge game Sunday night. If you win it, well, then you go to Buffalo, then you go to Miami, then you go home to Detroit. Whereas the Eagles just got through theirs, and it's a long season. But those last 3 games
so it's 4-game stretch. What are you going to do? Can you go 3-1 like the Eagles did?
That's right.
If you split it, okay, that's good. You just can't have a losing record in that stretch.
You're right about that.
Can
you go 3-1 because the Eagles just did that, and if you can beat the Eagles head-to-head, give them their 3rd loss.
Yeah.
Now you guys are dead even. San Francisco probably wins this weekend. So you have 3 10-3 teams after 13 weeks with a race to the finish line. It's going to be fun in the end. And I do think this year. We saw it last. I mean the one bye week, the 1 seed that has home playoff games all the way through and the week off. It's a huge advantage. Yep. It's a huge advantage in both conferences.
No doubt.
Right now, Miami and Baltimore are leading the way for that in the AFC, and then the winner of the Philadelphia-Dallas game, along with San Francisco and Detroit, will be in the mix for that in the NFC.
Cowboys knew that Arizona game was gonna come back and hunt you. You do it. You do it. You do it. Don't worry, because 49ers got some games they came back to hunt them too, because they had no business losing one of those games they lost.
Well, and our Texans.
But it's the NFL, baby.
Our Texans at Carolina lost. Carolina had won another game.
Oh,
I mean,
that
one looms when you're trying to make the play. I mean, it's amazing that it's that kind of house money that Houston's this good so far and they're here, but that Carolina lost because they've lost 3 games at the buzzer. They won a game at the buzzer just last week where their defense made a play.
How about this little stat? And shout out to my man Sean Pendergast in H-Town over at 16. Does a great job. Here's the time remaining at the end of the deciding play of the last 8 Texans games. Week 5 at Atlanta, it was at the buzzer, right? 0 time left.
Yeah, field goals time expired.
Week 6 versus New Orleans, 16 seconds left. Week 8
That's a
at
win.
Carolina, buzzer, right? It was right as the clock ended. Week 9 versus Tampa Bay, 6 seconds left. Week 10 at Cincinnati, right as the clock ended, so 0 seconds left. Arizona, 30 seconds left. Week 12 versus Jacksonville, 29 seconds left. Week 13 versus Denver, 9 seconds left.
They're the cardiac Texans.
Dude,
no doubt.
right.
If you're a fan, you know it very well.
But that's because they're ahead of schedule, though.
Yeah, they are, and they're playing in tight games and finding ways to win them, and they've coughed up a couple. That's just the way of the NFL. But meanwhile, the Cowboys are just hammering people, right? They just crush
Hammering
people.
bad teams.
Bad teams. And now they're about to
Yeah.
play a 4-game stretch of good teams.
Yeah.
I'll give you the combined record coming. I don't know what we
Well,
consider. I don't
Seattle. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what Seattle is.
know. Well, they're 6-6. The Cowboys.
So they're
you guys-
average.
They
They're
dropped
just-
them back to average.
Yeah, so
But they're playing 9-3 this week. They're 10-2 this week. Then they're gonna play 6-6, 9-3, 9-3.
see what you can do against good teams. That's what we want to see from the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I don't even know what we consider Buffalo right now at 6-6. But they feel like they're better than 6-6.
They're
I don't know.
definitely better than
Especially
6
in
and
Buffalo
6.
in December, where the
But-
weather could be a major factor.
Yeah, that's when you're right. Late in the year they may, but they don't run the ball as much when you need to late in the year.
Well, we'll see.
It's
All right,
gonna be the Josh Allen show.
All right, NFL. We'll get back to the Longhorns. Rod will take us behind the BOC. Steve Sarkisian, you heard it. He came here to win championships, and in year 3, Longhorns have a chance to play for a championship. 2 games left. They're in it. The debate's obviously raging about who should be it, who shouldn't be. Longhorns don't care. It's now a roadmap to a Sugar Bowl appearance in about 20,
We got to talk
28
transfer
days.
portal too.
Also, transfer portal.
Yeah.
Longhorns, part of that.
Yep. Got a couple of
Also,
guys.
what the facts. We're just getting warmed up, folks. It's a Tuesday, and the Longhorns are riding high. We're riding high with you. Appreciate you being there on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Your thoughts and conversation on the text line, 512-447-3776. This one says Tank Dell injury is rough, though. That's true.
Yeah.
Hate to see Tank going down if you're a Texans fan. This says going to be a good one, guys. Thursday. Yeah, let's not look forward to that. The Sunday night game, Cowboys-Eagles, is a marquee matchup.
yeah,
but Thursday night may set football back a while.
What is it?
It's New England-Pittsburgh.
Oh,
And it's
hey, good defense will be played, but there'll be some bad offense.
Mitchell Trubisky versus Bailey Zappi is your likely starting combination.
Wow.
And if we told you these New England Patriots over the last 3 weeks became the first team in pro football since 1938, the Chicago Cardinals, to have their defense hold 10 points and lose all 3 games.
That's disgusting.
That is not good.
Yeah, and the NFL scoring is down to its lowest number, I think, since like 2007. And I think the quarterbacks is just clearly the reason at this point.
Well, and I think the
quarterback
entire offense in New England needs scrapped. I mean, we kind of knew it
Bill
last year.
Bill
Bill
O'Brien
O'Brien has not come in,
Come on now.
and they've. I mean, Bill Belichick, the general manager, has done a terrible job helping Bill Belichick, the coach, with trades. And remember the season after Tom Brady won the Super Bowl, they set a record for investment in the free agent market, and none of those guys
None of
panned
those
out.
guys worked out.
On the offensive side, there have been some defensive players that have been really good, but that's Bill Belichick's specialty. He does not know how to pick wide receivers and weapons. And you go back to when Tom Brady was there, and you just give credit to Tom Brady. It's almost like he developed guys. You hear the stories of Julian Edelman working with him relentlessly and him developing guys. They don't do that anymore, and they have bad quarterbacks. But either way, that'll be your Thursday night game. You probably can take that night off and do something else because that's not good. There won't be a lot of highlights out of that game. At least last night's game, you could tune in, and it was still fun football, 34-31. Not saying that it always has to be offense, but there is a difference between good defense and just bad offense.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a collection of both of that on Thursday night. But either way, we'll get to all of it coming up. By the way, here's this. Thank you, T-Bone, on the text line. Sent us this. This might be a first one in the portal area. Just when you think you've seen everything in the transfer portal time, Rod. Here's a report from our friends at On3 Sports that Alabama quarterback Taylor Buckner, remember he was in competition for the Alabama job with Jalen Milroe.
I think I saw this. This is good.
He is going to finish the season with the Tide because, of course, they're playing in the 14 playoffs. So he's going to be a part of that. They'll play Michigan in the Rose Bowl. He wants that trip to the Rose Bowl. And then next spring, or after the games are over, he's going to transfer back to Notre Dame where he came from. He wants to play lacrosse for the Fighting Irish this spring. So,
good for him. Multi-sport athlete, baby.
Speaking of Bill Belichick, remember he's
so he's in the lacrosse portal.
He's drafted lacrosse players before.
I like how you just go. See, we've seen a lot of guys, go into the portal and then come back out of the portal. All right, we've seen that happen even here at Texas. I haven't seen a lot of guys who go from the football portal just into a totally different sport portal.
Like, remember, he was at Notre Dame, transferred to Alabama.
Yeah.
And now he's transferring back to Notre Dame to play a whole different sport.
I love it. That portal is something else, man. It's so new, and we just have all these unprecedented things that happen. Like we've never seen. I think this may be the first time you've seen like starters at Power 5 programs with double-digit wins now starting to transfer, which is a new thing.
Look, that's where Kyle McCord comes in.
It's like, hold up, what? I thought that was the point. You were trying to. Where are you trying to get to then? Where you want to go?
Well, think about it this way, and I don't know how this will play out, but there's already a report that Dylan Gabriel, the Oklahoma quarterback, is going to transfer to Oregon to replace Bo Nix. And that may already be a done deal.
Not following Jeff Lebby.
No, not following Jeff Lebby to Mississippi State, which, if you're Dripping Springs quarterback Austin Novosad, you're kind of like, wait a second.
Oh, excuse me? What?
I thought I was next in line. But
that's exactly right. And then, so that's what caused him to think, you know what, maybe I need to look at the portal.
Or, compete with Dylan Gabriel. But Dylan Gabriel wouldn't be going there to not play. But then Spencer Sanders went to Oklahoma, then went from Oklahoma State to Mississippi State and didn't play.
Well, Dylan Gabriel's better than Spencer Sanders.
Yes, he is. A lot better. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time today. Rod's got us locked in on Texas, headed to the college football playoff.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about Washington a little bit. Just diving into them. Kind of a preliminary breakdown. We haven't started to dive deep into it, but I did go watch, and I've watched a lot of Washington so far this season, and watched a lot of Washington last season too. Actually, because I like that offense, and then Texas ended up playing Washington. So I think a lot of Longhorn fans have familiarity with this group. The receivers and the passing game, right? That's the biggest threat to Texas. Other than that, I think Texas matches up really well with Washington. That is the biggest issue. And there will be some secondary and tertiary factors and issues that we'll discuss, but that's going to be it for Texas. How do they defend the passing game? It is a prolific one. I think they got 3 NFL wide receivers. The best one is Rome Odunze. I mean, he's a real deal. I mean, he's a first day guy in the NFL draft. There's no question. But Jalen Polk is really good. Both of those guys are over 1,000 yards this season. Jalen McMillan is the one that missed time so far this year. He's going to be healthy for that game, but he was a 1,000-yard receiver last year. And they've worked together since Kalen DeBoer got there and Michael Penix. This group has been together, so they're playing their best football in terms of the chemistry between wide receiver and quarterback. It's among the best in the country. And it'll be the best quarterback, of course, Texas played. We just talked about Dillon Gabriel. That's the second best quarterback Texas played, and that's their only loss on the season. And we talked about this, during the season a ton, that Texas hadn't really faced any great quarterbacks. They hadn't faced any legitimate starting quarterbacks. Even when they faced Jalen Milroe at that time, he was inexperienced and got benched after and then finally started to round into form a little bit later on. But Dillon Gabriel was the best quarterback Texas faced, and that was the best passing game they saw versus Oklahoma because it was the veer and shoot, and that was their only loss of the season. So that is like I said, that's the threat and the concern for Texas. You're going up against a more sophisticated passing game, a better quarterback in Michael Penix, who's got an arm. Now, I think he's a little more reckless with the football than, and maybe I'm wrong about that, but watching film, I think he'll throw you a couple.
Penix, yeah.
Yeah, he's so trusting in his arm because he's got a freaking cannon.
He's a great passer.
Yeah,
He really is.
they throw deep. They throw NFL routes. Like that's what the NFL loves. They're like, man, they throw NFL routes. I'm talking about deep routes, deep out routes that you don't see anymore.
Cross hash marks.
Yeah, right. Some of the stuff that
Numbers to numbers.
that Scott Quinn throwing, but he throws it with force. I mean, he's got. I would think that one of the things that gets him in trouble is that he just believes that he can thread that needle, and he can, but I do think it gets him in trouble, and I think he's a little reckless at times, decision making wise. It's trusting his arm and trusting his receivers.
Yeah, he'll throw 50-50 balls.
Yeah, because he's like, my guy got it. If my guy got it, he'll just kind of give his guy a chance. And so but his guys are really good. He's got some dudes out there. I think he is, just watching him, I think he throws more turnover worthy throws out there than I think even Pro Football Focus marks. So they don't have him down for that many. I think he's a little reckless with the football at times. But I've only watched like 4 breaking down film. Went back and watched like 4 games. I'll go watch I'll watch all of them before it's said and done. But I think Texas has a shot to get some interceptions against them. Well, 1 or 2. I'm not saying something.
Well, that could be the difference in a football game.
Exactly. I think you got a shot at that because Michael Penix, like I said, he's fantastic. He may end up winning the Heisman before it's all said and done, but he's only have 9 interceptions on the year, so he's not totally, he's not error proof.
Well, but point of, I mean, obviously you're playing in the Final Four, so this is not surprising. But far and away, this will be the best quarterback they've faced since Dillon Gabriel at the Oklahoma game, and that was their one loss. And I mean, and that guy's up for the Heisman Trophy. He's a really good player. So yeah, that's what you got to deal with. And as we've said, the last 3 weeks, the Longhorns have looked their best against Iowa State, Texas Tech, and then Oklahoma State. If styles make fights, that's the style Texas is really good at. And you're playing right into Texas's style profile when you're playing that kind of football. And obviously Washington plays the style that Texas has struggled with, and that's what you've got a month to prepare for.
Most 15-plus yard throws in all of college football. At the major level. So we're talking about Power 5. I should say Power 5. So we're not talking about all FBS, Power 5. They have 100 deep ball attempts of 20-plus yards on this season.
Wow.
They've thrown 100 of them. It's crazy.
I think Sark likes the deep ball.
Sark likes. I've said it before about this Washington offense. I bet this is one of Sark's favorite offenses. I said it on Texas. To
watch and study.
Talking ball. Yeah, just because we know Sark was addicted to the deep ball when he first got to Texas. He has now curtailed his addiction and affinity for the deep ball only because it was actually hurting the offense. But he appreciates the psychological damage that the deep ball inflicts on your opponent and inflicts on the defense, and how it forces them to play with less aggression, puts them on their heels. He appreciates that. What he, I think, started to accept was that, listen, they're just not great at it. and he likes to throw them on first downs. And there are times where he gets his teams behind the chains, and when you don't have a Bijan and a Rojo on 2nd and 10 to make it an easy 3rd and short, then you can make life really tough on your quarterback in your passing game. So what have we noticed? No frivolous deep shots downfield. Sark just doesn't throw them as much as he used to because I think he understands they're not great at it, and it's hurting your team more than it's hurting the other team. You want to inflict damage on them. You're actually doing more self-harm. So he doesn't throw it as much, but this team does. So certainly when Sark, if he's going to be around here a while, when he gets a quarterback that's really good at completing the deep ball, he's going to throw it a lot. He's gonna be like one of these offenses. This is a Don Coryell offense. People don't talk about Don Coryell offenses because everybody talks about the West Coast offense and what it is. Essentially, West Coast offense was more about the horizontal passing game, the crossing routes. Don Coryell was all about the vertical passing game. This is probably the closest thing you'll see to a Don Coryell offense in college football.
Well said, and you're right. I mean, stretch the field, and we know Sark wants to, make you defend every blade of grass.
That's what they do.
And they do the same thing with a high-end quarterback. There are some even NFL personnel people that look at Michael Penix, who we'll learn about for the next month. We saw him last year I saw him live again in the Alamo Bowl. He's a bigger, sturdier looking Tua because he's left-handed, but he's a
good version.
He's just a Tua. His injury proneness was his problem.
And he was injury prone earlier.
Yeah, he suffered a tough knee injury at Indiana.
Yeah.
When they were playing.
That's
Michigan,
what they counted. That's why he got counted out.
Yeah, and then he followed Kalen DeBoer from Indiana to Washington, and he has engineered that offense to the tune of 24-2 over the last 2 seasons. Pretty good. Pac-12. Dominance out there. We'll come back when we do. Some What the Facts, including listening to an old friend because it was an old cut rod, but it's still a fact. And worth our listen on this morning after the college football playoff selections and all the controversy of the weekend. We'll pick that up. Also, we'll get an update on the other facts of a Tuesday morning. It took them up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Tuesday on the Horn. It's going to be about 70 perfect degrees today, maybe 71. About 40 degrees. Crisp this morning. Did you get a jog in this morning, Ron?
Got a little run in, yeah, no doubt.
A little crispy out there.
It felt great though.
It is,
Yeah,
right?
it
Those are
feels
the best
good,
mornings
man.
to get out there
No
and
doubt.
get after it. It is time for What the Facts, Rod, and it is a fact. By rule, Texas can appeal the targeting penalty against Derek Williams, their freshman safety,
They can.
on hopes of having him available. But if the appeal is denied, Derek Williams may have to miss the first half of the college football playoff semifinal against Washington, which
Yeah.
you're talking about the best quarterback you face is Dylan Gabriel and a Heisman Trophy finalist with great receivers. Derek Williams is your best coverage safety.
Yeah, and did hear in the transfer portal, Jalen Catalan is going to be in the transfer
And
portal.
Xavier Bryce.
Yeah, so at safety, yeah, we were a little light in the first half
Yeah,
for
so-
Texas against a very sophisticated passing attack.
I think they'll for sure appeal it. I don't know if they'll win it. I mean, it's
Now, letter of the law, it was targeting, but that, like I said, that wasn't the spirit of the rule. The spirit of the rule was not what they called that. They called that was on a block, and he was barely grazed the dude in the head. But yes, technically, I guess letter of the law, he did hit him in the head.
yes,
That's
he did. And
targeting. Now it didn't force really, but
yeah, for a full 30 minutes of a 60-minute football game certainly could be a factor.
yeah,
and he's been playing some good football. He was coming out playing physical against
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, against the run, because early in the year he struggled with tackling in space. But his coverage skills, you've
Oh.
been impressed with him from the jump.
I think he's your best coverage safety, and yeah, you're going. I mean, if you're, it just me. If they're watching the same film, and I know Washington is, they're definitely going to attack the Texas safeties. Downfield in the passing game. That's
100%.
Probably where they'll start, honestly.
100%.
Yeah,
What
with a Dunze in the slot, if they could do it.
Oh, yeah,
they run
man.
a lot of bunch formations too. We'll get into all the details, but yeah,
Yeah, you're right. And Adunze's a really good player.
he is the real deal.
Yes. Well, I think they're getting Jalen Polk back, right? The kid, the third.
McMillan. They
McMillan's
had
back.
Polk, yeah, because those two have 1,000 yards already, Dunze and Polk. But McMillan was who's a
McMillan.
1,000-yard guy from last year,
Yeah.
and he's been hurt, and he's coming back, and he'll be completely healthy. So
Well,
they'll have their
that's
hands full.
I mean, that's what. I mean, think about these semifinal games in 1 year ago, and just how dynamic they were. I mean, both games, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, were just phenomenal football games because you've got good coaching staffs, talented teams that get healthier as the week goes on, and as Sark talked about, you get a chance now. They're going to lift and work out and go with Torrey Becton here the next couple of weeks, but finish up school, kind of get a little mental break. And
You're like a new team.
yeah,
You
get
get
to
healthy.
come
You're like
back
a new
and-
team after that month. It's like
get healthy, and then you really bore in right in and around Christmas ahead of the new year, and both teams get that opportunity. So you should say that's what I think what we saw last year. Two really good games because both teams were fresh. TCU knew that Michigan was stealing their signs, so they got to redo their signs over a month.
Man, yeah, talk
Maybe
about
even
that.
fool them a little bit.
That's gonna be another storyline too with Michigan and the Suns. I forget all about it. It's actually taking the back burner a little bit.
Florida State.
It'll come back though.
What say you, Rod, and what the facts?
Every QB to complete 85% of their passes in a game with at least 35 attempts, which Jake Browning did last year. Rich Gannon, Drew Brees twice, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert. That's the list
That is
of
the
quarterbacks to complete 85% of their passes in a game with at least 35 attempts in NFL history. Those are MVPs and GOATs, and Jake Browning's on there now. And it's like Dak Prescott too, by the way.
Hey, by the way,
Hey, speaking of MVPs, that guy's he right now is one of the top two, I think, front runners for
Who, Dak?
MVP. Yeah,
absolutely. And he's these next 4 games, and he can go win it.
that will determine.
Yeah. Hey, if you're looking for something to root for, I think we're all trying to get our head around this NBA in-season tournament they're playing. They're down to the knockout round. How about this, though? If you're looking for a storyline that'll get you maybe interested, the Indiana Pacers beat the Bucks last night. Indiana Pacers have the lowest payroll in the NBA. The lowest payroll. Winning the NBA's first ever in-season tournament would guarantee each player an extra $500K. These guys are playing for some cash.
Wow.
Straight cash, homie. You should see the scene in Indiana when they beat they beat Boston last night. They beat Boston. So Boston's got a huge payroll. So this is an in-season tournament. Now they're going to move to Vegas for the semifinals. They won that last night. So if you're looking for a team to root for, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers, because tonight you've got the other games that are coming with Milwaukee, big budget, Knicks, and then in the West it's Phoenix and LA, the Lakers. So let's just get on this Indiana bandwagon. It's got who's the former Longhorn, the big man there that plays really well? Miles Turner. Miles Turner's
Okay.
on that team.
Man,
Lowest
I didn't know
payroll in the NBA.
That's a nice little factoid.
There you go.
I did not realize that lowest payroll. Is that? Yeah, that's not sexy enough though. Are they sexy enough?
Tyrese Halliburton's a dude.
All right. I will admit I've not watched Indiana
I haven't
play
I'm not-
in I don't know, maybe years since I watched Indiana play.
Rick Carlisle from
Yeah.
Mavericks like him. Ty, are you in on this with Tyrese Halliburton? You're watching some of this, gambling on it.
He's been one of the best players in the NBA this year. I really like him and Rick Carlisle. I like the young core there.
There you go.
Can I give you one more factoid?
Indeed.
The biggest favorite of every NFL weekend had won their game until entering week 13 until the Jags lost last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
The
the
biggest-
largest point spread.
Yes, the biggest
Yeah, they were a
favorite
10-point
every
favorite
week
last night.
had won straight up entering week 13 every week until the Jags just lost, which was to Cincinnati, to a backup quarterback. I think that's why the spread obviously was so big. But there you go, little factoid.
Yeah, well, good one right there for sure because Jacksonville continues to show you they're not ready for prime time. Even before the Trevor Lawrence
Not
injury,
yet.
which we'll talk about coming up late in that game, that was a big an opportunity for them to really take advantage of a backup quarterback at home in a primetime game. Didn't look the part.
Didn't look
Didn't
good.
look the part. They
No.
beat Houston the week before, but Houston's a young team that's
It's their
trying to
defense
figure it
too,
out.
Because Trevor
Oh.
Lawrence looked good. The defense just wasn't ready.
yeah.
Come on, man.
Against a backup QB. But Jake Browning did play pretty well. You just documented that and what the facts. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. 1 hour down, 4 to go of our morning sports conversation here on 101.9 AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and hornfm.com. 1260, the Horn on a Tuesday, talking college football. Longhorns mapping out the next month ahead of a semifinal matchup with Washington. Hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up. There's going to be a Longhorn assistant doing double duty. He's gotten a head coaching job, always a good sign of a healthy program. When your assistant coaches are in demand around the country, that's happened. Also, the transfer portal is open. In addition to their starting quarterback, Ohio State was the biggest name in the transfer portal market yesterday. Amazing. As many as 11 Buckeyes into the portal for Ryan Day. What the heck's going on in Columbus? That's a fair question. We'll get to the details of that. Heisman Trophy finalists are out there. But, Rod, on the heels of the controversy of the weekend, and I think everybody feels bad for Florida State, the odd man out, team out. Mm-hmm. We know the reasons for it and been well documented. As you and I both, I think, agreed yesterday, both can be true. That they did their job to what the letter of the rules are, and whether the rules are ambiguous or not for the College Football Playoff Committee. Florida State was who's better, or Alabama or Florida State really is what it came down to. Mm-hmm. But we understand what the precedent that set and what that said to that team. But it harkens me back to this. We do this every year with 4 teams, and there's a reason we're going to 12. Finally, 12 will alleviate some of this. It won't end controversy. Yeah. But a team with 12, a team like Florida State, who won their conference, went undefeated, will automatically get it. This will never happen.
The argument about 13 will be very different than the argument about 4.
And you could argue for 10 years, for the 10 years of the CFP, the fact that it never happened before. They were lucky, right? There was just it never. I mean, we said over and over last year, 2 teams who didn't win the conference got in. Mm-hmm. It's just year by year is unique, and circumstances move. And but it reminds me, I wanted to play this in Just the Facts because it's still just a great piece of audio and a great fact. This was the now late, great Mike Leach back in 2017 opining about the system we use in college football.
We're American. We love committees. Let's get us a committee. Well, who should be on the committee? Well, I don't know. This guy's a good guy. Let's have him on the committee. Well, I mean, there's people on the committee that don't even have remote associations with football, nor have they at any level other than being a fan. But you know what? Let's have them on a committee. Why not? And then we'll decide which 4 teams should go. Because you know why? We don't need to solve this on the field. Because we're the ones that know. And then, so, I mean, if we're going to do it that way, we should just ask them at the beginning of the season, just go ahead and you guys vote on it, figure out 1, 2, 3, and 4, and why even have the games? I mean, how can you call it a playoff when there's 4 teams? Conference champions don't even necessarily make the playoffs because you know why? Because the committee knew better.
Hey, Florida State feels that. Yeah. The committee knew better.
Oh, man, a 6 or 7-year-old piece of sound that still is relevant today is the day wisdom. He said it. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's have a committee. Well, it was Mike Leach that lobbied for he wanted 64 teams. He wanted as many teams.
He said make it like the FCS playoff. Just make it a playoff.
Yeah, we do this at the other levels, guys.
Yeah, he said we have a model already. They actually do it. Let's just do it that way.
At 2 other levels of college football, we do it.
I'm not I mean, he makes perfect sense, but they're never going to do that.
No, there was powers, politics, and everything that goes on. We know that. Yeah. But it's still a beautiful piece of audio because he went on to say, do you think the other sports look around and go, how we should do it? We're doing it all wrong.
Let's come up with a committee.
We should do it like that. Yeah, like NFL and the NBA. That's how we should do it. They've got this thing figured out.
No, he's right about it. I don't know why, but yeah, we do love a committee.
We love us. Oh, man, we do it in city governments, state governments. Let's get a committee on that. Let's get a committee on that.
We're going to need a committee to decide about the committee. We need a committee to decide who's going to be on the committee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Committee of the committee. Exactly. Good stuff. Thank you.
That is fantastic.
I hate that we no longer have Mike
Leach. Man. But you know what? Thank God for YouTube and stuff like that because Mike Leach's just wisdom will always live on and we can just keep playing it for years to come. Pretty soon kids will be like, who is that guy? And they're like, we have to explain Mike Leach to the new generation.
Yes.
And that's a good thing, by the way. They should know about Mike Leach.
Very, very good thing. Love it very much. That's a good piece of audio right there. But
fantastic.
What do we have coming up in the rant there, Rod? First rant of 2 today.
I think we'll get into a little bit of Cowboys. We'll talk about Dak Prescott and his MVP candidacy a little bit, and we'll talk some Texans as well. We hadn't talked enough Texans and Cowboys, so we'll just throw in some Cowboys Texans conversation. And Deron Bland with his I don't know if his Defensive Player of the Year candidacy lasted longer than like a week or 2, because against Seattle they went after Deron Bland. I'll talk about why they went after and what the adjustment was. Dan Quinn talked about what the adjustment for them was in that game where they decided to go after Deron Bland. And it happens. I actually, you know what? We'll do that in the rant. Actually,
Just do the rant.
Because I'll connect that to Texas too. There's some Longhorn fans that were critical of one of my favorite defenders for Texas, and it's something very similar going on. I'll talk about that.
All right, and the transfer portal and the rest of a busy day in college football. Let's get to the top stories, though. Headlines lead us off. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. Make sure you're fully in the know as you're up and out. Third-ranked Horns, as we said, now mapping out the next month ahead of their national semifinal matchup with second-ranked Washington in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day evening. After the announcement of their inclusion in the CFP for the first time ever, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian spoke about the achievement and said this weekends like this past one are exactly why he came to Austin and took the Texas job.
That's why I came here. I was referencing this the other day that there became a point when I was at Alabama when, all right, I'm going to be a head coach again. And I want to go somewhere where I have a legitimate chance to win championships. And when this opportunity came, to me, this was the no-brainer because I know what this place can do. And I understand there's high expectations and a high standard here for winning championships, but that's why I came here.
As for the plan moving forward, Sark says the team they already celebrated a banquet that they had on Sunday to celebrate the Big 12 championship and their team for the year. Now the players will take a couple of weeks off while finishing up the semester. Academically, Texas coaches will begin navigating the transfer portal and recruiting with the early signing window opening on the 20th of December. And at least one Texas assistant is going to be handling more than that. Co-defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Jeff Choate was officially introduced yesterday as head coach at Nevada, Wolfpack program out in Reno. Choate says he does plan to split his duties between Texas and Nevada for the next month and explain how his plan to balance will work.
And it's not really about me, it's about providing consistency for the players on the defensive side of the ball so that when we go into install meetings or we go to practice, the rhythm of their day is the same. And so the balancing act is really going to be once we start bowl practices. The good news is I'll pretty much be here rocking and rolling until the 15th. We're not practicing until the 15th. And so I think it'll be there's going to be some long days. But I think the right thing to do is to provide consistency and stability for the guys in the program there and finish the mission at Texas.
And then pick up his duties in Reno. As mentioned, NCAA transfer portal opened yesterday. Flurry of activity, included a couple of Longhorns. According to Inside Texas, safety Jalen Catalon has entered his name into that portal, as has redshirt freshman defensive back Xavion Bryce. Biggest surprise nationally came in Columbus, where Ohio State starting quarterback Kyle McCord announced he's exploring his options elsewhere. Threw for 3,170 yards, 24 touchdowns in his first full season as the Buckeyes starting quarterback. They went 11-0 before losing to Michigan in the regular season finale. He was one of a slew of Ohio State players who entered the portal on day one. He'll be one of the hottest prospects in the market, joining Oklahoma's Dylan Gabriel, Duke's Riley Leonard, Washington's Cam Ward, UCLA's Dante Moore, Ohio State's DJ Uiagalelei, and Kansas State's Will Howard as starting signal callers who have jumped into the portal so far. 3 quarterbacks and a wide receiver, your Heisman Trophy finalists. That was announced yesterday. LSU's Jaden Daniels, Oregon's Bo Nix, Washington's Michael Penix, along with Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. headed to New York for this weekend ceremony. One of those young men will win college football's Player of the Year honor. Shocker on Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 13. Bengals backup quarterback Jake Browning was tremendous. He led Cincinnati to a 34-31 win over Jacksonville in Jacksonville. A bigger concern for the Jags now, not just the loss, the health of their starting quarterback. He suffered a right ankle injury late in the fourth quarter. The loss will be reevaluated today.
That was the first time that the Jags were a double-digit favorite since 2018.
Don't trust the Jags.
And they lost. First time. It was the first night game as a double-digit favorite since 1999. And they lost that game, mostly because of their defense. And how about this? The Bengals, prior to that,
and Jamar Chase was huge. What did he finish up with?
He lit that defense up.
Well, Jamar Chase, 11 catches, $150, and a touchdown. They had a couple big conversions on that third down there, the drive to go kick the field goal in overtime to T. Higgins. It's just,
Undrafted Jake Browning. Think about this. Jake Browning, first undrafted player in the common era draft, which is basically your Super Bowl era since 67, I believe it was, though, to throw for 350 passing yards and complete 85% of his passes in a game.
He was lights out, and give Zach Taylor, the coach, credit. They built a great game plan.
They did, man.
And Jacksonville's defense was just weak. I mean,
it's not supposed to be.
It's almost
that
like a
weak,
flat
though.
performance because when they beat Houston last week, and that was a really good game, and their defense was a lot better against the Texans last week. C.J. Stroud still put up some numbers, but they won that game. They couldn't get off the field last night against the Bengals and a backup QB. And that injury, if you didn't see it for Trevor Lawrence, it doesn't look good. I mean, I don't think it's anything that's going to,
He'll be out all season, but he'll be out a week at least.
Well, at this point in December, if you're out a couple 3 weeks,
He's gonna be
that's
out at
huge.
least, maybe 2.
Well, so he was planted his left foot to throw, and his left tackle Walker Little. Longhorn fans remember Walker Little coming out of Houston, a big time recruit with Stanford. Yeah. But Greg Robinson, their starting left tackle in Jacksonville, got hurt, so now he's the backup and he's playing, and he got pushed back into Trevor, and so he stepped on Trevor's foot. So as Trevor was putting the foot down to plant, he stepped on it, and so then he got knocked down awkwardly. Ooh. So not only did he twist it one way, then he got bent backwards on it. His own body weight came back on top of him. So he couldn't put any weight on it. It was shot crowd was, oh my gosh! I mean,
that was a gasp.
Yeah. So they say it's a sprained ankle, but it looked to be two different.
Severely sprained, you would say?
Possibly two different ankle injuries, because it was the step on was a twist one way, and then as he bent backwards under his own body weight and the other players, you could see him grimacing.
All depends on how high it is too.
Yeah.
The higher that thing is, the worse it is.
So that was a bad blow for them.
And that's a bad blow for the league.
Oh, man.
One of your young quarterbacks, your young guns, is out, and I count now if he's going to be out, and based on the description by E, I'm assuming he's going to miss at least a week. That'll make 15 teams, damn near half the league now, that has played a backup quarterback or played multiple quarterbacks if he does miss next week, and we assume that he will. You got 6 teams that have started at least 3 quarterbacks to go to the 3rd quarterback. You've had 2 teams have to go to 4th quarterbacks so far this season. And, guys, we're in, week 13?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. No,
it's getting ugly. And last year you set a record for different starting quarterbacks.
Well, and the war of attrition continues, right? I mean, this will separate Jacksonville. I mean, I think they've shown they're not, ready to be a part of that, elite part of the AFC. But they were trying to join Miami and Baltimore at 9-3 last night. They didn't do it, so they're 8-4. They joined Kansas City in the 8-4 group, and then now it's Baltimore and Miami at 9-3. But the however long Trevor Lawrence is out, they play at Cleveland this week. Cleveland's one of the 7-5 teams, playing with a backup quarterback, and then they play Baltimore the following week. So if he were to miss 2 games, they could drop 2 straight, and all of a sudden they're away. And Houston and Indianapolis are trying to trace them down in the South.
Yeah.
So that's a big injury to keep your eye on. And C.J. Beathard is their backup quarterback, by the way. C.J. Beathard, everybody's favorite Iowa Hawkeye.
He was with the 49ers for a while. But 4 of the 7 current AFC playoff teams are on backup quarterbacks. And it's not Miami and not Baltimore. If I had told you prior to the season that was going to be the case, you'd have been like, oh, well, definitely one of them's Tua. One of them's Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Not the case. But that's why they're both leading the division. Leading the conference.
Well, look at the NFC. I mean, Hurts, Purdy has stayed healthy. Dak, Jared Goff, they've stayed healthy. And those are your top 4 teams.
You're right.
Real quick before we go to the rant, I mentioned the transfer portal in Ohio State, not just Kyle McCord. How about this? Into the transfer portal yesterday, 5-star wide receiver Julian Fleming, 5-star quarterback Kyle McCord, 4-star running back Evan Pryor, 4-star safety Cam Martinez, 4-star defensive end Omari Abor, 4-star linebacker Reed Carrico, 4-star safety Kyle Stokes, 4-star cornerback Jair Brown, 4-star cornerback Ryan Turner, 3-star offensive lineman Jacob James, and 3-star guard
This is all from Ohio State.
All at Ohio State.
That's well, I mean,
that's
honestly,
just one team who's going to the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard these days, right? Because everybody's dealing with these numbers, right? Everybody's got to deal with this now. It's just a new era, and so attrition is just naturally baked in. But I think there are healthy. We can get into this in Ross after that. There's healthy attrition, and then there's the kind of unhealthy attrition, and you don't know unless they're trying to churn out the roster. They may be, forcing these guys out, but they may be hinting.
There's two streets there, right?
To get half of these guys out at least, and like, hey man, we're bringing in upgrades here, so you need to go.
Well, Kyle, that could be Kyle McCord, right? People in Ohio State are wondering why guy was that good, but he did throw 2 big picks in the Michigan game. Or is he the scapegoat, or has Ryan Day told him, look, we're going to look to upgrade. We're going to look at one of these top guys.
You're not guaranteed to be the starter here when you come back. You could if you improve, but you ain't guaranteed to get.
You're not guaranteed, and he's a good quarterback. He's not C.J. Stroud. I think Buckeye fans would tell you that. And, when you're looking at the market, if there's a guy like Cam Ward from Washington State, from Cleveland, Texas in there.
Is he an upgrade?
Well, yeah, I think he would be.
Okay.
Well, the other name to watch there is UCLA's Dante Moore. UCLA, he's from Michigan. Remember, he's from Detroit.
Okay.
He's a 5-star kid who went to UCLA. He's into the portal. There's some thought he wants to come back to the Midwest.
All right, there you go.
And that would be an upgrade.
That's an upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's really interesting. I saw because I was looking at Sports Source Analytics. They do a breakdown of all the transfer portal stuff too. And it was a record day for the transfer portal. Just in that first day, it was like 1,000 players had entered the transfer portal already.
Well, and we know more than half of those guys won't actually find a spot.
And that's the unfortunate thing, is that everybody's
Grass
jumping early.
isn't always greener.
Yeah, they're jumping in early because they know that, hey man, they could lose a spot or not get a spot. But yeah, if teams are looking at now, they have their own basically personnel departments within these major college football programs, and they're just treating it like an NFL team. They're just trying to, and it's inextricably linked, all right, to NIL. And they're looking at it like, hey, budgets for these positions and these athletes.
And where we need to upgrade and where we need a roster spot. Look, once Deion Sanders did what he did last year, it's kind of fair game now. They used to be kind of frowned upon to kick guys out essentially or cut them or tell them, hey.
C.J. Kenny did a good job of it too.
But Deion got the national headlines after spring practice telling a bunch of guys, hey, go ahead and get out.
He made a video of it. Talking about bringing in his own luggage and stuff.
So in the changing landscape of football, it's like, okay, well, that used to be frowned upon, but guess not anymore.
Not anymore.
I need to build my roster. Can we go to Rod's rant of the day?
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, we'll get back to the Cowboys and the Texans. I want to stay with the transfer portal conversation that we're having right now because it's really interesting. The stat I gave earlier, and this is a stat that is old now, so it probably has doubled by this number. But at the start of the transfer portal, I'm talking about when it obviously opened yesterday. There were 1,000 players that entered the transfer portal just yesterday when the portal opened officially. That shattered the previous single day record, which was, I believe, 775. So they're way over 1,000 players in the transfer portal now, and it is going to continue to break records. I mean, that's just it. I can't wait to see the last numbers, but they're going to be something mind blowing. And I think that's because every school's got to deal with it now. And even Texas, right? They're having their best season in the last 15 years. And Jalen Catalon's in the transfer portal and Xavier Bryson in the transfer portal. You got two safeties in the transfer portal. Strangely enough, where, you would think there'd be heavy competition, right? You got Jaron Thompson that's going to end up leaving. Keaton Crawford's going to end up leaving at safety. You got Taft and you got Derek Williams. But obviously with the rotation they have, there's playing time there, but guys are leaving. Guys want their opportunity to play elsewhere, greener pastures for a lot of green, straight cash homie, that kind of thing. So everybody's got to deal with attrition. And so there's, I think, healthy attrition and unhealthy attrition. I think the healthy attrition, and both of these takes, some documenting, and I think you got to track it. And thankfully there are resources to do so. If your players that are leaving your program and they're dropping down in the level of competition. So you're at a Power 5 program like Texas, and the guys that are exiting your program are dropping down to Group of 5s and to FCS levels and Division 2 and Division 3 levels of play, then maybe your evaluations were way off. Because your players aren't coveted, they aren't wanted by other Power 5 programs. That's unhealthy attrition. That means you need to get those guys off your roster and churn out and upgrade your roster. If you have healthy attrition, to me, the healthy attrition would be the type of attrition where guys are leaving your program, but those athletes are coveted and they are considered athletes that could translate to another Power 5 program and end up playing and getting a lot of playing time. And for Texas last transfer portal cycle, they had a lot of healthy attrition. Last transfer portal cycle, nearly 60% of their players who transferred out went to other Power 5 schools. and you had nearly, if you go include the group of 5, you had nearly 78% of your transfers from the last transfer cycle for Texas football that ended up in a Power 5 school or a group of 5 school. That's good attrition. It's like, that bad cholesterol and good cholesterol. There's good attrition and bad attrition. That's good attrition. That means your guys, your evaluations weren't off. They weren't way off. You just wanted to upgrade that position and upgrade that roster. That probably wasn't the case in Sark's first year, but it was definitely the case last season. Honestly, it's kind of like, I always tell people this when I, hang out or get a chance to see any of my exes or something like that. I hope they're doing really well. Right? I root for them to do really well. I hope they're killing it at whatever job they have. Hope they got a great, beautiful family. Hope she got all the kids she wants and found a great man. I don't want to see my exes doing bad. Some people find satisfaction in their exes suffering or, being miserable or being unhappy. I don't. Right? I want my exes to be really successful because that tells me I had good taste. I had good evals, good evaluations. Hey, they didn't make it with me, but hey, they still found success in their job away from me. That means even the experience they had with me, it still was positive for them. Right? And like I said, hey, I like to know that my exes can go on to still become CEOs and can still be really successful in life. I don't want to see an ex is like, oh man, she went to jail because she stabbed one of her ex-boyfriends. Like, I don't want to hear that story. That's not a good story for me. Right? No, that means my evaluation was off. That means I chose a crazy one that didn't have any prospects or ambition. No, I want my exes to still really do well. And I think you have the same approach if you're a Longhorn fan about the transfer portal. You want your exes to do really well because that's going to reflect well on you and your evaluation and your taste, all right, in those particular athletes and their experience with you, because that's your culture, right? Guys are leaving your program and going elsewhere, and they're, losing their love for the game or their passion for the game, or they don't have great football knowledge, so they're not coveted and not wanted by other programs, and they can't contribute to other Power 5 programs. To me, that reflects badly on your evaluations and bringing guys in, and you're not developing talent. So that's how I look at it. And this transfer portal cycle, I think you'll look at it the same way. Healthy attrition, unhealthy attrition, and every program is going to be a little bit different there. For Texas, I think they'll have a lot of healthy attrition because they have a really talented roster, one of the most talented rosters in the country.
Yeah.
That's my transfer portal take.
Yeah, and look, I think even with the Texas, right? I mean, Xavion Bryce was a kid out of Arlington that we hadn't seen much of the field, and as we talked about, don't be surprised on Monday if the Longhorns have some guys that you know the names that are in the portal that kind of can see where their playing time is going to not be there in the future, and you got players at his position coming in, another crop of highly recruited freshmen are coming in. Sark and the staff have shown they will play young guys. But I think the guy like Xavion Bryce is a healthy example of the transfer portal that, he's a year, redshirt freshman, so he's 2 years into his experience and he hadn't played much. And now Longhorns are still in pursuit of a 5-star corner in Kobe Black, a 5-star safety and Xavier Filsame, and they're not going to stop bringing in good players. And he can go find a spot to play. There's a lot of Division I programs, and we'll see. That's a good thing. He wants to play. I mean, you went. I mean, if you went to Texas, which you did, and all of a sudden you're looking up and you're not playing.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to go to the NFL, but you can't go to the NFL if you don't get to play at the college
and
level.
And if you don't get, you still want to play college football if you have the ability somewhere. And I think that's. I mean, look, are there negatives to the transfer portal? Sure. But we got a guy texting me saying that, are you paying attention to how this is killing the sport of college football?
Is it?
Yeah, I'm like, well,
is it really?
That's what I said to him. What's your evidence it's killing the sport?
Yeah. Look at all the quarterbacks. Look at half your quarterbacks now in the college football playoff at the elite level are transfer portal quarterbacks. Quinn's a transfer portal quarterback. Michael Penix Jr., transfer portal quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. had 2 ACL injuries, all right, early on in his career. He got hurt 3 years in a row. Got hurt his freshman year, got hurt his sophomore year, and got hurt again, all right, the next year. And basically the Indiana program said, man, we can't depend on you. You are winning the starting job every offseason, but we got to move on. Because and so they moved on. But what was he supposed to do? He's like, yep, I'm a good player. I'm winning the starting job. I can't stay durable enough to make it through an entire season. Goes with Kalen DeBoer, finds his home at Washington, and win-win. I mean, Kalen DeBoer needs a quarterback. He was already familiar with him, and now as long as he's healthy, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. That's the transfer portal allowed that to happen. He wouldn't have had that opportunity without the transfer portal.
No, agreed. And Adonai Mitchell for the Texas Longhorns was on the national championship team. Decided he wanted to come back home to Texas. Or he's got a young child and play for the Longhorns. I mean, that's not. Look, I understand. Words matter. You can't say it's killing the sport. You may not like it.
It's changing.
It may be different than you want it to be as a fan.
Exactly.
It's changing your experience with the game. But there's no metric that tells you that anything is being killed in college football. The ratings have never been higher.
No,
Stadiums are sold out across the country.
Yeah.
Have you seen the crowds for College Game Day and Fox Big Noon? It's never been more popular than this year. So I don't see the evidence that it's killing the game. You can be frustrated with it. Is it 100% healthy for the game? I think it still needs some more guidelines
I was going to say
guardrails.
There you go.
And then I advocate for that.
That's on the NCAA more so than anything.
100%. Yeah. And then the combination of it and the NIL is obviously a huge challenge that everyone's trying to get their hands around. But is it really killing the game? I think that would be your individual opinion, and that's fine to have. We'll come back when we do, but there's got to be evidence that it's actually killing the game, because I don't know that's pretty strong.
Yeah, it is pretty strong. One more last little nugget. So we're talking about the transfer portal. When they tracked which FBS teams had the most outgoing transfers that they consider significant contributors at other FBS schools, that means at least 4 starts or 200-plus snaps in 2023, Texas was third behind Florida and Mississippi. So Texas had the most outgoing transfers to contribute to other FBS programs. Healthy attrition.
Yeah, maybe it didn't fit your system, weren't
whatever
fit for your culture.
Yeah.
And they're going, as you said, playing.
They're going playing at other Power 5. At least most of them, like 60% of them going to other Power 5 programs like Texas.
Well, just Texter points out 3 of the 4 Heisman finalists are transfers this year.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So I don't know if it's ruining. I think it's very different, and some people just don't like that kind of change.
Absolutely,
and I understand that.
We will come back. But by the way, that doesn't mean it's not the right thing for players to have some freedom and some autonomy over their college careers.
I'm thinking of it as a player, and I was like, I would love to have had that option. I didn't need it. But, man, it would have given me a lot of comfort to have that option as a player that, hey, man, if it doesn't work out here, it's okay.
Yeah. Hey, we'll come back. When we do, it's more of this conversation. Also, some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Cowboys, huge game this weekend. Texans now back in the mix with Jacksonville. We're all over that, plus college football. Can't get enough of it. Talk about with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Bullish or BS before the top of the hour, including who should and who will win the Heisman Trophy on Saturday. We just mentioned 3 of the 4 finalists are transfer quarterbacks. The only one not a transfer through the portal was Marvin Harrison Jr. Of course, Bo Nix from Auburn to Oregon, Michael Penix from Indiana to Washington, as you mentioned, and Jaden Daniels, the quarterback from Arizona State to.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, forget about that LSU.
Yeah. But the same guy who mentioned, he's a good dude. We're just having a debate. He says the transfer portal is killing college football by skimming the best talent and sending it to the most visible programs at the moment, which works for teams like Texas, Alabama, and Georgia. But, here's where I would disagree. Sure. I mean, there's going to be some. I mean, there were guys. It was pretty amazing watching the SEC championship game. How many guys left the Georgia program to go play at Alabama who are now playing against Georgia for the championship? Several guys. I mean, the receiver, Jermaine Burke. I mean, several receivers and a linebacker. I mean, Adonai Mitchell left. I mean, when you recruit like Georgia does, there's so many good players. They can't all play. No. So good players can leave and still go play at a place like Texas or, Alabama. I would also cite the fact that, G.J. Kinney at Texas State hit the portal heavy, brought in guys who were not happy where they were and weren't playing where they were. They dropped down a little bit, and now they're playing for a bowl game and went 7-5. Yeah, that's a healthy experience for that young guy that got to go play. And play in a dynamic young system, and so it's not true to say that all the players are moving to the best programs. That's not true. Yeah. It's actually spreading the wealth around a little bit.
It's actually it's kind of a recalibration, right? Because as you just pointed out, there are misevaluations everywhere. There are misevaluations. Guys end up at Texas State that could have played at Texas, and they go, well, you know what? That guy's a really good player. Sorry, Texas State, you're not gonna have him that long. But then on the other end, like you just pointed out, there are guys playing at major Power 5 programs at like Baylor or Texas or other. There were misevaluations and probably shouldn't be playing at that level. Yeah. And then that guy ends up dropping down. You go find him and go, you know what, man? I know it didn't work out for you at Texas, but you can come here. You'll be a straight up star at our program in our system. So it's kind of a recalibration. Like you said, it does kind of reallocates a lot of those resources. So I think for the misevaluations, the ones that were over-evaluated and the guys that were under-evaluated, the transfer portal helps recalibrate that.
And let's also
helps equalize that.
Let's not revise history of how we got to the transfer portal. The portal was created by coaches being dictatorial and not allowing freedom of movement among players. Yeah. They wanted to control a young guy's college career because they didn't want to let him go. How many times have I've done this for so long, but so many in basketball and football that they would go to try to get a waiver.
And they choose to ruin their careers, Yes. They couldn't be like, I'll just ruin your career or you won't play ever again unless you play for me. And it's like, what?
Yeah. But I'm not playing for you, Coach. No, I don't like it here.
I don't like you. I don't want to play here. Why am I forced to do so? This is not professional. I'm not being paid for this.
And it's not the Army. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like
exactly.
Exactly right. This is my college experience,
Great
right?
point.
It's not yours. And and that was the tipping point. There were, and it's all everything for the NCAA goes back to lawsuits. There were enough of these that it was like, really, you're really going to hold up a player because
spite
because
you're upset they didn't do it your way.
And so that led to the portal. Let's be honest about that.
That's right.
And so
they took it out of their hands.
And you can go back and find the tape. I said it in the real time. You guys are going to lead to this because you're not being fair with young people. Let them go. And now, look, I understand now that there's not a sit-out period, which the NCAA has also gotten rid of, that there were coaches who wouldn't even let a kid leave if he was going to go sit out for a year.
They would.
It's like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
And guess what? That's why the portal now goes through the compliance office.
You don't even go through coaches.
You don't have to
the
talk
coaches
to your
don't
coach.
find out about it until they're in the portal.
That's
like,
right.
oh, he's in the portal.
All you got to do is go down to the compliance office, say, I want my name in the portal. Once you're in the portal, you can be contacted by other coaches. And that was to take it out of the coach's hands. Because they were
using that approval, that waiver.
Oh, it's leverage, power, all that adults do to young people a lot. Where it's like, no, so to say it's killing the game
that happened
or
for
ruining
decades,
the game,
guys. That was decades of that.
Yeah, so
this is what are we on 3 years of this?
3 years.
Yeah, it can't be ruining the game.
But I would also look at and the stubbornness from the NCAA on paying players and including them in the pot of money.
Oh, you mean being progressive and modernizing?
Yeah, year after year.
Your process,
and the dictatorial nature of the transfer rules led to all this. And so it's shame on the coaches, shame on the industry, shame on. And so yes, would we all agree that it's happening a little bit fast and without much structure, yeah, 100%. But that's their fault too.
That is.
Because they just, it got to a point where it had to be forced upon them. And now they're just throwing their hands up saying, well,
because they don't have the lawyers.
They don't.
The lawyers are on the other side now working because the lawyers see more money on like the player side of this thing with NIL and with the universities. So they're not on the NCAA side, and they keep going to court and keep litigation is basically what's causing the NCAA to have this very laissez-faire attitude.
And trust me when I say this, I'm not sitting here presenting that it's all perfect and it's some utopia now. No, it needs some help. I mean, it does, but that's also, why we're talking about what changes can be made. Same time, I do think to say it's killing the game, you could say it's going to kill the game. You could make that prediction. If
it continues on this path.
You can make that prediction, but it's not. Yeah. Currently, the game's never been more popular, and I didn't see any evidence this year watching college football that the game has been diminished at all. It's actually been better.
Yeah, I think that what
higher quality of game.
I totally agree. I think what the texture's getting to, and I don't know if this was this is unavoidable. This is probably inevitable because Mac Brown was talking about this when he was here and how upsetting it was. He was talking about it as it relates to support staff, the separation of the have and the have-nots. And there are those who are looking at college football now with realignment, with transfer portal, with NIL, right, and saying to themselves, guys, the little guy has no shot. They had a very small, slim chance before, the little guy, but now the Power Five. You guys said it. You guys called them the Power Five and the Group of Five, right? It was really hard for them to penetrate into obviously the mainstream competition of college football before all these different changes in the landscape shifted dramatically. But now all of these changes are advantageous to the Power Five, but not necessarily to the Group of Five. I do agree there's a recalibration of the resources in terms of the talent, but we're talking about, I think they're looking at it from on a macro level with all the changes and saying, guys, they're screwed. The lower levels, they're going to play they'll basically be playing a different brand of football and a different sport in about 20 years. It'll be a different sport.
Sure, 100%. And it still needs leadership and guidance that it doesn't have right now.
Yeah.
But let's also say, bring it back to Epicenter here at Texas. I think we've said this for several years since we've been covering him, but the Longhorns are lucky to have Steve Sarkisian because he is a progressive coach.
Yes, he is.
He is a coach who may not like things, but doesn't get his neck bowed up about it.
Yep.
And he's taken the time and he's talked about it openly. He's intentionally and deliberately built a culture that keeps players, right? And that's how you have to do it now. I mean, you can't be like you used to be. You have to evolve with the game and understand, well, if I want to keep my locker room healthy in this day and age, I've got to go to work every day to know my team, be genuine with my team, and be open with my team. Our friend Colonel Craig Flowers talks about it all the time. In elite leadership, it's no trust, follow, right? I mean, challenge, right? You can't challenge a player to go beyond his limits until he knows you care about him, right? No care challenge is what the three words are.
Yeah.
And give your head coach at Texas credit. He has taken the steps to build a program, and it's why when someone that you have a relationship with knows you care about them, you can then challenge them. It's hard to challenge someone who doesn't think you care about them.
Mike McDaniel talked about that recently too.
So no care challenge, and Sark has built that over a 3-year period. But it can't be denied that guys. And how many stories have we talked about? Malik Murphy staying, Jonathan Brooks staying to develop. All the guys who were here for 5 and 7 who stayed to be a part of it. And look at the portal now. There's a couple guys in it right now for the Longhorns. There may be more later, but the history of the portal with Sark tells you that guys want to be in this program.
They do.
And they want to stay in this program. That's really, so if coaches out there are mad about it and don't like it, that's kind of that's the blueprint. You have to build a genuine program where the players within it feel like there's a good culture for them and they're cared about.
Yep. Yeah. And if you care about them, you want what's best for them, and sometimes that is support.
Yeah, 100%.
Sometimes
and that's healthy
that,
too. That's look, I'm gonna be honest with you, guy, and the other thing that Sark has done like a good leader is he's demanded the same of his position coaches. Like the message has to be the same.
Yeah.
I can't say one thing and then you go into your position coaches meeting and you're not the same.
Well, and Sark has also said, as it relates to the portal, once you're in the portal, you're in. You don't come back. Remember, we've had several times. Tom
100%.
Herman allowed the guys, once you go into the portal, you can also come back. And I think that happens with a lot of universities. But he has stated that his strict policy is once you have entered the portal, once you have talked to compliance and you're in, you don't get to come back. And I think that goes to what you're saying about the culture he established, that I only want guys who want to be here. If you don't want to be here and you're unsure about it, then you do need to go to the portal.
I'm not going to beg you to come back.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't have time to re-recruit you.
Yeah,
if you don't want to be here, there are lots of guys that want to be here that are really good players, and that helps our culture. that everybody wants to be here at the University of Texas. So you're right about that. He's got a unique approach to it. I think it's a modern approach to it, though. You have to have that.
But I think
because the players have too much power now.
I also think it's an example for any leader, family at home with kids, or anybody. That's kind of the model you have to follow. I mean, you can't challenge your people around you unless they don't know that you care about them. Period. That's going to fall on deaf ears. It really is. You mean Garcesian? Yes.
Garcesian, that guy.
Sorry, my bad.
That guy.
I'll get that right at some point.
Garcesian. Oh man, we got to make that an all-time drop. Garcesian.
Oh, Brett Yormark, the gift that keeps on giving.
That's fantastic.
We're going to miss him next year, aren't we?
I like Brett Yormark. I know Longhorn fans hate him. I like him. I've been saying that for a while.
I think he's a visionary commissioner.
I like him. I've been saying that for a long time. The Longhorn fans don't, but I think he actually has done a lot of good in a short amount of time for the Big 12. Leadership, as we know, it's rare. You get good leadership, especially at that high level, at the conference commissioner level. Ask the Pac-12 about good leadership. Ask the ACC about good leadership or lack thereof. Trust me, they'd love to have a Brett Yormark if they could get it.
That's exactly right. And to wrap up the Sark or the Gark, we'll start calling Gark.
The Gark, Garcesian.
Garcesian. We'll find that cut if you've missed it. We'll reset that. But it doesn't take long to compare what Sark's leadership style and culture building with the previous coach, who said he wanted that alignment, who said he wanted these things. But you have to be intentional about it. That's the point. You can't just say it. It can't be rhetoric. And, Herman had bad relationships with pretty much everybody by the end. And they, why? Because they genuinely didn't think he cared about them.
And that's the crazy thing about Tom Herman, though. Genuinely, he gets in trouble because of the eyes of Texas, which he was trying to be pro player.
Yes, he was.
That was his intention, was to be. He even went against his boss, CDC, and against what the coaches and the administration had agreed on in terms of the handling of the odds of Texas, because he wanted to be pro player. He thought he was being pro player, and then it just blew up in his face. And that's because I think it was a lack of leadership. There should have been a plan. I said from the jump, he needed to have a plan. The guys wanted a plan, a true plan, where they were all on the same page and they could, as a team, make a gesture. But his lack of a plan, being pro player, he allowed everybody to do their own thing, and that was not good. Everybody doing their own thing, bad. Everybody doing one thing on the same page, that was good. And Texas didn't have that with Tom Herman when it came to the eyes of Texas. Sark, I think it'd have been a little bit different in terms of his approach.
100%.
Yeah.
And I also think it was kind of too little too late. I think the players at that point kind of saw that as phony. Like, come on. Now you want to come be on our team? Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now. But either way.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
Because it wasn't genuine. Like you said, it wasn't authentic.
It was not. And but that's, that starts every day. And I appreciate Sark for, laying that out. Because it's a lesson for everybody. Because do I do it every day? I should think about it and being intentional with the people around me, and that's important. I think Sark has set a good example for that. In addition to being, Big 12 champs and playing for a national championship,
yes, sir.
But I think they kind of go hand in hand. We'll come back. When we do, we'll pick up the Bullish or BS. I want Rod and Ty's thoughts on who should win the Heisman Trophy on Saturday night and who will win the Heisman Trophy. Also, Bullish or BS, other topics around the landscape. Let's hook them up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Texas football conversation continues and will continue all month long, with the Longhorns now dealing with the portal, dealing with recruiting and National Signing Day. 2 weeks from tomorrow will be the open window beginning. Longhorns looking to bring in another top 5 class for Steve Sarkisian and this staff. Also, obviously, then beyond that, it's time to get ready for Washington and the national semifinal. Get your tickets now for that one. And tickets are pricey, by the way, not cheap to get to New Orleans. We know that.
They're not going to be cheap to get to New Orleans, and they're going to get even more expensive if they go to H-Town.
Well, if you're trying to get to New Orleans, you're also competing with those who want to be in New Orleans for New Year's, right? Just the general party guys that want to ring in the new year. So it's always fun, but yeah, it can get a little costly. Hey, Rod, the bullish or BS? Can I ask you and Ty, bullish on whom to win the Heisman Trophy, and whoever you think will win it, is that the person you would vote for? Bullish on both topics, Ty and Rod. What do we think here?
That's good. I'm gonna go bullish on. So who I think? I'm gonna go bullish on Jaden Daniels to win it. His stats are better than everybody else.
Mind-boggling. Under the idea of most outstanding season.
It's been a while since somebody with that many losses, though, has won a Heisman. That's the problem. But man, I just don't see anybody being particularly outstanding this year. Right?
Michael Penix. And if you take it body of work and the fact that he beat Oregon twice and 13-0 on top of 11-2, and I know it doesn't matter about last year, but just the consistent performance and big plays and
then you say somebody at the position has been better.
That's true.
That's so crazy to say somebody in the position has been better that's on the same stage with you, but I'm going to give it to you because, hey, you know what I mean? You got an undefeated team. It's just weird. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how I feel about it. I'd give it to Jaden Daniels this year. Ty, who are you thinking?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is the odds-on favorite right now at minus 1,400. So I'd say he's probably the lock.
Yeah,
I think I would also, if I had a vote on the committee, I'd probably pick him too. He's had an incredible season. That defense just has held that LSU team back.
Yeah, he can't play defense. That's the argument for him. but he threw 40 touchdowns and 4 picks. He also
4 picks, man.
He also is a
runner.
He's a runner. He's almost accounted for 6,000 yards.
I was like, how do you bet I got on the same stage with Penix and go, I'm going to give it to you, Penix. Why? Because you're good and your team's undefeated. No, he is good. I love Michael Penix. I think he's fantastic. I think Jaden Daniels is a better player.
The whole argument behind Bo Nix, too, is like, well, he has a 78% completion percentage. And say, if you watch Oregon this year, Nick Shuley talked about this all week last week when you're gone, Rod, but more than half of Oregon's passes are like at the line of scrimmage or
short passing game.
Yeah,
short passing game.
He's a lot of yak yards. They're trying to hurt Purdy with that right now for his MVP candidacy, but I believe his rate, at least his percentage of yak yards, are fewer than previous MVPs. But you're right, a lot of that is that Bo Nix offense. Yeah, or an Oregon offense, I should say.
Yeah, and it's shades of Lamar Jackson's year when he played at Louisville. Just kind of video game numbers.
What, Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
Yes. He's gotten some comparisons.
Is Lamar Jackson the last player to win it with like multiple losses and not really being on a team that's in the national spotlight?
3 or more losses.
I don't know how many losses they had that year, but I know they definitely had more than one.
Yeah. You're right about that. You usually don't win it when you have at least 3 losses, and that usually puts you out of the conversation, especially at quarterback. But Jaden Daniels' numbers is just freaky, man.
Well, and then it was like when Michael Vick was at Virginia Tech. You would watch Lamar Jackson, and you're like a video game. And Jaden Daniels is the same. I said 6,000. He accounted for right around 5,000 total yards running and throwing, and 50 touchdowns.
That's what I don't know how you don't, but they could just go with the traditional best player on the best team that's in the Heisman, and then you get Penix.
That would be Penix.
Statistically wise, it's a better year than Joe Burrow's Heisman year if you look at them side by side, which is arguably the best best statistical season by quarterback ever. So
between he and Vince Young in 2005, those are the two that stand out because not only did you put up those huge numbers, your team averaged 50 points a game, and you won huge games, right? You won big games, massive games.
And those Heisman moments. That's what Jaden Daniels is missing.
Yeah, that is.
No Heisman moments because nobody got a chance to watch him really.
Yeah, and they were all shootouts. So, speaking of video game, there was not a lot of defense played, and that's what Brian Kelly has to try to fix. Who would have thought that Brian Kelly would get to LSU and all of a sudden they'd have no defense?
You're right about that.
Now he has quarterback.
I mean, for years they didn't have an offense, and then Joe Burrow and Joe Brady come along, and now they got offense, but they don't have a defense. It's like, oh, come on, y'all get it at the same time. Y'all about to go on a dynastic run.
Well, and there's also this argument, and again, the voting goes regional, right? So could you split some regions? You know, there are those who believe Marvin Harrison's just simply the best player in college football, just the best player. Now, I don't think he's going to win it, but you know, he's going to be the highest draft pick, whether that matters. You know, he's going to go top 3.
Well, if you want to take a flyer on him right now, it's $10 to win 2,000. So,
and he needed another big moment in the Michigan game, right? If they had beaten Michigan, he had a big touchdown catch. I know he didn't play bad in Michigan; he played well, but either way, that's probably not going to happen for him. And you know, I think it's Jaden Daniels. I think y'all are right. I think the numbers just in this year, which, you know, just like the college football playoff, it's unlike any other year we've seen, or very few like it.
Yep.
You go with the guy who's got 5,000 total yards and 50 touchdowns in the SEC against good conference.
Exactly. Those numbers you say, you're like, how does he not win the Heisman? That's crazy.
Crazy. 149.2 passer rating. He also led the team in rushing touchdowns, 8.4 yards per rush.
You know who may have been the last 4-win team with a Heisman Trophy winner? For a lost team with a Heisman Trophy winner? It might be the Gators with Tim Tebow.
Oh, walks on water.
07.
Walks on water. St. Tebow.
Caleb Williams, they lost 3 games.
They
USC
did
last year.
You're right. Not even a finalist this year.
Yeah.
Won't play in the Holiday Bowl. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Rolls on.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take overdub. 5. Double tap.
Hook 'em Up rolls on. Hour 3 of our 5-hour Tuesday morning conversation. Chilly outside. Temperature's right at 40 degrees, but a little frost out there this morning, which is nice. It's going to be a beautiful day. Next couple days are about as good as it gets. Temperature's right around 70 degrees, sunny. Nice stuff. Nice stuff for early December. Climbing on towards Christmas, climbing on towards the new year, and certainly a lot going on in the realm of college football. NFL hitting its regular season apex here over the next few weeks with some big-time games, including the Cowboys and Eagles on Sunday night. First place on the line in the NFC East, safe to say. That's big, huge, big game.
That's huge.
And a must-win game for the Cowboys because if you're paying attention, the Eagles, part of the reason we saw them get flattened, I think, by the Niners on Sunday. Niners are damn good, especially when healthy, and juggernaut when healthy. But that was the end of this coming game with the Cowboys is kind of the end of their gauntlet, if you want to call it that, right? They had a stretch where they played Dallas, Buffalo, Kansas City, San Francisco, Dallas, over a 5-game period.
Yeah.
And they've gone 3-1, like as ugly as they looked on Sunday. So if they were to beat the Cowboys Sunday in Arlington, they'd be 4-1 in that 5-game gauntlet, which gives them a huge advantage. Also give them a 2-game cushion over the Cowboys in the division with both wins of the year. And the Cowboys are just starting their gauntlet that we've talked about, right? I mean, they beat Seattle the other night, survived that game, and now it's Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit over the next 4 weeks. And so, if you win this game, because I think you're right, Rod. I think if you're the Cowboys, and you're looking at that 5-game gauntlet. If you can go 4-1 or 3-1, 3-1 over the next 4. You're going to be in a real good place like the Eagles, because the Eagles lost, but they still went 3-1 against the Chiefs.
Yeah, they did.
The Cowboys the first time, and the Bills, all games that were very close, but they won 3 of those. That's what the Cowboys really have to do over the next month
met
stretch.
The toughest of those opponents in the last game in that stretch, where they had played, I believe that was their 3rd game in like 16 days or something like that. So they were just worn out.
They looked tired, and but the Niners were just, what a machine.
Oh, when the Niners are healthy, they're the best team in the NFL.
Oh, I may not be close. It really not.
I don't know if it is either.
And Purdy now, by the way, speaking of tie in the gambling numbers, Brock Purdy's moved into to the top spot for the MVP.
Well, and
he had a perfect passer rating the other day.
It's now a 3-way tie, actually.
With what, Dak, Brock, Purdy, and who else?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, okay.
Ooh, so Dak can
Sunday night's game's pretty big.
Yeah, Dak can separate from Jalen Hurts in that conversation with a win and a great performance. But yeah, Brock Purdy, it's just strange. I mean, I don't think anybody has really just kind of taken ownership of the MVP conversation. Remember, C.J. Stroud was in it for a while. C.J. Stroud still leading the NFL in passing yards for a rookie. So I think it is open to a guy like Brock Purdy potentially winning it. What hurts Brock Purdy, I think, is that there's so much there's so much props, and there's just so much I think preseason hype given to the 49ers because of Shano and because of the weapons and because of the skill talent. And it's not necessarily buzz about the QB. People think that the 49ers win in spite of the quarterback. That's the narrative that's hurting Brock Purdy.
Well, he on the road in a hostile environment where the Eagles are really good, he had a perfect pass.
No, remember, they don't – when the 49ers are down in the fourth quarter, or when they need a quarterback to go get them a game-winning drive – matter of fact, none of their quarterbacks have been able to do it. Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo, nobody because Shano's blueprint isn't built that way. They're built to be a front runner. And what you want to see from quarterbacks is what Dak's doing.
Yeah.
What you want to see from quarterbacks is what Jalen Hurts did the last 3 games prior to the one playing the 49ers, where he's down by double digits and finds a way to win in the fourth quarter and put together a game-winning drive. You don't see that from Brock Purdy. So I think eye test-wise, it does hurt his case a little bit. because you hadn't seen that moment from him. And I don't know if he has that in him. The 49ers don't need that. That's not how they operate.
Well, and you know, I'm not a Purdy. I'm not going to knock the guy.
Purdy
I
apologist.
think he's a really good player, and he makes some high-level throws. That's the one thing. Speaking of people talking about Bo Nix and the short passes, he completes vertical throws. He pushes the ball down the field with a high completion percentage, which is to be credited. But look, there's no question he's part of that whole system. Then, I mean, it's hard for me to call him the MVP because he's not the best player in his own team. Got the best player in his own offense.
Yeah, in the backfield. That's the best player in the backfield.
That's hard for me. And that's the juggernaut of the Niners. And I think anybody that knows football and is really just watching unbiased would tell you if that team stays healthy, because they look like when we're going, because I've seen them flatten Jacksonville this year. We saw them flatten beat the Cowboys. We saw them, they beat the Eagles and the Cowboys by 23 and 32 points. Yep. They can overwhelm you with talent because they've drafted well, developed well, and traded for Trent Williams and traded for Christian McCaffrey and added the right pieces. Now Chase Young, they ooze talent. They look like one of those 90s dynasty teams like the Cowboys, where it's just
pre-salary cap teams.
Yeah.
Like, how the hell you get all these dudes?
I mean, you're not supposed to have all those. And part of it is having Brock Purdy on a really low rookie contract.
And part of it's just front office savvy. Like how the hell they get Chase Young? You know what I mean? You got Randy Gregory.
Picking the pocket of bad organizations.
Yep.
You know, Carolina to get Christian McCaffrey and remember Carolina paid most of the big Christian McCaffrey dollars.
Yes, they did.
So they got the best running back in the league. They got a top tight end. They got the best left tackle. They've got two great receivers.
Nobody's got
great on defense.
More All-Pros and former All-Pros on their team than the 49ers.
And that's not even a knock on the Cowboys or the Eagles or the Lions. If they stay healthy, nobody can beat them. They're really not. The only thing can derail them, in my opinion, is health. If they stay and avoid a really critical big injury, I think they'll be in Vegas in a Super Bowl. But you talked about it, Ryan. You know, Kyle Shanahan's one of your good buddies, one of your best friends. This is his window. This is the year.
Yeah, they basically extended the window with Brock Purdy. They extended their window a little bit more, like you said. He's the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league, so they extended it a little bit. But all of those guys that they need to pay big money to,
it comes due.
Yeah, it comes due at one point, and I believe they're right on the cusp, right on the precipice of having to pay some of these guys. They got Hufanga on. He's hurt right now, the All-Pro safety, but he's going to be a guy that comes up. I don't know what Fred Warner's contract looks like, but hell, man, you can't keep him in Gridlaw forever. Yeah. Somebody's going to want to pay one of them dudes. And that D-line, but they're good on D-line because they keep stockpiling pass rushers. They always draft them, and they always acquire them.
I didn't even realize it.
Charles Omenihu?
Yeah, well,
he's gone.
Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City.
They brought it. They signed Randy Gregory when he got traded for him from Denver when they were going to cut him. They traded for Chase Young this year, and they have Cleveland Farrell, the former Clemson player, who remember when the Vegas Raiders took him in the top 5?
They just stockpiled him.
So he never lived up to being the 4th pick in the draft in Vegas, but he's a good player.
Yeah, he is.
Off that Clemson team that was so good back in the day. They're really good, and that's I'm not a Niner fan. I just watch football.
But
and
that's
think
what they
no
do
one
though.
Beat that team.
If somebody throws away a good D lineman or they don't like him, they will bring him in because Omenihu was with him.
Yeah,
like 2 years ago, because they were like, "Oh, this guy's a good pass rusher. We'll pick him up." They do that with all the teams around the league. You got a scrap heap pass rusher that's just a good D lineman. They'll pick him up, stockpile him with their group. That's what they do that with all their guys. So yeah, you be looking for where's that guy? That guy ends up on the 49ers. Yeah, he ended up on the 49ers. Well, they love your scrap heap D lineman.
You know Shannon better than anybody. You said it when it happened. When they added Christian McCaffrey, if they keep him healthy, because he has been an injury risk. That's the missing piece. That's the final piece because it makes them when you can hand him the ball going left behind Trent Williams and play action off of that with those receivers and all the creativity that Kyle Shanahan has. It is, and their defense is excellent too. So it's like you got to deal with both. And look, this is the Cowboys. This is the Cowboys' best team I've seen. This is a really good Cowboys team that's kind of coming in. Yeah,
that's why.
Because I do think Cowboys are one of the 3-4 best teams in the league, right there with the Niners. Eagles, Cowboys, Ravens. I think those are probably your 4 most complete football teams. Miami would like to join that conversation with Tua, but they still haven't beaten a really good team yet. That's an opportunity they'll have with the Cowboys coming up.
The Cowboys are in the same conversation.
Yeah, they are. They
haven't beaten a good team.
You know what's funny about that? Before we get to our top stories real fast, the Texans have beaten more good teams than the Cowboys have. Like for Texans fans at 7-5, the Texans have beaten Cincinnati with Joe Burrow when they were on a winning streak.
In
Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, who's a 7-5 team. They beat.
I didn't think about
Denver.
That.
Denver was the hottest team in the league at a 5-game win streak, and we're 6-5. Then the Texans own the problem for the Texans. They lost to Atlanta. They lost to Carolina. They lost, the games that they shouldn't have lost, or they have a better record. But they've beaten some pretty damn good teams this year. and with impressive wins. That's what the Cowboys have not done yet, but they do have the opportunity to do it starting this Sunday night.
Yeah, and that can
Again,
separate that MVP conversation.
The records of their next 4 opponents are, 10-2, 6-6, 9-3, 9-3.
They had to go on the road and to that Buffalo game.
Yeah, the 6-6 Bills. And I think in Buffalo in December, that's
Miami,
better than the 6-16.
Miami's not a hard place to play, I don't think, but it could be.
Yeah.
They're a hard team to play against because of the style of play, but I don't know if they got an intimidating road environment in Miami, do they?
Yeah. In Miami, no, not really.
I don't think so, right?
They're in the club. They're back in the club.
Just to Miami, just the people that go to games.
The problem with going to Miami is you got to keep your players off of South Beach.
That is probably the distraction. There you go. That's
it's right
the
around
real
Christmas,
issue.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah. It's warm outside, the beach. That's what you got to worry about.
After playing in Buffalo the week before.
There's a lot of good-looking people in Miami. Even the homeless women are attractive.
Is that right?
Nice.
I was there last January. You're right about
There's
that.
some good-looking people in Miami.
Let's get to the headlines, trending topics. Top Gun Rentals and Lonaquin bring you the top stories and start with Texas football. Longhorns, we know the busy stretch begins now. Longhorns a month out to their national semifinal game in the Sugar Bowl with the Washington Huskies. But between now and then, Longhorns coaches have to deal over the next couple of weeks with a lot going on. The players are going to finish up their academic semester, get a couple of weeks off. Texas coaches will be navigating the transfer portal and recruiting with the early signing window opening on the 20th. At least one Texas assistant is going to be handling more than that. Co-defensive coordinator, linebackers coach Jeff Choate, officially introduced as the head coach of the Nevada Wolfpack yesterday. He's going to take over that program in Reno, but does say he plans to split his duties between Nevada and Texas for the next month. Believes he owes it to Steve Sarkisian, these players, and the Longhorns to finish what they started.
And it's not really about me. It's about providing consistency for the players on the defensive side of the ball so that when we go into install meetings or we go to practice, the rhythm of their day is the same. And so the balancing act is really going to be once we start bowl practices. The good news is I'll pretty much be here rocking and rolling until the 15th. We're not practicing until the 15th. And so I think it'll be there's going to be some long days. But I think the right thing to do is to provide consistency and stability for the guys in the program there and finish the mission.
Good for him. And, of course, the transfer portal did open yesterday. Flurry of activity across the country. That included a pair of Texas defensive backs into the portal. According to Inside Texas safety Jalen Catalon has entered his name into the portal. Of course, came in from Arkansas this past offseason. Redshirt freshman defensive back Xavion Bryce also into the portal. Biggest name across the country into the portal yesterday came from Columbus. Ohio State starting QB Kyle McCord. He was one of 11 Buckeyes to enter their name into the portal yesterday. Slew of players from Columbus. Junior will be one of the hottest prospects in the quarterback market. He joins Oklahoma's Dylan Gabriel, Duke's Riley Leonard, Washington State's Cam Ward, UCLA's Dante Moore, Oregon State's DJ Uiagalelei, and K-State's Will Howard, all in the portal already. Heisman Trophy finalists announced yesterday. We mentioned 3 quarterbacks and a wide receiver headed to New York for the presentation of college football's Player of the Year. LSU's Jaden Daniels, Oregon's Bo Nix, Washington's Michael Penix, along with Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. Shocker on Monday Night Football last night to wrap up Week 13. Jacksonville at home lost to the Bengals in overtime, 34-31. Bengals did it with their backup quarterback Jake Browning leading the way. He had a huge game. A bigger concern now for Jacksonville, though, the health of their starting quarterback Trevor Lawrence. He suffered a right ankle injury late in the game. Will be reevaluated today. Looked pretty severe. NBA, the league's first ever in-season tournament, saw its first 2 knockout games last night. Indiana Pacers sent Boston home with a 122-112 win. New Orleans topped Sacramento by 10 as well. Both victors now head to Vegas for the Thursday semifinal games. Remainder of the semifinal bracket will be determined tonight with the East top seed Milwaukee facing the Knicks. Out west, it'll be Phoenix traveling to LA to face the Lakers.
Shout out to my man CB who did send us all the Heisman Trophy winners with 3 losses. 2016 Lamar Jackson, Louisville. He was the last one. 2016 Lamar Jackson. Then 2011 Robert Griffin III. Tim Tebow, of course. In 2007 Ricky Williams. 1998. 87 Tim Brown, 85 Bo Jackson, and then 81 Marcus Allen. And then George Rogers in the 1980 as well. So before that, you go Jim Plunkett, Ernie Davis, Vic Janowitz in 1950. So there have been quite a few that have won the Heisman with 3 losses.
Vic Janowitz. How did I miss? That's an Ohio State player.
That's old school right there. So, yeah, I mean, there have been more guys who have won it with three or more losses than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously his year would be a lot like Lamar Jackson's.
Yeah,
just spectacular and can't overlook it.
Even kind of like, I mean, Tim Tebow had freaky crazy stats, right? That's why he
all
won
the touchdowns
it.
running.
Yes, if you're going to win it with 3 losses, freaky crazy stats, or you're playing a position that is not quarterback.
Or you're Ricky Williams and you run to the record book with the all-time rushing league.
Yeah. So it's going to be something freaky statistically is how you're going to win it. And he is freaky statistically.
Yeah.
50-some, total touchdowns. That's wild, man.
Hey, props to, I want your thoughts on, I know not the first coach to do it, but I love the message from Jeff Choate right there that he owes it to these Texas players to keep it consistent. Sark did it when he was coaching Alabama and still trying to build what he was doing at Texas, taking over. It's the right thing to do.
Finish the mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it actually is a very positive message, and I'm glad that he's thinking about the players first. Like, I don't want to disrupt too much of their stuff. My life is going to be hell, basically, is what he said, for about 2 weeks or so, because he's basically going to be working a double shift and doing 2 jobs at the same time. But he knows it's worth it because these young guys, this opportunity is so rare that they're going to get. And as you pointed out yesterday, until the time comes where they have to, obviously be a part of the college football playoff festivities, and then, everything's going to be crazy and wild, you want to keep them as regimented as possible and on as much of the same schedule and routine as possible. Almost, impossible when you think about, school and finals, and then, obviously the holidays coming up. So it's already going to be thrown into a lot of chaos, and I don't think he wants to contribute to the chaos. It's going to be a lot of
and there is, right, and
recruiting and transfer portal.
Again, it's good that Sark has experience with this, right, having done it as an assistant coach, understanding not the coaching thing, but just dealing with everything that comes with being in the semifinal, being in a college football playoff.
He knows,
and how you build the schedule, because it's a balancing act. And the coaches, you're already seeing the pictures of the Texas staff. I saw Jeff Banks in with a recruit in home. That's what the coaches are doing. Players, and you really want to encourage the players. They had a banquet where they honored all their championships and best players, and that I'm sure that was a blast for the players only. Now you really kind of want the players to decompress a little bit, Rod. You don't want them to lose their intensity, but you want them to get off their feet a little bit, work out, stay in the weight room, but let your bodies heal.
That's the main thing.
It's been a grind of a 12-game, 13-game season. You had 1 bye week in there, but let bodies heal, get your grades in, get your final work done for the academic year, and then it's a line you got to walk, and you want to be able to ramp it right back up. And Sark even said yesterday, you don't want to install the game plan for Washington too early, and then it becomes mundane.
Yeah, you want the guys to approach it with excitement.
Yes.
And anticipation. So, I think they'll probably wait 2 weeks, because you can take this time actually and work on some fundamentals. You can actually, because you got a little bit of time, takes you work on the deep ball defense.
Well, remember Sark indicated he'll treat it just like the bye week, where a lot of young guys got a lot of reps during the bye week, and the veterans players, the starters, kind of got off their feet a little bit. Let them get fresh.
Reps. Yeah.
And then you come back the next week, however you line up the dates, and then that's when the install goes in, and that's when you really start ramping up the intensity. And you want to, obviously, your ultimate goal is to hit the field January 1st at 5 o'clock that night, peaking, with the peak intensity, and reach that back. That'll obviously be the focus of Washington as well, and that's what the matchups seem even. There has been some matchups in the Final Four where they didn't seem even, and we've seen some blowouts. But in this case, with the coaches, with the talent, I think that's what we got last year with TCU and Michigan, with the Ohio State Georgia game. Really talented teams, really good coaches, a month to prepare, bodies to get healthy, and to be really on point. I mean, both of those games were just spectacular. And I did hear a lot of people, including Stephen A. Smith and others, saying TCU, using TCU as an example for Florida State. TCU got in, I thought, rightfully last. They got in as a 3 seed, and they beat Michigan. They earned their spot.
So they proved the committee right.
Yeah. You can't use them as the Florida State example, I don't believe.
They proved the committee right.
They beat Michigan. And
they had a starting quarterback.
And look, did they get devoured by, a week later by Georgia with a team that, remember, Georgia damn near lost to Ohio State. They saw their season flash, and they were superior talent-wise, but it's hard for me. And I'm not, TCU, Florida State, they wouldn't have won a game if they got in.
Yeah.
I don't believe. Now, again, that's my speculation. That's why the people arguing for them to be in have an argument that you can't predetermine that, y'all. You can win games with defense. They could get out there with Michigan and throw those athletes around, keep it close, find a way. I don't think that would happen, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, you can make that argument. I think that ultimately, if the way you're looking at it, and I think the committee got it right this time, and people don't like when you say this, but this is a television show and a
Yeah,
television
that's right.
product, and they're just trying to find the best product they can put out there for TV. And like I said, I know you can make the argument that what Florida State played defense and great special teams and found a way to win the game. You can't, because there are 3 phases, and you can play really great in 2 of the 3. And who knows, the third string backup quarterback may play really well with extra time to practice. But when they're trying to predict this, but you can still make the argument that wouldn't have been the best television show. And I know you don't want to hear that, but that is part of what this committee is tasked with accomplishing, is finding what's the best television product.
Yeah.
That college football fans are going to enjoy and they're going to be excited about. And this is it. The Florida State one, they wouldn't have been as excited. You know that's true. And I know you don't want me to say it like that because that's against the meritocracy and it goes against kind of the sanctity of college football. But we're in a different era. And this is about television eyeballs, and this is about advertising dollars and ratings, and this gonna get way higher ratings than anything thrown out there with Florida State and their backup quarterback. It's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
So-
And because of that, it's not unfair or wrong to say that Florida State got screwed. I mean,
Yes.
they took the screws,
Yes.
man.
Because I'd rather watch Bama and Nick Saban and the GOAT and what they're going to offer than Florida State.
Yeah.
That's what it came down to. Or if you want to put Texas there, then you'd rather take Texas
Yeah.
in that television product over Florida State. That's why they lose out, man, and it sucks. It does.
Yeah.
It's unfair. It's not fair at all.
And, I mean, a lot of people have talked about the fix being in with ESPN. ESPN starting next year will own the SEC. And,
Hey, man. Once again,
Fox
that's
owns the Big
that's
Ten.
your TV product. So I'm not against the conspiracy theory. I'll give them the grassy knoll with anybody, but I don't know if that's a conspiracy theory. I think that's just good business.
Yeah.
Why are we going to put on a subpar product if we don't have to?
Well, and again, I heard a lot of people mentioning Cardale Jones. We talked about that through yesterday. I mean, Cardale Jones, if the kid for Florida State had come in against Florida the week previous and then, against Louisville and looked really good.
Look like an NFL draft pick?
And looked dynamic like Cardale Jones did. But Cardale Jones made his debut at the end of the Michigan game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right
then,
for the big title.
And then in the Big Ten
title.
championship
Yep.
game. And in the Big Ten championship game, he was record-setting.
Killing it.
So that went into the evaluation. You can't use Cardale Jones as an example and then not cite that information.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Because, again, the TV show. Cardale Jones went into the Big Ten championship game and put on a show. And it was because, remember, it was JT
Barrett.
JT Barrett,
Yep.
who remember that was the third quarterback because it was Braxton Miller to start the year. He got hurt.
Tom Herman,
JT
the
Barrett
OC.
came in. Tom Herman's the OC, but it had Zeke Elliott as the bell cow.
Yeah.
But when Cardale Jones came in, the offense became more dynamic than it was.
It was weird. It was crazy.
Because the deep passing game came in because he could throw it a mile. And so the committee looked at it and said, damn.
They're just as good.
They're just as good, maybe better. You couldn't watch Florida State play without Jordan Travis and make that same claim.
No way.
You could not.
Mm.
So that's that you can't use Cardale Jones, a third-string quarterback. No, a third-string quarterback who made his team more dynamic. You improve the team if you're trying to get the best 4 teams. So, again, you could
13 Wisconsin that year in the Big Ten title game and beat them 59-0.
Yeah.
With Cardale Jones. 59-0. They were there with 13. That was a top 15 matchup.
And as if you didn't watch the game, it was mostly unwatchable. Florida State beat Louisville 16-6 and had 55 passing yards.
Yeah,
And won it with their defense.
Yeah, Cordell Jones had basically 3 games and made himself a 4th-round pick.
Yes, he did.
In 3.
Thank you, Tom Herman. Because he was the one famous for saying at Ohio State, we don't play school.
They don't play school.
We don't play no
man.
school.
We don't play no school around here, man. We play ball around here.
And then props to Tom Herman because he was there when he graduated. Because
that's
Cardale
great.
Jones came all the way back and got a degree.
Yeah, he did.
Which is pretty awesome.
He was a funny dude, actually. He had a
hilarious.
great personality. Man. He was a
Hilarious.
funny dude, actually.
Well, and that was Urban Meyer. I mean, that team was so talented.
They were
that
loaded.
team was so talented with Zeke Elliott.
Third string quarterback,
Yeah.
You wanted that. But see, Texas has, I'm not saying Texas has Cordell Jones, but you do have the luxury. If Texas third string quarterback if Texas was down to their third string quarterback and then they were in the same position as Florida State, if Arch Manning would have went out there and balled out, Texas still would have made it because they'd have been like, it's a Manning.
Yeah.
And he's balling now. We'll take it.
Possibly.
You
Because
know what I mean?
said if Quinn Ewers was injured. Look, if Quinn Ewers was hurt, Texas wouldn't be in.
Well, I'm saying they were in Florida State position. They were like going undefeated.
Undefeated.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, 'cause
if they're in the Florida State position, you're right. They're in Texas position. No, if they were undefeated and they had their third string quarterback, if that third string quarterback was Arch Manning and he actually played pretty well, they let him in because it's a different conversation.
Yeah, undefeated.
Yeah,
because
he's a Manning.
Hello, TV show.
Yeah.
TV show.
TV show.
All right, we'll pick it up on the other side. It's and Rod will take us behind the BOC. He's done some early deep dive look at Washington, the Huskies, what they're all about. We got to see them last year, but a year better under Kalen DeBoer. Also, a round of off the record before the end of the hour. Let's hook him up with Ian Rod B. All right, little At the Turn presented by Callahan's. And be looking, as we said earlier, for that video out today on all our digital platforms of our course of the month, our December golf course of the month, Grey Rock Golf Club out there south on Mopac, headed down towards 1826. Great spot, great people. Talked to the pro, played a few holes with our buddy Omar Uresti. They've done the complete reno there. They shut it down in the summer and came back online in November. Greens are larger and looking great. The tee boxes are flat, leveled out and looking awesome. And then, of course, they did a bunch of sand bunker work as well, and looks phenomenal. A municipal course, but plays like at times when the weather's good and everything's in good shape, plays like a country club. It's still an awesome place at Grey Rock. Be looking for that, and looking forward to talking about them throughout the course of the month of December. We'll have a new course every single month, brought to you by Callahan's General Store to keep your yard in golf course condition. Do it at Callahan's. Coming out of the Hero World Challenge won by Scotty Scheffler, Rod, you know what the big conversation in golf is right this second?
What is that?
Is Jon Rahm headed to the LIV Tour. There are reports that Jon Rahm is about to accept a $600 million deal to join the LIV Tour. And
wow.
Yeah. Jordan Spieth was asked about it this weekend in the Bahamas and had a pretty contrite 5-word answer and said, I really hope he stays with us. So it's us versus them, essentially, with the PGA and with LIV. Jon Rahm, the Spaniard, of course, but won the Masters last year. There is chatter about that in the LIV Tour and its future and everything that's going on there. So keep an eye on that, because right now, because now it's time to vote for Player of the Year in golf, and Jon Rahm's up there. Scotty Scheffler is up there. So we'll keep an eye on Jon Rahm. Scotty Scheffler off to a great start. He won that Hero World Challenge. So a little At the Turn, Rod. We're 9 holes in. We got 9 holes to go. We'll 5 hours, our conversation every single morning. We appreciate our friends at Callahan's General Store for bringing it to you. Look for that golf course of the month, Grey Rock.
At the Turn is presented by Callahan's General Store, helping to keep your yard in golf course condition year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's get into this Washington matchup a little bit. Got a chance to watch Washington. I've been watching Washington all season long, actually. It's one of my favorite offenses to watch. I'd venture to say that it's probably one of Sark's favorite offenses, too, not only because he used to coach at Washington, because of the vertical threat. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was my man Cedric Golden was asking Sark a question. And I believe it was in regards to, I believe, I'm not mistaken, it was in regards to when they were playing like BYU or something, and they were talking about his time there as a coach, and they started talking about like LaVale Edwards and the offenses and stuff, and he brought up, I don't know if it was said or if it was Sark who brought up Don Coryell. And he just started kind of rambling about Don Coryell, and then got himself back on track. He got sidetracked talking about Don Coryell.
He grew up watching Don Coryell.
Yeah, you could tell that he's a Don Coryell fan. I bet football theorist, if I asked Sark, hey, Sark, do you think that Washington offense reminds you of a Don Coryell offense? He'd probably go, hell yeah. And he probably started rambling on about Don Coryell offenses and the Washington offense. The reason I know he's a Don Coryell fan, this is because he's a West Coast guy. But his offense actually is Coryell-ish too. Remember, when Sark first got here, one of our big complaints was he throws too many deep balls, too many frivolous deep shots downfield. He loves the deep ball. And what did Sark say when he kept being criticized and being antagonized about the deep ball? He kept saying, "We're gonna throw it. We're gonna throw the deep ball. It's a big part of our offense. All right, we have to throw the deep ball and we have to make it work." He said that offseason after offseason. He's only been to 3 offseasons and said it both offseasons when he was being asked about it. And we have recognized, or at least I've recognized, and I think you guys have as well, and that he's accepted the reality they're just not good at it. And he's not going to chase deep balls, even though it is something that is close to his heart as a play caller and as an offensive mind. It's close to his heart, and I do think it's part of his DNA. But he realized chasing those deep balls, especially on first down, and half of Texas deep balls came on first down, that put you behind the chains when you didn't connect on them. And even though you're trying to inflict this psychological damage on your opponent by making them operate from a state of fear constantly of that deep ball, you're actually doing more self-harm because you're putting yourself behind the chains and you ain't got Bijan and Rojo to bail you out in 2nd and 10. And then you end up in 3rd and long, and we all know that's when Quinn Ewers is actually at his worst, is when he's, and that's, by the way, that's all quarterbacks, when they're in 3rd and long predictable passing situations where his only pick come from in his best game ever as a Longhorn, maybe his best game ever as a football player for Oklahoma State, 3rd and long. I remember, and I said it before the snap. I was on the in-game live watching it, and I was like, 3rd and long. He's going to be bad here in 3rd and long.
Yep.
And he threw a pick on 3rd and long. And it was inexplicable. He was like, did you not see that guy? He's a different quarterback on 3rd and long. That's why he's coming back to school.
Yeah.
So he can work on, because the NFL scouts go, dude, I need 3rd and long, you to be a different quarterback. The 3rd and long, you go from being elite prospect to being the average Joe on 3rd and long. And that's about going deeper into your progressions and getting through your progressions quicker. And that's why he's coming back to school. And by the way, he'll take care of that and he'll be fine. But getting back to it, this Washington offense, it is very Coryell-ish. And I think Sark, deep down in his heart, he wants an offense like Washington's offense, where he can just take deep shot to deep shot, and it doesn't hurt his offense because his quarterback is so damn good at it, and he's got a great complement of wide receivers that are elite when it comes to their ability to make plays on the football downfield. And that's why that's what Texas got to defend, right? This is the big issue for them in this game, guys, is their ability to defend the deep ball. It is the most sophisticated passing offense they're going to see all year. It is the best quarterback they've seen all year, and the second best quarterback was Dylan Gabriel, and the second most sophisticated passing offense was Dylan Gabriel's offense there at the Ventura, Oklahoma, and that's the only loss for Texas. So my one fear factor in this game for Texas, and it's the only one. I think Texas matches up well with Washington actually in almost every other matchup and across the board. But the biggest fear factor for me, how do they defend those deep passes? 100 attempts, 100 attempts of 20-plus yards or more down the field. That's how many attempts they've gotten of deep balls this season. That is the most in the Power 5. They throw the most 15-plus yard throws down the field of any team in college football. He's got 14 touchdowns of 20-plus yards on the season. By the way, that's tied for 3rd in the FBS. You know who he's tied with? Jalen Milroe. Think about this, though. We said this after the Alabama game. Even though Jalen Milroe got benched and didn't look like an elite starting quarterback, what did we say? Man, he actually has a pretty deep ball. And what did he complete against Texas?
Over the top.
Some deep, yes. Few deep balls. Oh, that was the only thing that really worked for him.
Getting receivers locked up on safeties.
Yes.
And hitting them over the top. He also threw the interceptions.
Threw the interception.
Backbreakers for them.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll say this too. Penix will throw you a couple.
That's right.
He's got 9 picks. He's got 33 touchdowns, so he's a spectacular quarterback. But he's got 9 interceptions and should have more. He throws the ball with such velocity. DBs like myself with bad hands just drop him. I've seen that watching film.
Coming in hot.
Yes, because he trusts his arm so much, and he should. Because he makes NFL throws. They throw deep out cuts. You know, sometimes we talk about Quinn Ewers throwing those deep 20-yard curl routes. And usually as a DB, I don't have to defend that at the college level because how many quarterbacks can throw that? 1 to 2% of the quarterbacks in college football can throw a 20-yard out or a 20-yard curl? He can do it.
Yeah.
And Quinn can do it. But he can do it. I've seen they love the deep out cut. They'll throw it. And he trusts his arm. He trusts his arm, I think a little too much actually. And he trusts his receivers. So he will throw you a couple. Just because he's like, my guy's one-on-one, I'm throwing it. I'm giving my guy a shot. And he'll just throw it to give his guy a shot and trust that his receiver, being veterans, because they got 3 NFL-caliber receivers, in my opinion, that he'll either break it up or he'll just go make a play on the ball. That the DB won't have a chance to make a play on it. But every now and then they do. So my big thing here is, can Texas defend the deep ball? If they can defend the deep ball, that makes Michael Penix Jr. and that offense a whole lot less dangerous and lethal. Because they don't like throwing intermediate passes, actually. That if you look at his passing chart, they throw the fewest intermediate passes of any of the levels of the field. They throw the 0 to 9 yards, that level of the field. The most 34% of Penix's passes there. But then the second highest rate, deep balls.
Deep ball.
Deep ball.
Yeah, they're going to stretch
deep.
the field.
They're
going to stress your safeties, and that's been a challenge. What about Derek Williams and his suspension that will be appealed? That's something to watch there for the Longhorns, and it's a DB's game for sure, and pressure.
It is.
Pressure.
pressure is probably going to be more important than the DBs because I think the DBs are what they are.
Yeah.
So I don't expect them to, drink Red Bull and grow wings overnight and start and become elite cover guys. They're all getting better. But guys, we saw even versus Oklahoma State. Hey, when Texas wanted to come up and challenge them, the Texas DBs, you can get behind them and you can make some plays on them. And this is the best group of wide receivers that they will have seen all year. I don't know if Texas has seen a group of wide receivers this good since they played Washington.
Last year. And 27 points was the number, and they, their offense wasn't great in that game. Real quick on a breaking news piece of information in the transfer portal, but according to Burnt Orange Nation and a couple other Longhorn-centric sites,
another one?
The Longhorns have offered Purdue transfer wide receiver Deion Burks.
We can talk about that because I watched film on Deion Burks. I went and watched some film on him and did a talking ball on Texas video with my man Jerry Hamilton. And we talked about that. There's two receivers that Texas apparently is really interested in. Juice Wells
from South Carolina, all SEC player.
And Deion Burks.
Deion Burks. When you look at his bio, he looks a lot like Xavier Worthy. He's 5'11", 190. He's a track guy. Runs the 200 meters. He's out of Michigan. Speed and quickness. He's not the biggest guy, but can really run. Yep, and Sark's got a type at wide receiver. He doesn't mind you being small-ish or slight-ish as long as you can be a speed demon. And Deion Burks is that. So we can get into that because I do want to talk about that a little bit because the transfer portal, it's lit. Got heated up yesterday, and the Longhorns, I think they're going to be very picky in the portal because they can afford to be. But some positions are going to be just key for them in terms of, and I think receiver is probably going to be the biggest priority for them in the portal. And by the way, in the portal, receiver is one of those positions you can get quality. In the portal. You can't get every position of good quality in the portal. Receiver, you can actually, there are a lot of good receivers in the portal. I think it's the deepest position in football at any level. But getting back to Washington and Penix, this is kind of our just preliminary breakdown here. We'll be getting deeper and deeper into the X's and O's as I watch more film. But there's no doubt, deep ball, that's what they want to do. That's what they major in, and they're probably the best in college football at it. And they've been working together. This group of wide receivers, they got 3,000-yard wide receivers. Right now it's Odunze. He's their top guy. He's a first-day draft guy, period. And he's an NFL wide receiver if I've ever seen one. He's the real deal. They got Polk as well. McMillan is the other wide receiver. At one point in their careers, all these guys have been 1,000-yard wide receivers. Here are the points where I've seen Penix struggle. And it's the number one, he will throw you a couple because he's overconfident, in my opinion, in his arm and in his receivers that he's throwing to. So he has no fear and there's no indecision. He'll just let that thing go. And sometimes you're like, that guy wasn't necessarily open. That was a window. That was a really small window. He thinks he can get it there. And he can physically. But I think he, like I said, takes a little too many chances with that golden arm of his. Interior pressure. Now, it works against any quarterback, but particularly a quarterback like Penix who wants to be a pocket passing quarterback. He takes a little while to get to those deep throws. It's the average time to throw in a deep ball is over 3 seconds. So you got time. If he's going to throw that, let's think about the deep ball for them. They'll throw the deep ball early and often, but you got time to get home. You got time to get pressure. You got time to move him off of his spot, force him outside the pocket or force him on the move. And anytime you've seen him look erratic, and it's not very often in college football, he's looked erratic. That's why he's in the Heisman conversation. Interior pressure is one of the common denominators. Getting right up the gut. And Texas can do that with the blitz, but they also can do it with Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat, how deep they are at D-tackle. Now, I have a feeling, Edith, they're going to slide protection, try to take away that organic pressure from Texas, which means they want to force that interior pressure, probably with blitzes. From the second level with Anthony Hill, or guys like Jalen Ford. Hell, you can even throw in Mo Blackwell into that group too. I think that's going to be big for Texas. How often can they get interior pressure? And I don't think you're going to be able to get it organically, consistently that way. Also, I'll throw this out there too. When I've seen Penix struggle, he's trying to process a different pre-snap look than the post-snap look. So teams that use a lot of pre-snap disguise and rotate their safeties and move their back seven around, you'll see him hold on to the ball longer, trying to process exactly what he's identified post-snap. I think that's going to be key with a veteran quarterback like him with veteran receivers. You got to make him see something different pre-snap and post-snap. Hold on to the ball just a little bit longer. And I was surprised by this. Their receivers, you got to challenge them. You got to go up and challenge them. You can't just allow them to have easy free releases every time. Just makes their job too easy. And these are NFL wide receivers. If you go up and press,
Now, if you get up in press, they're going to challenge you, and you're going to get beat every now and then just because there's 3 NFL caliber wide receivers, and that's just the reality of it. But if you can disrupt the timing of the route, I have seen that it helps you get home. It helps you translate those pressures into sacks. So Texas, yeah, they're going to have to get up and press some. They've been doing it more against Tech. They did it more against Oklahoma State, but different caliber receivers they're going up against. So I know they may be a little bit reluctant to do it, but they got to come up and press situationally every now and then, especially on the wide side. Take that wide side read away from him and enforce him to operate within a box. You can play on the wide side, I think, a little confidently because all those throws, even though he's got the arm, they're way tougher throws for him if he's going to throw a deep out to the wide side of the field or a comeback on the wide side of the field. So I think situationally, I think Texas can play some press because I think they're going to have to so they can get home.
We'll come back. When we do, we go off the record. Some stories from around the landscape you haven't heard that you need to hear because they'll be talked about. It took them up with Ian Rod B. Coming up in our next hour, we'll pick up the football conversation, including Jerry Jones' first comments on the Cowboys losing out to the Eagles for the services of one Shaq Leonard, the linebacker.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I
Get
saw
the
that.
details on that. But can I mention, Rod, you are a proud girl dad now. Proud girl dad.
Yes, sir.
I am one as well for 22 years now, 21 and a half years.
That's right.
But how about this? It's like spreading through the sports world now. Dak Prescott's going to be a girl dad. Luka Doncic over the weekend
Luka? I didn't
became
realize
a girl
that.
dad.
Oh, nice. Congrats to Luka.
And
That's
now
pretty
Baker Mayfield. Baker, touchdown maker, who no longer lives in the Cleveland football stadium with his wife, Emily. She is also with child, and they have announced it is a girl.
Oh, nice.
Girl dads all over the landscape here, Rod.
I like that. It's pretty good.
Girl dad. You'll love it. You'll love
That's
it.
fantastic.
You'll love it.
Yeah,
You know what I
congrats
mean?
to Luka. I didn't realize that. Usually there's a bump in performance when someone has their
I told
kid.
you
Great athlete.
that's something I look for when I'm making my picks.
Is it really?
Any key players on the team had a child or are with child. I told you Fred
Yeah.
VanVleet, they won the championship that year, and I think it was because he had a kid during the playoff run.
Yeah, they play
big
inspired.
Dak energy. Dak energy right now.
They play inspired, man. They do.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. Well,
All right.
Dak's definitely playing inspired right now.
Well, so are you, Rod. Rod's playing inspired this morning and every morning here
Yeah,
on Hook 'em Up with
appreciate
Ian Rod B. All right, what do you have for off the record, Rod B?
So I didn't realize this, but apparently Nick Saban's phone number was leaked to the public.
Georgia fans.
And apparently it's Florida State fans that were upset that they made it into the playoff and not Florida State. Tide Illustrated says Nick Saban famously doesn't deliver emails. However, the head coach will answer his phone. Unfortunately, he spent much of Sunday fielding complaints from anonymous callers upset over Alabama's inclusion in the college football playoff. Quote, this is from Nick Saban, I've had probably over 250 anonymous callers today calling me every name in the book, talking about how we shouldn't be in the playoffs. Saban told his players during Alabama's awards banquet Sunday. He said, so we still have naysayers out there. We still have players who don't believe. We still have players who don't believe in us.
Nice.
There you go.
Hey,
So Nick Saban's that's crazy that his phone number got leaked like that. He said most of these people are from Florida. Nick Saban said.
Florida man calling.
He drew a laugh. He said, I don't know how in the hell they got my number, but now it's out there. So Nick Saban's got to change his phone number. And yes, apparently it is Florida folks out there, Florida State people, I'm assuming, Seminole fans, and they're crank calling Nick Saban.
All right, so a YouTuber named Trevor Jacob, who's a former Olympic snowboarder, Rod, he has been sentenced to 6 months in federal prison for obstruction of justice. He's a YouTuber, right? So you got to push the clicks, you got to push your views.
Got to push it, man.
He went to the length of crashing his single-engine propeller plane.
He crashed
it, filmed the whole thing.
He jumped out of it.
Jumped out of the plane.
Come on, dude.
Bigger problem is he took a couple days and it got reported to the NTSB.
Oh.
And then they told him, we'll leave
come
it
on.
where it is because we have to investigate this. And he took a helicopter and removed all the wreckage. They didn't want to.
Yeah, too late. Did you have social media? Isn't it out there on social media already?
Yeah.
Put it on YouTube,
Well,
man.
he did it
Come
and
on.
staged it, and it didn't come out for like a month later. He then used a helicopter to lift the wreckage out of the Los Padres National Forest
This guy.
on December the 10th.
Come on,
dismantled it and disposed of it. That's what he's going to jail for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say you deserve to go to jail, man.
How does this
Faking
guy have
plane
this
crashes?
much money to be renting helicopters?
I don't know,
to-
Ty. I was thinking the same thing. That seems very costly, but I guess he has a lot of YouTube hits and people like watching his stuff. And he's just creating his own movie. Essentially, he's like doing his own. Like he's taking what Tom Cruise does on Mission Impossible. He's just doing it himself. Get some GoPros and put this thing together. Crash my own airplane.
I don't know.
But the Ty's question of the budget: How much is it? How much does a single-engine airplane cost that you're going to crash?
That you're going to crash. That you intentionally know you're going to crash.
And then the helicopter to remove the wreckage.
Yeah.
This guy's got some cash.
How many views did he get? Was it worth it? How many views did
I
he end
saw
up
it.
getting?
I saw it months
You saw
ago.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe he got the views that he
He
wanted.
said the experience has been a very humbling one.
I hope it was worth it, man. Damn, now you're going to jail. Is he going to one of those minimum security
6
jails,
months.
though?
Maximum sentence was 20 years. He could have gone for 20 years.
Yeah. Oh, well, you got to use that cash on a good lawyer, man.
Can you imagine him going to the prison and telling the other guys, "Hey, what'd you do?"
Hey, they probably know him already. They watch YouTube in prison. They do.
You
They
know, you
probably
might have
exactly
seen it.
who
They
he
crashed
is.
my airplane.
They knew exactly who that dude is.
Crashed my airplane.
Man.
Yeah. That's what we're doing
Come
these
on,
days.
dude.
I love
know.
it. I like
All
the
for
creativity.
views.
All for the clicks, baby.
You got an economy just built on doing stupid stuff so you can get views and people can watch it.
Yeah.
Content creation.
Hey, we'll be
God
back.
bless you.
Content creation is a phrase we should all learn at this point. Content. It's all about the content.
Damn right it is.
Tell the 14 playoff that's all about the content. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Oh, man, a lot of hot stories out there right now, including the transfer portal. Coaching carousel continues a little bit around college football. Jeff Choate taking the Nevada job. Willie Fritz, the new coach at Houston now, U of H. Gets starting to settle down a little bit in the state of Texas. Jeff Traylor going to stick and stay.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that.
Me too. I
think we all thought, Jeff Traylor was.
Turns out that $7 million buyout might have been the impediment.
That's a smart move by their administration then.
Yeah,
if they thought he's going to be a hot name and a fast riser, then give him a big buyout. That'll make him less attractive. He'll be forced to stay there and build. I do want to see Jeff Traylor at UTSA without Frank Harris, though. I think he's a hell of a coach. So I think he'll be fine. But I haven't seen him. as a college coach without Frank Harris.
I think you will, but
And
you're right.
It's easy. It's much easier. We've been talking about quarterback all day. We were talking about the NFL, who
Heisman.
Trevor Lawrence is going to be he's getting hurt. So the Jaguars, I think, are going to be the 15th team to play a backup quarterback this season. We just talked about Florida State. Because they had a third-string quarterback in there, they missed the college football playoff because people understand how important the quarterback position is. So, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. It's been a huge advantage for him to have a veteran quarterback. And what was Frank Harris, like 6th, 7th year?
Yeah.
6, 7 year guy, something like that?
Yeah.
Now, having a freshman come in, even if he is of the skill level, will he be of the leadership caliber?
That's right, because those guys are very important. And you can say similar about Kalen DeBoer at Washington.
Totally agree.
With Michael Penix. I mean, he kind of rode him to the job in Indiana, and then from Indiana to Washington, and then brought him over there, and he's been great for the last couple of years with the Huskies program. So, yeah, for sure. But it's going to be big, and now the portal is open. And I mentioned, speaking of the quarterbacks, Rod, I mean, the numbers are in there. You know, Kyle McCord, the quarterback from Ohio State's the biggest name. But, man, it's Cam Ward from Washington State, Dante Moore, who was a 5-star kid from Detroit. He's now at UCLA, but is into the portal. Oregon State's DJ Uiagalelei, who he went from Clemson to Oregon State. Now he wants out of there because they're not going to be in the Pac-12 anymore, or whatever that situation is. K-State's Will Howard sees that Avery Johnson's coming to take his job. He's going to go somewhere else. So, yeah, there's a lot of name starting quarterback. Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma, Riley Leonard at Duke, and Kyle McCord, the names just so far. So far.
And except we're still in a different breed of quarterback now that's entering the transfer portal. You know, at one point it was shocking that 65% of blue chip quarterbacks entered the transfer portal at one point. Now that's not surprising. Now you can close if you're a blue chip quarterback, there's a 60% chance you're going to end up in the portal at one point. 4 or 5-star quarterbacks, and now we're starting to see quarterbacks who not only have earned starting jobs at blue blood programs, but have been successful starting quarterbacks at blue blood programs who decided to leave. Will Howard, the kid at Ohio State, that's new in the transfer portal. We hadn't seen, because that was the ultimate goal of those quarterbacks in the transfer portal, was to get to a blue blood institution that can compete for championships and you can be successful there and win double-digit games. Now you see those guys say, "Yeah, I'm transferring too." Like that is mind blowing. I don't understand.
Well, and the things we don't know on those. I mean, I think each one has an answer. But just like Steve Sarkisian this week will be having exit interviews with his team, right?
Yeah.
Sark will sit with every player. You know, we don't know what Ryan Day told Kyle McCord.
We have no idea.
He might have told him, "Hey man, good year, but I'm just know I'm looking to upgrade." We don't know what Brett Venable said to Dylan Gabriel. You know, I mean, Jackson Arnold, the 5-star kid, that's the future of the program. So, you know, Dylan, and if a coach is being honest with a player, then that player might be better elsewhere. Riley Leonard is leaving Duke because Mike Elko left for A&M. And he's uncertain who they're going to hire. So, you know what? You know, Sam Hartman did this deal with Wake Forest over there. Maybe I can go to Notre Dame and play for Marcus Freeman and throw to Jordan, Jaden Greathouse.
And it works.
It works. So, yeah, I mean, interesting to see how these play out, and we'll follow the impactful ones, and there'll be plenty of them. I haven't heard any Longhorns outside of the 2 defensive backs, Xavion Bryce and Jalen Catalon, so far. We did tell you that some reports out there that the Longhorns are after Purdue wide receiver Deion Burks.
Yeah, we'll get into that in Raj round today because I want to talk transfer portal. But getting back to the quarterbacks, though, and one thing that also is kind of up the ante here in the success stories of the transfer quarterback have now become so frequent that you cannot blame a head coach who goes to a new program to rebuild things and deciding, I got to find the quarterback first. And we've seen, you know, look at what Lincoln Riley did, bringing Caleb Williams with him. Deion Sanders bringing his son, Jadir Sanders, with him. You just talked about Kalen DeBoer. He's 103-11, but part of the reason is because he brought Penix with him. He knew he's like, I need a QB. Hey, dude, you my guy. You're my guy.
You know my system.
You know my system.
And that's got multiple layers to it, too, because if you have a quarterback who knows the system, he can help teach the rest of the team the system. You know, Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma when Jeff Levy was hired to run the offense. I mean,
exactly right.
That helps permeate the entire offense, and everyone understands it a little bit better. So we'll keep an eye. Also, you mentioned Trevor Lawrence from the NFL level. That's the latest. We'll keep an eye on that today with his ankle. Didn't look good to me. Now, it doesn't look broken. They think X-rays are negative, but
he's missing time.
Yeah, because not only did he get stepped on by his left tackle, his left tackle got shoved back into him while he was planting his right foot, stepped right on it and bent it sideways. From the inside, and then as he fell to the ground, he got rolled back up on. Like, I don't know how that, because he was almost he kind of went two ways. It was not good, and his left tackle Walker Little got dominated on that play. So we'll keep an eye there. That's another one. So if you're a fan in the AFC, Jacksonville's schedule the next 3 weeks: Cleveland, Baltimore. They got some tough games coming, and the Texans and the Colts are only a game back of Jacksonville now. That win for Cincinnati last night was big for the AFC South contenders because that brings them to within a game of the Texans and the Colts. So, and now you got your quarterback injured. So we'll keep an eye on that because the easiest way into the playoffs is to win your division at this point.
Oh, and especially for Jacksonville right now. Nobody expected the Texans to be doing what they're doing. They thought they'd have this Division 1 probably by now.
Yeah, look at the Colts too. I mean, Shane Steichen's doing a hell of a job with his team. Yeah. And as we talked about yesterday, they won their game against the Titans on Sunday thanks to their special teams mostly. And the Titans did fire their special teams coach yesterday.
That's crazy.
He's been endeavored.
Yeah.
Good luck with your future endeavors, young man.
In the NFL, you cannot have back-to-back punts blocked. That's it. For whatever reason, the first one getting blocked, there should have been a meeting on the sideline to shore up all issues and to make sure that you guys were buttoned up. That did not happen. That's on the coach. And then he got blocked again. And then that's the reason you lost the game pretty much.
Yeah.
Man. You're done, son.
And then it was, we mentioned the kicker, which you can't coach the kicker. He missed an extra point, which you end up losing the game in overtime. And that was a costly loss for Houston because Houston would be sole possession of second place in the South right behind the now Jacksonville Jags, who Houston had their head-to-head shot with them last weekend and couldn't get it done. I mentioned this, though, and then we'll get into Rod's Ransom transfer portal talk here. We got a lot to do. Some Who Said That for the end of this hour. Here it is from Ross Dellinger, one of our favorites. Got to get Ross on the show here soon here between the bye week with the Longhorns in this month because he's really good. He's from now at Yahoo Sports. NCAA President Charles Baker. When was the last time we heard his name? NCAA President Charles Baker proposing the creation of an FBS subdivision that permits schools to directly compensate athletes through a trust fund and NIL, according to Yahoo Sports. It's perhaps the most revolutionary concept introduced in the NCAA history. Can I only say this because, Rod, I'm be 51 tomorrow, and I've talked about this. Back in the mid-'90s at St. Edwards, I had to write a capstone paper, and I wrote it about should college athletes be compensated, paid. That was my entire class story, like the long paper you got to write at the end to get out, right?
That's crazy.
And in it, one of the things I proposed after all my research and talking to people and the experts was, why don't you set up some type of trust fund or lockbox to put the money into so that when they leave college, they can then have that money?
Yep, makes sense.
And I'm not, this was 30 years ago now. I mean, it's like, y'all, so you're now, according to Ross Dellinger, you're just getting to this.
You wrote a paper about it like 30 years ago, and they're just starting to broach the subject.
Trust fund / lockbox to where while you're playing and creating revenue for the school, we're putting some money aside for you so that when you leave school, you might have $30,000, $40,000 in a fund that then is yours.
And you know what you do? You link it to graduation.
Oh, that's in my paper.
Exactly. Say, hey, but you got to graduate though. You got to walk though.
That was a specific point.
There you go.
You tie it into the academic side of it because if you are being honest with yourselves and you really want these kids to graduate and
incentivize them.
Because I know it's all changed now, but even back then it was like if you're paying them with education, they better damn well get a degree.
Yep.
If that's your currency for them, this scholarship, which, I was paying for college at the time. I understood just how expensive college was, but I wasn't generating millions of dollars for St. Edwards University like the kids at UT were in schools all over the country. This was 30 years ago. And obviously we know it's compounded 100-fold to where it was then to where it is now. But even little old me's going to create a lockbox, create a trust fund, save some money for these guys, let them make some money. Then they graduate, they walk away, they're not going to play in the NFL. Oh, they got $50,000. That's nice, cool, awesome. And it's money they generated.
Makes sense to me. It makes it. You heard Jim Harbaugh. What did Jim Harbaugh say when they interviewed him? He's like, "Hey, make sure we get the players a piece, share of the revenue." he even though he knows that he's not going to be one of the decision makers, helps him recruit. He can always just say, "Hey, man, I'm about giving the players their share and their piece of this sports in these multi-billion-dollar arm of the sports industrial complex." And I would take it even further because I think your paper. Did you get an A?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say you should have. You deserve to get an A, damn it. It was well thought out and obviously a visionary at the time. But I'll say this. I think it should if they did it with the transfer portal too, link it to academics, it should have always been if you have a certain GPA, you can transfer.
Yeah.
Whenever and wherever you want to. Like the rules are now, why it's just so loose and the guys are just transferring. It feels like free agency. They should have that for only guys who have a certain GPA.
Yeah,
and you'd have made it 2.8. You'd have made it whatever you want to do, 2.85. I don't know, 3, whatever you want to make it.
Yeah, if it's as long as you're handling your business in school, then
can-
you're still a student athlete.
Then you can go. You can transfer how you want to. Man, I'll tell you right now, 70% of transfers would not be able to happen. You know the highest.
Well said.
The highest academic GPA, collective GPA for Texas football all time. 2.8 in the history of the program, guys.
Terrible.
Highest, exactly. Well, I'm just telling you, if the NCAA is so stupid, they could have done this years ago. I mean, like, guys, if you got a 2.85, you transfer where you want to, and half of the college football world wouldn't be able to leave anyway.
Yeah.
And then they'd have to prioritize academics.
You'd put a wall around it without even
You would not even try.
knowing it.
And you know who will support you? Every parent around the country.
And
Well,
every
it makes
coach.
sense to me. And every coach.
Yeah.
It's just, NCAA is so stupid.
Right, again, and I'm like, look, a little old me and Osmond writing this, and this is what I came up with. Because I interviewed, because you had to interview people in
You
the
had
field.
sites and sources and
I
stuff.
interviewed Dan
yeah.
Neal. Dan Neal was playing football in Texas at the time. Dan
That's
Neal
pretty
was one of
good.
my guy. Well, because we were friends from middle
Still,
school.
though, that's a good source.
Oh, of course. And then he introduced me to a couple people, and I was able to talk to him. I mean, it was. I had access to some people.
You still have the paper?
It's somewhere.
Dude, you should go find it.
Yeah. But so for Ross Dellinger on the morning of December 5th, 2023, to say it's perhaps the most revolutionary concept introduced in the NCAA's history.
He's like, what? Hey, I had to run a paper back. Just go find that paper,
It
dude.
just tells you how far behind they are. Like, come on, this. Why aren't you thinking about this?
That's so antiquated.
I mean, come on,
Like,
really?
what-
You're just now coming to this?
What are the decision makers at the NCAA doing?
I don't know.
Like, right? Yeah.
It's like Charles Baker. I mean, he's new.
He's new, so he's actually not part of the problem. More important is, like, I'm with you, the 20, 30 years in between you write that paper and the disaster that the NCAA has become, borderline criminal syndicate, basically, they become.
Yeah.
There's nobody was ever thinking about being a visionary and what the future was for the NCAA. They never, because all they were thinking about was maintain the status quo. We got to keep
Amateurism.
Yes, we got to keep
Counting that
amateurism
cash.
rolling. Yeah, we got to keep this cash cow going, because if they ever figure out how much power and influence they actually do have, we're in trouble. And instead of being progressive and modernizing the blueprint so that they could, like you said, change with the times, they decided they'd rather get destroyed by the new version of amateurism, about modern. It's crazy. About NIL. Basically, NIL is going to kill the NCAA. It's on its way to doing it right now.
For sure.
It's going to kill it.
For sure.
Yeah,
and
that's the start of it.
And now they're just finally coming with the most revolutionary concept that 25, 30 years old. And we've all talked about that. Well, okay, you want to keep amateurism? Fine. Okay, well then create a lockbox or a pension, kind of a pension fund.
Yeah.
That's legal. Then
Yeah, it is.
they're not employees, they're not athletes, and they're not employees of the university, but they do leave with some money that they helped earn. It's pretty simple. But now it's a revolutionary concept 30 years later. It's like, come on, y'all. You guys, it's so far past you. This is so far behind. Yes,
They should be
it's
ashamed of themselves. They really
100%. And your point about the grade point average, these are all logical things.
Sensible
But they were
ideas.
so and what for people that don't know the history of it, what took it to where it collapsed was the Supreme Court ruling 9-0 that their model was a sham.
Yep.
And not okay, like it would violate every antitrust rule and law that we have in our country.
That's basically what they told them.
So yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so sorry.
The highest court in the land is not a fan of yours. That's what they found out. They're like, so the highest court in the land doesn't like us, so all they got to do is get to the Supreme Court, and then the other courts will start, using that
So,
example.
yeah, we have no leg to stand on in a precedent-wise now. We're done. So there we go. So appreciate Charles Baker being revolutionary.
It's good stuff there. I like it.
Hey, let's go behind the that just came down, by the way, a couple of minutes ago from Ross Dellinger at Yahoo Sports. Can we get to Rod's
go to
rant of the 9 o'clock hour?
Yes, sir.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's talk about the transfer portal. First, talk about the players who Texas already has identified. A couple of players they've identified at a certain position in the transfer portal, even though it's been open for less than 48 hours. That they may be already offering or in the process of offering. E brought it up earlier. I talked to my man Jerry Hamilton, Inside Texas, and nobody knows recruiting better than my man Jerry Hamilton. Talked to him about this yesterday. Deion Burks. He told me be on the lookout for him, and actually told me to go watch some film on Deion Burks. Glad he did, because now it's been reported that the Longhorns have offered Deion Burks, who is a Purdue wide receiver who entered the transfer portal. 47 receptions last season, 629 yards, 7 touchdowns. I really like his film. He's 5'11", 195. He's a yak daddy, though. Yards after the catch. That's what Sark likes, right? Sark has what he calls a run-to-daylight philosophy for his receivers. Wants to get them the football in stride on the run. He's one of those guys that can make plays happen once the ball is in his hands. For a small-ish receiver, he has a surprisingly wide catch radius. I mean, the guy really does. You see him diving, and you see him jumping for a lot of footballs. Got explosive vertical, gets in and out of his routes in a very explosive manner. Precision route runner. Don't see a lot of wasted movement, not a lot of wasted footwork. He'll be great as one of those guys that does what I call targets to motion. You heard me go off on targets to motion yesterday about how Sark loves to target players in the passing game who were either in motion prior to the snap or at the time of the snap. Even on his highlights, you can see that there are a few plays where Purdue targets him while he's in motion. He's one of those guys that would fit really well. They're very compatible in Sark's offense. And he's a Sark type of receiver, right? Sark's likes small-ish, slight-ish receivers, but as long as they're speed demons and they can burn, he really doesn't care about your size. And you got to have, I would say, you got to have a physical mentality at wide receiver. He loves receivers that can play through contact, even though Xavier Worthy is small and slight-ish. He's not afraid of contact. I think we all know that, right? You saw it even against Oklahoma State. He tried to, bowl over a dude, tried to run over a dude on the goal line and get the touchdown. He's not afraid of contact, and neither is Deion Burke. So I like him. I think he's a good player. I think he fits Sark's scheme. They don't need receiver help, especially once they lose X-Man, A.D. Mitchell, and Jay Witt, all three. Right? And I include J.T. Sanders in that, too. I know he's a tight end, but I include him with the receivers. You're going to lose your top 4 receivers next season, and Deion Burks can be one of those guys that comes in and really can supplement a lot of the production they're going to lose. So there you go. Deion Burks. He had some tragedy in his life. I think his mom passed away when he was really young, like 13 or something. So he's overcome some adversity in his life. I think for Sark's culture, he talks about that often. Help and loving to see the character in young people early on, facing adversity, overcoming adversity. He's a guy, right, who is champion overcoming adversity in his life, battling some of those demons. So I think actually some sidebar off the field stuff. He actually admires athletes like that who are inspired by that kind of tragedy, and then use it to use it in a very constructive fashion. Seems like Deion Burks is one of those guys too.
And then you mentioned the South Carolina kid, Juice.
Yes.
Juice Williams, is that
Juice
right?
Wells. Okay, how about this? Okay, Juice Wells is 6'1", 208. Diamante Tucker Dorsey. He played with Juice Wells at James Madison. And they were teammates there before he went to South Carolina. And apparently he is very complimentary of Juice Wells and said he's the best player he's ever played with. And my man Jerry Hamilton threw that little nugget out there. He's played with Bijan, guys. You know what I mean? So if he say that Juice Wells is the best player ever played with, then you played at Texas. So all the players you played with at Texas, Xavier Worthy, J.T. Sanders, Bijan Robinson, you're saying Juice Wells, best player you play with? Now, it may just be because they're close, but still, even if he's in that conversation, that means he's a damn good player. I watched Juice Wells. He had an injury this year, so he didn't get to play as much this year, but last season, he was just an absolute beast when it comes to contested catches. I think he's one of the best contested catch receivers in the country. Love that. He got really strong hands. You can almost see him pulling down contested catches, and you can see him keep the ball right out in front of him, and DB's trying to rip the ball away from him or rip his hands away from the football, and they cannot. He has really, really strong hands, and I think contested catches is probably his X-Man ability. He has this unique ability to use his body to box out defenders when he knows it's going to be a 50-50 ball, and I think he's great at it. He's strong enough to run through arm tackles, so if you're a DB catches a curl route or a hitch route underneath you or a slant, and you come in with just that shoulder, or try to come in and swipe at his legs with an arm tackle, he's going to make you look silly and make you look bad. He does it over and over again to a lot of defenders in the SEC. 50-50 balls for him. Might as well be 70-30 balls. He's tough to bring down, as I said, in the open field. He goes up and attacks the football. I love that about his game, too. That's why he's great at contested catches. He attacks the football in a ferocious manner. He's also great in the scramble drill. When things break down, he's good in the scramble drill, which makes sense. Contested catch-wise, scramble drill is not always going to be accurate or perfect. You just got to give your guy a shot. He's great. Got a great feel in the scramble drill about where he needs to be. More of a possession receiver on the outside. Deion Burks is more of a slot guy. You'd probably move around. He's more of a possession guy on the outside that can make plays. But these days, Sark likes to move around all of his receivers. I think Sark could use both these guys. I think Juice Wells will probably come in that A.D. Mitchell role right now. But in the red zone, I think he could be a real asset for you. How physical he is in the red zone. So what are you talking about? Run after catch. I said that Deion Burks is a yak guy, yak daddy, yards after catch. Well, Juice Wells is a yak daddy too, except it's yards after contact. He just trying to get contact, initiate contact, and then that's when really some of his best his best traits as a player come out, because with the ball in his hands, he's just a physical runner. I don't know if he's as elusive as Deion Burks, but he's physical at the point of attack.
You know where Debo Samuel went to school? South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm not gonna throw that out there on him, but when he gets the ball, you'll watch him, man. He's physical.
Becomes a running back.
Yes, he's not afraid of contact at all. So I like that about his game. So those are the two receivers Texas is looking at in transfer portal. And that's probably the top priority position for them in the transfer portal, because they're going to lose their top 4 receivers and all of their top 3 receivers. And remember, Sark likes a really tight rotation of receivers. He's not a guy that has a very loose rotation of receivers.
And I think you can project Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore early, right, from this current young guy.
Jonte Cook gonna be in that group, and then you
DeAndre
got
Moore,
you got Ryan Wingo's been added to the mix now. So you got some guys from the high school level, but they want, I think, insurance policies. Just in case those guys aren't developing at the rate that they
Quinn's got to have players to throw to, right?
Right now. And I think Quinn is following Juice Wells already. He's following Deion Burks. So go watch Twin's social media. He might tell you who's looking at that.
You can claim, hey, did you see what A.D. Mitchell did? He's was in a run-based offense at Georgia with a lot of tight ends, and now he's going to be a first-round draft pick, maybe first 50-pick draft pick. And I know you talked to me about, while we're doing the in-game watch-along, the route running ability of A.D. Mitchell. I mean, that dude,
it's just superb,
isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's just not a lot of wasted movement, and he just understands leverage, and he understands how to get a defensive back, whether they're playing off or whether they're up on them, get them to turn their hips. And get them turn their hips the wrong way. So basically, as your wide receiver, half your job is getting the DB to turn his hips the wrong way. All right, if you're breaking an inside cut, how to get them hips to go out? How to get them hips to turn upfield. So then, once those hips turn, boom, I'm already open.
That's your separation.
That's your separation. So a lot of times, you're just getting him to turn his hips the wrong way. As a DB, I'm the opposite. I got to keep my hips, all right, facing that wide receiver, so that my hips are always in a situation where I can open my hips the right way, or I can flip them the right way. And if I'm in the wrong position, and that's why you always people talk about sweet hips, you really need them as a DB, because half the time they're going to be facing the wrong way. And you have to flip them or open them really quickly to be able to make up that ground.
Yeah, AD's really good.
NFL's
going to love him at the combine. And beyond X-Man, of course, with the speed. That's what you're looking to replace. Get a lot of production. And JT Sanders, you could see them looking at tight ends in the portal,
I
too.
definitely can see that, too. Division I football players that entered the portal yesterday, 1,080 was the final number. That did set a record. An FBS scholarship players that entered the portal yesterday. If you go look at just the scholarship players, so just because there are walk-ons in there too, it's all considered. There are 530, so both set a record though. Number of scholarship players in the portal and number of overall college football players in the portal for yesterday.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll keep up these conversations, pick them going, including the Longhorns and their planned roadmap to the Washington game on January 1st. Also, who said that for the end of the hour? And, of course, you know what's coming beyond that. The fabulous fifth hour coming your way. It took them up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Oh, nice assist watching Burks highlights now. Wow. Yeah. Speed. Quickness.
Yeah,
Yak
you'll like
Daddy.
him. Yeah, you'll like him. He's explosive, and I like it. I like that he's actually on deep balls. It's actually, for a smallish guy, he's pretty proficient on the deep ball too. So I definitely see why Sark likes him. So I think he'll end up at Texas. He and Burks. Juice Wells is though, and they could use him too. Try to get him both.
This goes to precedent now for Sark. Sark has shown with the hiring of Chris Jackson from the NFL to coach wide receivers.
Brendan Marion before that.
Brendan Marion. I mean, good eye for coaching, but then development, and that's what these guys want, right? They're looking to, you're going to catch balls from Quinn Ewers and or Arch Manning, and then, you know they've got the entire offensive line coming back outside of Christian Jones, and this offense should be pretty damn dynamic with the running backs they have. We're talking about next year, which is it's kind of the odd thing, right? You're prepping for a championship run with the semifinal, and then beyond that, but you're also planning for the future right now because the portal's open and there's an early signing recruiting window opening on the 20th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So your coaches are busy, and it does fall in line. I mean, we talked about this last night. Mike Craven and I from Dave Campbell's Texas Football recorded our new podcast for the week. Really good stuff with Mike, and he was talking about who is it? It's Texas Tech. Joey McGuire they play in the Independence Bowl, December 16th. They're playing in a bowl game, so they're practicing right now while the portal's open and while they're trying to close their recruiting class. Can you imagine?
It's brutal, man. Yeah, it's not enough time in the day.
No.
Yeah, you really. I mean, I imagine it's not enough time literally in the day to do transfer, especially for a school like Tech, because they're gonna have everybody does, but they got a lot of guys that are probably leaving.
Yes.
Tyler Shuck already joined, right? Before the season.
Yeah, today's the 5th, so that bowl game's in 2 weeks. The practice is underway.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
I mean, everybody's got their challenges, and Sark will. Mike was the one that told me that when he was talking with Sonny Dykes, right? Mike wrote the cover story for Dave Campbell's Texas Football on Sonny last year. Might be about Sark this year. We'll see. They were playing Michigan, right? Getting ready for Michigan, and then Georgia in the national championship game. They were sending assistant coaches back to Fort Worth from L.A. to host portal players for this year. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was just, you're like, oh my gosh. You
got to know how to multitask, man.
Yeah.
You got to wear a lot of hats. There's no downtime as a head coach. And you see why some coaches, think to themselves, I'm just going to the NFL. I just want to coach
if I get a chance.
Because that's why I say they're two different sports, not because of what the play on the field, because of what you have to do, your responsibilities away from the football field. You got way fewer basically obligations and responsibilities as a coach and fewer hats to wear in the NFL. Now, a lot more pressure in terms of winning, but man, the college game, you got to be a recruiter, and now you got recruiting transfer portal, your own guys, re-recruiting them, and go talking to the teenagers and the 17-year-olds. You got to get along with moms and dads, because if your mom and dad don't like you, then it don't even matter what you do with the kid. I mean, it's a lot.
Too much.
It's a lot.
I mean, at some point, you got to do a favor to these coaches, not just head coach, but the entire staff, because I mean, I know the bowl game on December 16th, that's for TV, but at some point, good night, guys.
Oh, don't worry. You also gotta code all your plays into pop culture figures and really weird hand signals.
Connor Stallion is out there.
Exactly, because there's a Connor Stallion out there. So that's another little added responsibility as a coach you don't have to worry about in the NFL. It's just, I've talked to NFL coaches, and they love the prospect of coaching at the college level, but they just dread all the responsibility and obligations.
Well, I just think, and the coaches have called for some change, like the early signing window. We understand why it was there, but does it have to be there? Can we move that back to before the year? I mean, we just can't. There's no way to do it all well. And
exactly,
we got to think Joey McGuire, and you also, Jeff Traylor at UTSA. They're playing a bowl game on the 19th of December.
Okay,
so you're like, you're having to re-recruit your own roster while they want to be in the portal, but you're trying to get ready for a bowl game.
Yeah, get ready for a bowl game, and your roster might not even look the same.
Right.
Once these guys decide, I'm
your first meeting for bowl practice for the Independence Bowl is, hey, Which one of you guys are not planning on being here? Because we need to know that.
We need to know that right now. I need to know before I put the game plan in.
Yeah.
So no, yeah. Like I said, it's a lot of challenges, man, for coach. They're paid well though.
They are paid well.
They're paid well.
But it all happens in this compressed 3-week period from December to. That's why coaches get fired earlier and earlier, right? Because they want to be prepared and have a coach in place for this. It is a challenge, but for Sark and for the coaches playing and coaching in the Final Four. I mean, you get the best of it. It's still busy as hell, but you get this time off now. You give your players 2 weeks away, and while they're lifting and finishing up their classes and getting the academics done, and then come back, gather, do a week of practice, probably give them some time off for Christmas.
Yep.
Then do the full intense game week prep for your game while you're handling all this. But man, I feel for those coaches that are coaching in those early bowl games. That's really brutal. Meanwhile, we'll get more on that coming up in Who Said That, also the fabulous fifth hour. But Rob, what do you make of the linebacker Shaq Leonard picking the Philadelphia Eagles? It really came down to Shaq Leonard, the linebacker released by the Colts in kind of a new coach thing, cap casualty in Indianapolis, but still a really productive player. Apparently all the medicals checked out. Both teams did full medicals, and he's healthy. So he's a productive linebacker. Because who cleared waivers, so you could sign him to whatever the deal is. He had dinner and lunch with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones.
Yes, he did.
And it came down to the Cowboys and the Eagles. And yesterday he chose the Eagles.
Did he pick them? Do we know if it was a monetary issue, or was it more of he believed they were more of a championship squad, and he had a better chance to compete for championships and playoffs? Because some guys, they prioritize playing for a title contender. Some guys prioritize, hey, man, I just want to get paid. I need to get paid. Who's going to pay me top dollar? So I wonder what was the factor in his final decision on which one of those? Because it seems like if you're picking title contender, then maybe it's Philly. But if you're picking, for the money, I think Jerry Jones, the Cowboys should have been more desperate to pay considering the injuries they've had at linebacker.
Yeah,
right? Leighton Vander Esch and DeMarvin Overshown. But maybe they figured because this is probably more of a Dan Quinn decision more than a Mike McCarthy decision, I would say. And maybe Dan Quinn told them in terms of schematically that they play a lot of dime, the Cowboys do, which is 6 DBs on the field, and they can because they like their DBs. They play more 3 safeties, and they'll move their safeties down basically in linebacker depth and have them basically playing linebacker pretty much. And that's what they did last season when they wanted to compensate for injuries at the linebacker position. You can always move, Micah Parsons around, and he becomes, de facto defensive weapon. You can put him at linebacker as well. So everybody just figured they didn't need it.
Well, no, here's what's showing here. No, the answer is he chose Philly because
he chose Philly. Okay.
And Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan this morning pretty much said we could very easily see him out there against us this Sunday. Certainly on an individual basis, we wish him the best. There was never a dollar amount mentioned. There was never a financial issue at all. That wasn't the case. He wanted to go where he thought he had the best chance.
So he wanted to go to title contender. This team can win a Super Bowl. I want to go to them.
And he chose the Eagles over the Cowboys.
That's why I figured money wouldn't be an issue because the Cowboys should have been desperate enough financially. And not desperate, but they should have been incentivized enough and prioritized in that position linebacker where they would have been willing to pay market value for him, which they were. So he wanted to, it makes sense though. I mean, if you're choosing right now a title contender, he's telling you what the NFL players think. All right? Are the Cowboys more likely to play for a Super Bowl or the Eagles? He's saying, probably the Eagles.
Hey,
they just
we
went to one.
We like our guys.
We like our guys. Well, you needed that guy, but that's a slap in the face. You can use that for motivation, but at the same time, you may see Shaq Leonard. And as I've said with the Texans, I've seen a lot of his games playing the Colts. He's really a good player.
He's a good player.
Instinctive, fast.
Man, the Eagles have made so many moves. They're going all in. I mean, they've made like 3 moves this season already.
Yeah, they can use them too.
They picked up Byard before the trade deadline, the safety from Tennessee, right? They traded for him. And then now they're picking up Shaq Leonard.
And by the way, Jerry Jones was asked by one of the hosts on 105.3 The Fan, does he think they can beat the Niners and Eagles? He says, do I think we have a chance to beat either one of those teams? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely, we can. I think we have an outstanding chance here Sunday night against Philadelphia. I think it won't be the same game when we play either of these teams a second time. It never is. Also, this is why you love Jerry Jones. One of them asked him, do you think the College Football Playoff Committee got it right?
Wow. Because he'll give you an opinion on anything.
Jerry said, I didn't, and I won't touch that with yours.
Oh. So he thought they got it wrong.
Got it wrong, but I'm not going there.
Old school. Old school, he probably want Florida to say.
Did you really? I won't touch that with yours.
I love Jerry's.
Gotta love Jerry.
Jerryisms, man. They're fantastic. But that's why you can ask Jerry anything because he'll give you an opinion about anything.
Oh, he's like Charles Barkley.
Even when he decides to pass on the question like there, he'll still give you a little nice little nugget. I wouldn't touch that with yours.
No.
That's really good.
Something you say at the bar with your buddies. Like, I wouldn't do her with yours, you know. Come on now. What are we doing here?
Some people think Jerry Jones does that because he's like, going senile and he's old and
He did,
absent-minded. I don't think so. I think because you've been following Jerry forever. Jerry's been doing that for the last 20 years, even before he got old and senile, if that's what you want to say. I think Jerry, who's a brilliant marketing mind, he knows about sports radio and he knows about the sports entertainment ecosystem really well. He knows every one of those little Jerryisms gets played around the country, like over and over again. And at
100%.
times they become part of the DNA of some shows because a lot of shows use little drops and stuff like that, like, we used to use and stuff like that. And he becomes like wallpaper on these shows. Where Jerry Jones is almost background. He's almost, decoration for these sports radio shows.
He's a character.
So he knows, like, no, if I just keep dropping this crazy stuff, it's like circumcising a mosquito and I want me some glory hole. It just becomes
doubled down on the glory hole thing a couple times.
We just replay it over and over again and everybody knows who it is. And even subconsciously, it just makes us talk Cowboys or promotes the Cowboys. He knows that.
He knows that.
He's
but does it promote winning? Now, I will say that when I was up in Dallas last Friday, driving in to do the pregame show, our Friday show over at Terry Black's Barbecue, getting ready for Texas and Oak State in the championship game, I did hear Stephen Jones on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
He's totally different than his dad. Like Stephen is,
more
you
business.
can tell. I mean, he came on at 3:01. He was off by 3:11, which as a radio program it tells me it's a 10-minute deal.
Yeah,
he's
got
me 10
he's got
minutes.
a timer right there. He's got an assistant saying, "Hey, 10 minutes,"
and that's in the deal.
Yep.
Like the host knew it. They didn't try to go to a next question. It was 3:11, and he was in and he was out. He is the which somewhere Stephen gets frustrated with his dad. Like, Dad, come on, man.
Yeah, because Dad likes to freestyle.
Yes.
Let's improvise. Let's draft Johnny. I'm feeling it right now in my gut. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Dad, we did all this research against draft board, Dad. Draft board tells us who to draft. We did months of research.
What are we doing?
What do you got draft board? I feel Johnny right now. Just feel him. Yeah, so you're right. But that's how Jerry made his fortune, right? He's a gut guy. He made some great calls with his gut. Buying the Cowboys.
That's how he found the glory hole.
Yeah, so you can't really blame him for going with his gut. But I'm with you. I
You can
think
tell Stephen's a lot more
very
of the,
different. Yeah.
probably comes from the mom, right? More subjective and
Yeah.
more which they probably work well off one
it's a
another.
right brain, left brain thing going on.
Yes,
with them.
yes.
Yeah.
Jerry's the showman. Stephen's the very matter of fact guy. Because even in the 10 minutes he was on, he didn't say much of anything.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't really.
I'm
reveal
gonna miss
much.
Jerry Jones because Jerry Jones will give you something.
Yes, he will.
Give you a roster update or something. Well, we've been looking at this guy, and he's like, "Oh man, that's breaking news. Did Jerry just break some news?" Yes, he did. So yeah, I'm with you on that. But that's what the Cowboys need. They probably need a little bit of a mix of both, which would probably help them. They got the best of both worlds because there are some organizations that operate like that. One is one of the, I don't know, maybe it's the GM or the head coach, one of the guys who are decision makers. One's the emotionally based decision maker, and then one's kind of a more logic, reason-based decision maker. But sometimes the emotion-based decision maker is a better decision. Like they're making a better quality decision. It may be based on emotion, but it's still the better decision. And then the logic reason decision at times.
Paralysis by analysis, right?
Yeah,
Not overthinking the game.
Yeah, so I think you need a mix of both in a lot of great organizations. I think it helps.
Well, and then Will McClay has done a good job of kind of bridging the gap, I think, between the two, and he's really the pseudo general manager there, but Jerry still carries the title. But look, this is a really talented team, and I don't often feel bad for the Cowboys, but I kind of feel bad that this is their best team and Dak's playing his best football. I just don't think they're as good as the Niners. And what you need if you're a Cowboys fan is you're going to play the Niners at some point. But you need them to take an injury or somebody. And this it's not even blowing smoke. That when they have everybody, that's the best team in football, and it's not close. And in a salary cap league, Cowboys have a lot of good players. They don't have, a Pro Bowl player everywhere that's elite at what they do. That's hard to have. I mean, they have some. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is playing to an elite level.
He's playing All-Pro.
Dak's playing his best football.
Duran Bland's playing his best football.
Micah Parsons is DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, kind of quietly, he made some huge plays in that Seahawks game. On those fourth down plays that the that the Seahawks, they stopped him 3 times. They're late, and DeMarcus Lawrence on each one of those flashed and made a big play to help help get those stops. He's still a really, really good player.
The difference between this Cowboys team and the one that faced the Eagles last time, and they actually played well against the Eagles. We talked about that. They just couldn't find a way to win the game in clutch time. And I'm sure you've noticed this because you had him on your fantasy team. Tony Pollard's playing better. That was one of the keys we talked about.
A little bit better. He's not Christian McCaffrey, though.
He's not Christian McCaffrey, of course. But at one point, he was a liability on the field for the Cowboys.
He was.
I mean,
you're right.
He was. And you talked about when the Cowboys had this run of playing subpar, average to below average teams, they need to make sure they work on that run game because the passing game right now is one of the best passing games in all of the NFL with Dak and the way CeeDee Lamb's playing. Hell, Jake Ferguson looks really, really good. They're starting to incorporate Brandon Cooks more. But now you're starting to see just a little bit. Tony Pollard looked like his old self from last year. If Tony Pollard can actually give them a running game versus Philadelphia, Cowboys got a shot to win it. Because since week 10, Tony Pollard has forced the 3rd most missed tackles on run plays with 18. Got 18 forced missed tackles since week 10, and he's 5th in rushing yards after contact in that same time span. And maybe it was the injury, and it just took a little while for him to get completely healthy to the point where he feels explosive again. He looks explosive again.
Yeah, he does. He's getting better. That's what I'm saying. I think the Cowboys are pretty damn good. They're one of the 2-3 best teams in the league right now. But when the Niners are healthy, and think about it, they went 5-0 to start the year, and that included blowout wins over Pittsburgh, the Giants, the Arizona Cardinals, the Cowboys. Then they went on a 3-game losing streak, we all know. But what happened? Trent Williams was hurt, and Deebo Samuel was hurt. So 2 of those guys were out, and they weren't the same team. They scored 19, 21, and 30, 17 points and lost 3 games. Bye week, those guys get healthy. They've come out of the bye week, blowout win over Jacksonville, blowout win over Seattle, blowout win over Philadelphia. When they have everybody, I just don't think you can beat them. I really don't. I mean, they're not just beating good teams; they're blowing out good teams,
bludgeoning these teams.
But without Trent Williams, without Deebo at the same time, it's different. When they have the whole complement, they're untouchable in my mind.
But I would say I can't think of the last playoffs where they did have their whole complement.
Well,
they never get to the end of the season with the full complement.
And I think about this. They play Seattle this week in Levi Stadium. Then they play Arizona. Then they play Baltimore on Christmas night. And that could be a Super Bowl preview.
It could be.
And you wonder how much each team shows in that, right? I mean, they'll go for it, but that's going to be a head knocker.
Can I give you a little stat about
Washington and the Rams?
Can I give you a little stat about those too? Because I was doing some research. Crazy you brought up that matchup because that's a matchup I was thinking about, so I did some research. The Ravens and the 49ers, only teams this season that have not had a game-winning drive.
Oh, wow.
They're front runners.
Oh, well, yeah, they bludgeon you and build a lead and make you chase.
But you can get, but they're like Tyson, right? Back they said it was like Tyson. If you can get past the first 3-4 rounds of Mike Tyson, you had a shot to beat him. Nobody could do that. And then Buster Douglas did it. You got to get past that initial surge where they get that big lead and they operate as a front runner. If you can do that and make them be a fourth quarter team that's got to win in the fourth quarter, you got a shot against the 49ers and against the Ravens.
We'll come back when we do. Who said that? Some fun audio from around the sports landscape, including someone Rod knows very well. We'll come back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. All right, who said it? Audio from around the sports world. And who said it, Rod?
Who
what do we
said
have
that?
for me, my friend?
So I sent you a couple of them. You can just dial up either one you want. We can play Who Said That?
About something that Rex Ryan said this week. He said that the Patriot way is exhausting for these young players. And I wanted to ask you if there is indeed a Patriot way. Is there still a Patriot way? And do you feel like that ever is exhausting for these guys?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's talking about. Rex has never been with the Patriots. I'm not really sure what that means either. But yeah, look, I mean, we're going to do the best we can to, prepare the team and compete every week. And so that's what we're going to do, whatever that is.
Oh, my gosh.
I love it.
That's the GOAT, Bill Belichick. His team's not good.
He's never really been a Patriot, so I don't know.
I don't know what that is. I love Belichick. And, here, you and I are radio professionals, Rod.
That's great.
That's an interview because, that's paid for. That's a sponsorship, part of the package deal, like Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones with the Fan. And those dudes have to do that every week.
Yes.
And it was cool when they were good, and now they're 2-10.
And it's brutal.
And you got to talk to that dude every week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you didn't mind when you were winning games. It's like everybody's listening. It's little one-word answers. Like, we just keep throwing
man, you
out.
got like millions hanging on every word.
Yeah.
And now it's like you got to deal with Belichick when they're 2-10, and it sounds like it's in studio. So you're like,
man, yeah.
Hey, coach.
How y'all guys doing? Good.
Well, then you got to ask questions and have them go, yeah, we're just focused on next week. Yeah.
And the crazy thing about it, you can give him to open up. It's just about really boring stuff. Like he was talking about, he was talking about that history because he's like a military buff. So you want to get open up about military history or something. He'll go off, but it's like, do we really want to hear him talk about military history for 10 minutes?
Hey.
Yep. Exactly.
Unbelievable. Yeah, their team is 2-10. They've scored 148 points this year. Total.
Man,
they haven't scored 150 points, Rod.
It's a damn shame.
Only the Jets are close at 171. The Jets have outpointed them by 30.
Bill O'Brien, I'm telling you, he just everywhere he's going offensively, they've regressed the last few years. Remember Bama regressed when he was there?
And by the way, New England plays Pittsburgh this week. Real quick, we'll give me one for Rod here. Who said this?
Anybody that goes undefeated and doesn't get in, I empathize with our players because I personally feel like we deserve to be in. So, we've got a really good football team, and we're considered number one in the country all year and then fail. So we got a hornet's nest around here, too, of some players that are disappointed, too. So that works both ways. The good news is we got each other to go play, and I know they'll be up for us and we'll be up for them. You worry a lot more when you have a matchup that they might not look us forward to. And I don't know who that would be because it shouldn't be that way, but it is that way. And I've learned that. I also think that it's a time for coaches to grow their team, grow their roster, and grow the depth and still get to play in a game. But we're going to have kids that didn't play a lot during the year. They're going to have an opportunity that we're getting better at the end of the year. They're going to get a chance to play because of the redshirt rule and things. The postseason play. So I'm excited about those opportunities. But I know our kids are going to be up for FSU. I know FSU is going to be up for us. So we're going to rely on each other to have that, to be able to go out and play a great game. And look, nobody knows better the Ford team. I don't know if this is correct, but I think we've been fifth or sixth or finished fifth or sixth more than anybody. And that's tough. It's tough. I can't imagine it being undefeated, but it's tough when you finish fifth or sixth, one out of it, because there's always a case for being in it. And we've been there, I know, maybe 2 or 3 times. Anybody.
That's Kirby.
Kirby talking with
Kirby.
You. And they're on the Zoom screen next to him was Mike Norvell, and they're both kind of crying in their beers, rightfully. That. By the way, we'll pick this up on the other side and maybe play a couple more Who Said That. We've also got the Charles Baker news that's now reverberating through college athletics, the visionary proposal of the NCAA president. But I'll ask you this, Rod. Think about it on the way to the top of the hour here. What if Florida beats Georgia? And we get to the end of this whole thing, and you got whoever wins the playoff in the championship game, and then there's Florida State sitting there 14-0 with a win over Georgia, who was number 1 the whole year. Wouldn't that be interesting?
If Georgia comes out there uninspired, it could happen, but I just don't see how they score more than 14 points.
I know.
How they
get
to
win,
double digits?
You know they're going to go, Central Florida and claim a championship.
They should. They should go ham. They should claim.
They should. Yeah,
title.
exactly.
They should. I would support them, actually.
Exactly.
I would support the move.
We'll talk about it.
Also support Texas' real national.
Oh, yeah. Fabulous fifth hour coming your way. Hook them up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B rolls into the fabulous fifth hour. Been a lively one for sure. It will be all the way to the national semifinal coming up as we're making our plans to try to get the live coverage in New Orleans, then in Houston. Beyond that, if the Longhorns can find a win, we're also trying to keep our head on a swivel with the transfer portal and recruiting. Just saw where apparently Xavier Filsame, Rod, the five-star safety out of McKinney, Texas, has scheduled an official visit to Austin December 15th through the 17th. Right ahead of the national signing window
He's
opening.
still committed to Florida.
He is.
Okay.
But as your guy Jerry Hamilton, my guy Jerry Hamilton always says, if you can get him on campus, that's always key. Get him on campus for an official, make your case, and of course, it looks like the Longhorns, if that date is true, that they'd have the final official, because that's the weekend before the Wednesday period opening on December the 20th. Also, someone mentioned this, that Austin's own Andrew Makuba, the safety from Clemson, is in the portal.
Okay, there you go.
And we know the Longhorns are kind of looking for safeties.
I saw that.
Andrew Makuba,
Good player.
real good player, and good.
He had 143 tackles in 3 seasons.
Yeah, so
Okay.
one to watch. Longhorns are trying to get ready for their game, but also build for the future, and got to do it all at once.
Shout out to my man Chip Brown over at Horns 24/7, always doing great work. He is reporting that Texas safety Derek Williams will miss the first half of the Sugar Bowl against Washington after an appeal of Williams' targeting ejection from the second half of the Big 12 game was denied. So he's going to miss the first half of the Sugar Bowl. I think we all thought that was going to be the case.
Yeah, it was targeting.
It was exactly. Letter of the law, it was targeting. But like I said, I think it violates the spirit of that rule. But anyway, he's going to be out for the first half. We'll get into this more when we go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk some more Washington. We know Jalen Catalon also hit the transfer portal. He wasn't playing as much as your top 4 safeties, mostly because of an injury or a pitch count. And then we know Xavier Bryce also in the transfer portal. So either because of transfer portal issues or because of the suspension, he's just going to be light at safety going up against Washington in the Sugar Bowl. And that's just it's not ideal, just because that's the best wide receiving core you're going to face all year with the best quarterback you're going to face all year.
Well, and you wonder if a guy like Jalen Gilbo can get healthy, and you could use Jahdae Barron at safety.
It's well, if you trust I don't know if I trust a backup nickel going up against those receivers.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just nothing's ideal. I mean, this is nothing's ideal in that situation, but I think Jahdae Barron in the slot, man, the slot is a brutal place to be if you're a young DB and you don't know how to handle leverage. I trust him. And this is another thing. We've been talking about this. We're talking about Jahdae Barron. Might as well get into it. A lot of Longhorn fans were upset with the way Jahdae Barron played in the Oklahoma State game. It probably had his worst game of the season.
Yeah, they got him a couple times.
Yeah, they got him. Got him on it out and up. Target him when he was at a deep field safety. They did a couple of things and by the way, Washington will do this too. You go formation into the boundary against Texas, and you can force Jahdae Barron to play in no man's land. He only plays the field side. Formation to boundary means you're having most of your receivers into the the short side of the field. When you do that, Texas matches up with a safety, excuse me, in that slot. So you automatically got your matchup. You got a safety playing your slot guy on that boundary side, and then you can put Jahdae Barron, because this is what Texas does. They put him basically at the deep safety. On the wide side.
Yeah.
And that's how you can almost create more space there. Did it a few times. And remember they got Texas on the deep ball when Jahdae Barron was playing that field safety basically, and he ended up getting over there a little bit too late. So that's another way they did it. They got him with the out and up. Jahdae Barron is really, really consistent and almost dogged about his keys. That's why he's great at breaking up wide receiver screens. And all those quick passes at the line of scrimmage, because as soon as he sees his keys, he goes. Right? There's no hesitation. There's no fear. Well, you can use the DB's consistent keys against him. You know what he's keying, and you know when he sees it, he's going to go. He's going to go. Like Pavlov's dog. As he sees it, he's gone. Well, I'll just show him that. Show him the key, and then turn it into a false key.
Yeah.
And that's basically what they did, right? It's like, you know what Jahdae Barron's going to do? If he sees a stalk block, where is he going? Beeline to the wide receiver screen.
Yep.
So what did TCU do? Well, stalk block and go. And they did the same thing they did in the red zone, though. That touchdown they had in the red zone of Jahdae Barron, stalk, block, and go. Because he is so quick in reading his keys and processing that you can use that against him. And this happens at every level, right? You get a player that is so consistent in their technique and their fundamentals that you actually can use it against them because that consistency has given you enough of a sample size to know exactly what they're keying, exactly what their technique and fundamentals will be on any given down in any situation. All you have to do is present that key to them or present that situation circumstance, and you know exactly how they're going to play it. You know who else did this in the NFL? The Seattle Seahawks did it to DaRon Bland. When they kept picking on him.
Yeah, you're right.
They knew exactly. They were like, "Oh man, this kid's great. Yeah, he's so great because he's so consistent. We know exactly how he's going to play every route. I know how he's going to play the out. I know he's got to play the deep ball. I know he's got to play this. I know how he's going to play that. And it's great because he's consistent in his leverage, and it's led him to be in the defensive player of the year the conversation. But it's also led us to a really great sample of film when I know exactly how he's going to play every route.
Yeah,
and all I got to do is show him that route. And then I have my quarterback place the ball in a different leverage point with ball placement, and I'll be ready for that. So it's a chess match. You as a player, unless you can prove you're a Hall of Fame player, even if you're consistent in your keys with enough sample size, double-digit games like Jahdae Barron, I can tell you how to attack him. I was telling you guys how to attack Jahdae Barron last year. I was like, just double moves out and up. He's gonna be susceptible to it because he's so aggressive reading his keys. And took him 2 years to do it, but they finally started to go, okay, you know, Jahdae Barron, you're too good. We got to use that against you.
Well, at least it's on tape now for Jahdae to study ahead of the Washington game.
Yes.
You know it's coming again.
You know it's coming again.
You know it's coming again. But
Yeah.
so that's a good thing. We'll keep an eye on that. Those conversations. We ran out of time on who said that, Rob, but I wanted to play a couple more, or one more for you at least, some audio, including, and I know you found the Deion Sanders audio.
Yeah, I did find it. I'm send that to Ty right now.
Send that to Ty. That's good stuff, too. This is good here. We'll kind of extend who said that into the top of the fabulous fifth hour because it's a wild card. But I wanted to play this for you. We can try to guess who it is. But, Ty, can you play this? This is your guy, Kyle Shanahan. Remember, we talked about the dust-up on the sidelines with the Eagles and Dre Greenlaw and Dom.
Yep.
Dom DeLuise or Dom, the enforcer for the Eagles. Apparently Dom with the Eagles has been there 25 years. Like, multiple coaches.
Okay.
He's part of the organization.
Fabric of the organization. He's one of them guys.
But, you know, and listen to your guy Shano talking about his thoughts on Dom putting his hands on Dre Greenlaw, and you know, which you cannot do. Here's Kyle Shanahan trying to control his emotions after that game.
Tried my hardest not to lose my mind. Hopefully I didn't embarrass myself too bad. I just can't believe someone not involved in a football game can taunt our players like that and put their hands in our guy's face. And from what I was told, Dre did it back to him, and I was told that he kind of mashed him in the face a little bit, so he got ejected. But it was a very frustrating play. I got to watch it to have a true opinion on it, but I loved how we rallied after it.
Dom DeSandro.
And this, Shannon knows himself really well. And I said this last year, and I gotta go find the actual. There's an actual series of plays, and I'll go back and find it. I'm gonna go look for it here in a second. And now you guys may remember this from last season. Remember the 49ers are playing the Lions, and they get they get into like a dust up on the field. Like both teams ended up getting into it on the field. And after that, if you go look at it, Shano calls like probably 5 or 6 power plays in a row because he literally wants to pound them. He coaches emotional. It can work for him and against him. He coaches emotional, and he said at that time, like, man, I had to control myself. And I guarantee if we go back and look, his play calling actually reflects some of his anger. He coaches like that. He's always actually coached like that. And I think you actually can make it work against him. If you get him, now you got to go out poke the bear a little bit, and it may end up, calling great plays and using that as as an incentive and as motivation to inspire him. But I'll go find that game last year because I remember because Quandre Diggs got into it, I think. And so I remember Quandre was in it somehow, and he called like 4 power plays in a row, and it really got the 49ers. It took their angst to a new level, and it really motivated them. That's because of their coach. They're just like their coach. He's highly emotional. He can go from 0 to 100 real quick, and he does it with his play calling. You got to pay close enough attention.
Yeah, and by the way, Dre Greenlaw is not the guy you want to be messing with. I know Dom's a big dude, but that dude hits like a freight train. That is a dude. But how about this? It turns out Dom DeSandro Here's his title. He's the Eagles' senior advisor to the general manager, chief security officer.
Chief security officer.
So he's like the bouncer for Sirianni because he was
He's
standing
the
like
guy.
right next to Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing? He's been there 25 years, so he reports directly to Howie Roseman. It sounds like.
And he probably, that's what I'm saying. And he probably is in like a lot of meetings that just sitting in the background, privy to stuff that nobody else is.
So is he on the sidelines to listen and then report back to Howie Roseman?
Probably.
So if you're the senior advisor to the general manager,
that's true. And then you're security for the head coach.
Yeah,
you're right. Maybe that's smart by Howie Roseman. He's like, I need you to be best friends with this dude.
Yeah.
Follow him around everywhere. I need to know what he's doing. He's kind of a hothead. I'd like to know what he's doing.
Yeah.
I just, for my own personal knowledge,
So
I would have
weird.
known it. That's interesting. I didn't realize that.
me either. Until I read this.
Ah.
Like, come on now. That guy is. We need some more details on Dom.
We do need some more.
Dom
details about that.
DeSandro. I need a background check. We need a background check on aisle 12. Let's get this going. All right, so you found the Ty. Do you have the Deion Sanders sound? I heard this yesterday
We do
too.
have
This
it.
was, and this will sound spot on to what Rod said yesterday, and what I echoed too about the decision to put Alabama in the 4-team playoff. I think he was on the Dan Lebitard program. I think that's where this was.
Did you send
taken
me
from.
this or did Rod? Sorry, I was in
Rod
the
did.
bathroom. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just sent it to you, and it was Dion. He's on with
I got
the
it, yeah.
247 Sports guys, I believe.
Oh, you have it. All right,
Yeah.
let's hit this up with primetime. Of course, his Colorado Buffaloes not going bowling. They are trying to go Portland though, and add some players.
Portland.
But
I like
here's-
that.
here is Dion.
There was a lot of controversy in college football with the playoff selections. We have Michigan, we got Washington, we got Texas, and then the controversial pick was between Alabama over Florida State. What did you think about the playoff selections? Was Florida State done wrong? Did the committee get it right? I gotta hear your opinion on the matter.
But first and foremost, I want that part. I want the problem. Can I have that problem? Can I have those problems, please? I want those problems. Thank God the committee got it right next year where there's a bigger gate and open for a plethora of schools having the opportunity to go to the playoffs, and we plan on being one of them. It's no way that you're going to leave Coach Saban in Alabama out of a playoff and Georgia. No, you're not going to leave Georgia and Alabama out. It ain't no playoff if you do that. I'm happy, man. I'm not happy. I don't know how I would have handled that. I think Coach Norvell did a wonderful job articulating himself, speaking his truth, and the players supporting him as well. That's a tough one, man. I would love to be in that situation. Unfortunately, we're not, but we plan on being in that situation. But that's a tough one. But they're gonna always go with the business. See, people think it's just football, man. You got to understand this is a business as well.
There you go. He said it at the end, but that might have been the truest words that Dion said. It's a business, guys, and it's the entertainment business. Yeah, I don't want to admit that, but it's just true. And they're looking for the best entertainment products out there.
And it was for people. I mean, the word travesty was thrown around by Booger McFarland and others, but it's in the bylaws. They had to pick 4.
They had to pick 4.
And they chose head-to-head. They chose conference champion.
Best 4.
And they used, current roster and current health as a criteria, which is within their right to do.
Exactly.
I also just sent you this, Ty. I want to hear this, too, because Drew Brees, everybody's got an opinion on the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Drew Brees, of course, started at Purdue, won a Rose Bowl at Purdue, great player, but he took to his phone to give an opinion on this because everybody's got one.
Hey, this is to the CFP committee. Please have Alabama and Florida State play in a play-in game for the number 4 seed. Instead of sitting here racking your brain, just upsetting people, trying to figure out who's going to fit in that 3-4 slot between Texas, Bama, and Florida State. Just have Alabama and Florida State play for that 4 slot. Why should Texas be the 3 slot? Because they beat Bama on their home turf in the regular season. This is what college football wants to see. Another football game. Why not? Let's make it happen. Just make the rule. Let a city bid on it and win it. Imagine the economic impact for that city. Imagine the network money that's going to come in as a result of it. Put that in some kind of NIL fund that's going to help out college athletes across all sports. Let's make it happen. Play-in game for the 4 seed. Let's go.
He ain't lying.
He ain't lying.
He ain't lying. I'd be for it. I'd be all about it. Let's sell it on the field.
Who would be against it?
Let's sell it on the field. Why? It goes back to that cut you played of Mike Leach to start the show. Why we got a committee talking about this and throwing out hypotheticals? Let's just sell it on the damn field.
Have that Leach ready, because it does go to. But he's right. I mean, look. I mean, we're going to something new next year.
Yeah.
And we've never had over 10 years an instance like this. Who would be against that?
Nobody.
Find me the person who would. I would think the committee would be for it.
I was gonna say,
take it out of our hands, y'all.
You know, both teams would be like, "Let's do it."
Fox and ESPN would bid for the game.
Yeah.
Both of them would bid for the game.
Oh, it'd be great. Oh, I mean,
do it in 2 weeks. December 20th.
I think it actually ended up getting a lot of hype. People would love it
because that is exactly the scenario that's going to start next year.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, a one-off. You think the school? You think the school presidents would disagree with it?
No, that's money. That's a great. That's a great
who
idea.
would say no? We think Nick Saban would say no.
Why? You got your spot. You're good, right?
Well, you got to earn your spot.
We got to earn it. Well, against Florida State,
right?
With third string quarterback, and you can't earn it. You don't deserve to be in, then, Nick. If you don't beat them, that's the whole point, right? If you can't beat Florida State, you don't deserve to be in.
Hey guys, we got a problem. Let's play it.
I love that idea.
Come on, Drew.
Let's play it out.
And you just said it. We just said it. Dion just said it. It's about entertainment. What are we watching on the 20th anyhow?
Nothing.
And I mean, Drew had that thing thought out. You know, the money that's made, send it to NIL. Give it to something worthy. I'm watching.
Play for it. I'm with you. Yeah, I think. Yeah, but we want to worry about it. But this is the last year. But why we gotta debate this?
You actually could do it. We're going here, guys. We're going here. Find us a stadium. Find us where it's between Tallahassee and Alabama. So play it in Atlanta or play it in Jacksonville. I don't care.
I was gonna say if I was Bama, I'd say, man, you let them pick the place.
You
pick the place.
Can we? Right? Now here's the Mike Leach cut that we played earlier. That this is a 6-year-old cut. So this is. I mean, there's a million Mike Leach cuts that are going to archive well. This is just one of them. You would have thought I would have pulled this out from Mike Leach just yesterday, but Mike Leach is no longer with us. So this is a 6-year-old cut when he was the coach at Washington State.
You know, we're American. We love committees. Let's get us a committee. Well, who should be on the committee? Well, I don't know. This guy's a good guy. Let's have him on the committee. Well, I mean, there's people on the committee that don't even have remote associations with football, nor have they at any level other than being a fan. But you know what? Let's have them on a committee. Why not? And then we'll decide which 4 teams should go. Because you know why? We don't need to solve this on the field. Because we're the ones that know. And then, so, I mean, you know, if we're going to do it that way, we should just ask them at the beginning of the season, you know, just go ahead and you guys vote on it, figure out 1, 2, 3, and 4, and why even have the games? I mean, how can you call it a playoff when there's 4 teams? Conference champions don't even necessarily make the playoffs because you know why? Because the committee knew better.
Oh man, that is fantastic. Oh, I miss Mike Leach.
Oh, me too.
The late great Mike Leach. That was right on the money though. He's right.
One of these days, I mean, we're going to find the date that Mike passed, and it's coming up. By the way, it's coming up here pretty shortly, and maybe we'll just
play like an unofficial college football holiday.
Yeah, and we'll just play a day of Mike Leachisms.
Mike Leach cuts.
Because we go on about. Remember the Pac-12 mascots?
Oh, that came up this past weekend after the Pac-12 title game because all the Pac-12 mascots were out there celebrating. Did you see that?
No.
It actually was kind of sentimentally. It was kind of emotional. They had every Pac-12 mascot out there for the Pac-12 title game between Oregon and Washington, and they just were out there celebrating every touchdown that either part scored. Because they're just like, "Hey, man, this is the last time we're gonna be together." It was like a reunion. It was actually a little sad when you're an old man like I was. I was like, damn it, I remember being recruited by the Pac-12. Now the Pac-12's not even
Matter of
exist
fact,
anymore.
The untimely passing of Mike Leach is 1 week from today. Next Tuesday.
There you go.
December the 12th.
Okay.
So maybe Ty and I will compile that. That might be fun to play some in tribute to Mike Leach because and by the way, he should be in the College Football Hall of Fame. Remember, he was like a percentage point.
He was I think you got to be 60%, and he was literally at 50. He's at, if you round up, I think you still get. He's at 59.5 or 59.6 or something like that. Yeah, but
for winning percentage.
If your College Football Hall of Fame doesn't have Mike Leach in it, then your College Football Hall of Fame loses credibility.
Like I'm just going
like it just does.
And so yeah, it's 1 week from today when he passed and had a heart attack. And Terrible news. But yeah, maybe we'll do that because we got fat little girlfriends, we got
Oh,
mascots,
man.
we've got committees.
So many good ones.
Remember when he was giving the sideline lady reporter
Told
marital
marriage
advice?
yeah, totally. Just elope. You don't want to deal with that. And you know what? Now that I got married, he's right.
Yeah.
He was so right about the marriage advice. I was like, dude, that was money. Because he talked about, he's like, the wedding ain't the marriage. All right, the wedding ain't the marriage. The wedding is nonsense. He's like, the marriage actually matters, but the wedding, that's nonsense. And her mother-in-law gets involved and all this crazy stuff. You're spending all this money to invite people to hang out that you don't even like or know. He said that doesn't matter. And he's right. Doesn't matter, man.
Doesn't matter.
The marriage matters, not the wedding.
Not the wedding. Not the wedding.
The wedding has much to do about nothing. So I feel Mike Leach a lot. Now as I get older, I agree more and more with Mike Leach every time I hear a Mike Leach cut. I know
that's
that,
right, and that's why the guys like Mike Leach are good because he doesn't think like everybody else, and he will make you think.
Yeah,
and it's like no, and then down the road you're like, you know what?
Damn, Mike Leach had a
that
good
crazy
point.
guy was right.
Yeah, exactly right. But he's just before his time. He's always been before his time.
Yeah,
always been before his time.
Most people like him that are outside the box thinkers are that way, right?
Yeah, you were before your time. You had a paper in college that said that we should be putting money into a fund for college football players when they graduate.
Well, now they're finally trying to do it 30 years later. That's the breaking news that's out there today.
You're ahead of your time, brother.
Well, last week you weren't here because Nick was here, and Mark Twain would have had a birthday.
Love me some Mark Twain.
And so Mike Leach reminds me of this quote from Mark Twain, which I gave last week. I did just some fun Mark Twain quotes we should all live by. Whenever you find yourself on the right side of the majority, it's time to reform or pause and reflect.
Amen, brother. Exactly. It's like, hold up, what? Why am I agreeing with all these people?
Right. Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to reform, pause, and reflect.
I don't disagree. I do that.
Mike Leach was never on the side of the majority.
I do that. I'm sure Ty does this too. Bettors do that a lot.
Oh, for sure.
They tell bettors all the time, like if it's like 85%, everybody's on the like rethink it. Just rethink it a second and think.
Yeah,
well, you really want to be in the opinion of all these people?
Yeah,
that's the number one thing I look at is money percentage.
Money percentage
or bet percentage. Sorry.
Especially from Jags, right? Just the bettors, not the sharps. Yeah. All right, hey Ty, make a note of that. We're gonna do that next Tuesday. Will be Mike Leach Day. We'll have some fun with that because
I love Mike Leach Day.
That'll be 1 year to the day. Maybe we'll have a guest or two. That'll be good because we'll be looking for stuff to talk about. The Longhorns are going to be recruiting, but there won't be any games to talk about.
We got games to talk about.
Should we try to get Craig Way's son?
Craig Way's son
For Mike Leach Day.
Why?
They're not Craig James' son, sorry.
I was like, what does Andy have to do with this?
Sorry. Craig Way on the mind, yeah.
Craig J. Okay, yeah.
Okay, we get Craig Way. That'd be
I thought
fun.
that would land faster today.
Rod, I'm looooking at Rod. Rod's looking at me. I'm like, why?
I was like, maybe. I was like, I got a Mike Leach connection. I imagine everybody has one. I don't know.
I'll work on that.
Craig Way's son is connected. That's
right,
great.
We'll come back. We will pick up these conversations. But yeah, good stuff from a lot of folks. Dion. Drew Brees. Several people on the text line said that Nick Saban would object to playing. I don't think he would.
Yeah, with an extra game, I guess because he would want to play.
He would try to object, but it would be bad PR.
It would be like, you scared?
But he's scared, coach.
You scared? And that's especially throughout there. Like, man, basically, if somebody would oppose it, you'd be like, oh, they must be scared. Then they don't want to play. We're trying to sell.
Yeah, but then at that point, if you're Alabama and you lose the second matchup, are you like, all right, well, let's? Are you saying Alabama and Georgia playing? Like you'd at that point, you'd be like, let's play a third one, rubber match.
Yeah, it's just hypothetical, but you're right.
Thank you, Drew Brees.
That's why it needs to be 12. Just put it at 12.
I love Drew Brees as a chaperone, but I don't like his sports commentary or takes very much.
Why? We didn't like that right there.
He's just bland, and I feel like he's fake. He's very fake.
Right.
You feel like Drew Brees is fake?
Yeah, he never came to visit us. That says everything.
Oh, personal, petty.
There you go.
Petty personal receipts.
We never came back for any of the state title runs or something like that?
No, never did. And all the other guys, Biggs did. Justin Tucker was back all the time.
He wasn't a huge fan of Austin. He had a rough situation with his family. That's a longer story than that. But either way, hook him up. We'll come back. Rod will take us behind the BOC. What's popping before the end of the hour, including there's a team that is totally off the nose that is apparently percolating with Shohei Ohtani. With the baseball hot stove. Get you that coming up. Hook him up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
There you go, Ty. What are we doing there? A little smooth jazz? What are we on there? A little elevator time? What are
Project Pat. Come on. Life we live.
Like on Dillard's or something.
Like that.
I don't think they play this one at Dillard's.
They definitely don't play it at Dillard's.
Oh, so it sounds like it.
I would shop at Dillard's more if they played music like this.
Seriously.
Who is that?
Project Pat?
Project Pat, yeah.
Okay.
It's one of
looking through.
It's the instrumental, of course.
Yeah, Ty plays some very Ty's musical palette is underrated. I'll throw it out there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. 100%.
Says the guy that told me I only like crappy music like 2 weeks ago.
I didn't say that.
No, Aaron did.
We were talking about Creed.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Well, yeah. I wasn't talking about Creed.
Let's be so specific. I'm going through the Pitchfork.com's 150 best albums of 2023. So I'm looking for some good stuff. I'm always looking for new stuff.
Have you listened to that new Chris Stapleton? Is it good?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I haven't listened to it. I need to go jam that actually.
It's one of those. It's just good. It sounds a lot like
he
Chris
never
Stapleton.
lets down. It's
right.
like Chris Stapleton is like going to see a Tom Hanks movie. I mean, I don't need to know a lot about it. It's Tom Hanks. I trust him.
Well, you're gonna get.
I trust Chris Stapleton.
Well, and he writes his own songs,
Yeah,
and then it's that voice and the soul, and then he's also a great guitar player.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's
I
it's
don't
good.
need to hear the reviews.
It's not gonna. Now it's not gonna be like one of the albums on here is number 50 on the list by Pitchfork.com is Andre 3000's new flute album.
Yes, because apparently, and Andre 3000 brought up a point that I've brought up multiple times on this show in regards to music, that rappers are one of the reasons why you can't be a grandfather, right? Rapping and still, doing shows and everything is because your lifestyle changes so drastically that a lot of the things that you highlight in rap, you don't highlight as you get older and wiser and you become a grandfather and a family man. And that's basically what Andre 3000 says. Like, man, I can't rap about the same stuff anymore. He's like, I've kind of lost I've lost
edge.
Well, yeah, I've lost all the inspiration I had to go out there and do rap. And Eminem said something very similar. And so did 50 Cent. When people asked Eminem, hey, why's your style changed up so much? You don't seem your edge, right? You don't seem to have that edge and angst that you had in your vitriol in your rap. He's like, I'm not angry anymore. He said, I'm rich. He said, I'm rich and I'm famous. I was mad because I was poor and I had a lot of bills. I had a baby mama that was on my damn nerve all the time. I had a really bad, miserable life when I was making those songs. And that was my outlet. My artistry was my outlet. Now I have a great life. It's hard to wake up in the morning and be miserable. And as we know, sometimes art comes from misery.
Good art does.
Yeah, exactly. And 50 Cent said the same thing. 50 said, man, I can't rap about the streets like I used to. I don't live on the streets anymore. I live in a really nice house. It's a $30 million home. I used to live in Jamaica, Queens streets, selling drugs. I got shot in the face. I wrote about that, made songs about it, and they were amazing songs, but I don't get shot in the face anymore. And I don't have to sell drugs anymore. And I don't live on the streets anymore in Jamaica, Queens. I live in the suburbs now in a really nice gated community. It's hard to get up inspired by rap that way. Now, Lil Wayne said he was the opposite. Lil Wayne said, actually, I still got a lot of good stuff to rap about, but I'll admit this. I don't like Lil Wayne's latest rap music as much as I do his old stuff. I think it was better.
Well, because you've changed too, right? I mean,
Exactly.
you're in a different place.
Yeah.
So maybe some flautist music, maybe some flute.
That's what he said. He said it's for brain stimulation. That's why
right.
he's doing flute
Well,
music.
because he's an artist, and that's how they think.
Mhm.
It's very similar. The drummer from Metallica had a great line when asked, the Metallica, man, where's the rage? Where's the anger?
Yeah.
And he said, dude, I have an elevator in my house.
You need rage? Yeah, I can't get that angry anymore.
I have an elevator in my house.
In my house.
Like, what do you want? Come on, man.
Exactly.
My elevator's broken. Damn
does.
Damn it.
It does. And you know what I think it happens to also? I think it happens to comedians sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
I think comedians, that's why they're at their funniest usually at the beginning of theirs. I said because you have to reinvent yourself as a comedian at times after you've made it big and become like one of the funniest people on the planet. Because you just don't have the same inspiration. You don't draw from the same inspiration as you used to. You got to find new inspirations.
Well,
it's
and
fascinating.
And longevity with artists who put out consistently great music over time. That's what really separates because it's hard. It's not easy to do.
Well, same thing in sports. In football, the reason that Tom Brady is the GOAT is because over those multiple decades he was playing, all NFL teams were trying to figure out how to do was stop and neutralize him. They looked at tape and looked at all of his weaknesses and tried to say, all right, let's build game plans to try to exploit every weakness in his skill set. And you know what he continued to do? reinvent himself and evolve. And so the tape never mattered. He's like, no, he just gets better. So that thing that was a weakness 4 weeks ago, it's not a weakness anymore.
I'm going to keep getting better.
It'll keep getting better. That's the key.
By the way, according to Pitchfork, #1 album of the year was SZA.
People love her.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Ty, are you on SZA?
SZA out of St. Louis.
I'm not.
The ladies, I surround myself.
I know
with
a lot of
usually.
ladies like her. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
SZA. Yeah. All right. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Rod's been doing great with that. We've got some what's popping for the top of the hour, and there's a little music chatter. It's never off the schedule in the fabulous fifth hour. Let's hit it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about the transfer portal just really quickly. As we're talking Texas football, then we'll get to some nuggets about the Washington Huskies. But we got a long time to talk about Washington. But I've been watching some film already on them. It's one of my favorite offenses to watch. So I've done a lot of preliminary research on Washington even before they got matched up with Texas in the bowl game. But throwing this out there about the transfer portal, was just opened up yesterday, set a record for over, I think, close to 1,100 college football players hit the portal in the first 24 hours. Around 550 scholarship college football players hit the transfer portal in the first 24 hours. They're going to break all kinds of records with the transfer portal. But I do want Longhorn fans to keep in mind that, when you're going to lose players because attrition now, it's just part of your college football roster management. Nobody is immune to it. Everybody's got to deal with it. But I think there's good attrition and bad attrition. It's like when you go to the doctor, they talk about there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol, right? Good fat and bad fat. There's good attrition and bad attrition. And the good attrition is when outgoing transfers from your program, which are inevitable. There are guys that's going to want to leave your program at one point. When they leave your program and they are coveted and they are prioritized and wanted by other Power 5 programs, other programs that are very much like Texas. Now, nothing's like Texas, but in the same on the same level as Texas. When you get players who are not having to drop down in their level of competition as outgoing transfers, that is good attrition to me. Right? That to me is good attrition. Bad attrition is when guys are leaving your program and immediately they got to drop down to a low level. All right, you're a Power 5 program. They got to go play at Group of 5, or they got to go play at a Division 2 or Division 3 level, or they got to go play at some other NAIA school or something like that. Right? That to me is bad attrition, because for Texas, I'm talking about for Texas specifically in the level that they're on. And the reason I say this is because if you have your evaluations have been on point, and the roster turnover that you're dealing with, the attrition you're dealing with, is because you're upgrading at every position. All right. If that is the case, kind of what Texas is doing, I think you have a lot of good attrition. And here's an example of it. Last transfer portal cycle for Texas, 57%. All right. Nearly 60%, 57% of their transfers went to other Power 5 schools. That's a really good number. Close to 79% of the outgoing transfers for Texas from the last transfer portal cycle went to Power 5 or Group of 5 schools. So if you did drop on, you'll drop down just one level of competition. All right, you didn't have to worry about a drastic shift for those players who were leaving your program. They were still coveted, they were still wanted, still being recruited by other Power 5 and Group of 5 programs. I even looked at this stat from Sports Source Analytics. I'll give them credit because I think it's a really, really cool stat. They looked at outgoing transfers who have been significant contributors for other FBS schools in the 2023 season, which they're contributing, I think, definition is at least 4 starts or 200-plus snaps. They have Texas with the third most, all right? They have the third most outgoing transfers who have been significant contributors for other schools. Florida was ahead of them, and Mississippi was ahead of them. All right, that, like I said, once again, good attrition for Texas. And I think that's part of Sark having that really good culture. Not only you have guys that want to be here, but part of that culture is when guys leave your program, they leave developed. They're not leaving because they weren't being developed or being underdeveloped. They still are being developed physically. All right, they still are being taught the game mentally. So you still have guys who are leaving with higher football IQs than they were at Texas. That means when they get recruited, that other schools are going to pick them up. They can become significant contributors right away. right? Because there's not a significant drop off in football IQ or football acumen. Because you want these guys to still learn your program and your culture, or your program and your culture. No matter who's coming through it, they should get better. They should improve. Right? They should be a better player when they leave your program, whether they end up starting for your program or not. And I think that's happening for Texas. Now, some of these guys are starting and then still leaving, like Hudson Card, that kind of thing. But actually, that's the positive attrition. Think of it like some of you out there stalk your exes, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not physically stalk them. Sorry, cyber stalk them. Social media, that kind of thing. Look at Facebook and looking them up on Instagram, that kind of stuff. And nothing wrong with that. All right, as long as it's healthy and you're not, abusing that, and you're not violating some kind of trust. All right, that's okay. And I always say, if I run into any of my exes, any of them, and even see them on social media every now and then, I'm happy when they're enjoying success. I'm happy when they start a beautiful family, happy when they're celebrating, 5 to 10 years of a happy marriage. I'm happy when she becomes a CEO or her own boss, or she's an entrepreneur. I'm happy when they enjoy success, because what that tells me is I got good evaluations. I evaluate really well. My exes do really well after they leave me, because we're still in a very productive, constructive relationship. She may not be the one for me, but she's going to be better for being with me. She's going to be a better person for it. She'll be a better professional for it. And vice versa, and me too. And I think that's done the good attrition. I look at it just like I look at all my exes. I want them to be doing well, because it's a positive reflection on me and my taste. I don't want her going to jail because she stabbed her ex. All right. I don't want her going to jail for stalking. I don't want her homeless or anything like that. I don't want her being a hooker all of a sudden when she leaves me because her life went totally off the rails. No, I don't want that. I want her to be successful, because that reflects on me positively and the culture that I have in relationships. Same thing with Texas. So those guys going to other places and having success is a really good reflection on Texas,
especially
and the
when
culture
Texas
of Texas
keeps winning, right? If they leave,
yes.
and then you got a big hole somewhere, that just meant, they had they brought in good players and they got better players, but you're still developing good players who can play elsewhere. You can't play them all.
You can't blame them all.
Good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Good portal, bad portal. Everybody in Columbus is trying to figure out why Ohio State's got 11 players already in the portal.
Is that good attrition or bad attrition? We don't know, because we don't know the circumstances of the issues.
And what Ryan Day's telling those players. That'll time will tell. Time will tell. All right, we'll come back when we do what is popping, including the team that's out of nowhere, apparently high on the list of one, Shohei Ohtani. Plus, Ty will have his Sex Panther pick of the night. We got more to do. Let's do it. What's popping next?
he'd be shocked if Makuba doesn't end up at Texas. So.
Yeah, Jeff Ketchum over at Orange Bloods with a good report for Texas. We talked about the kid Burks, Deion Burks from Purdue, name to watch. Longhorns are going to be active, and there's no doubt, while they take some time and then get ready to prep for Washington and the national semifinal. Good stuff today there. Tomorrow will be a Wednesday. That means we'll drag you up over the hump, start looking really at the big NFL game of the week, one of the games of the year in the NFC. Coming off their loss to the 49ers, Eagles have to turn and play the Cowboys. And they have landed Shaq Leonard. They're popping with the linebacker. Cowboys wanted him. Eagles wanted him. Both visited, and he chose Philly.
Yeah, I mean, he chose them because he thought they were more of a title contender. It was not a money issue. Jerry says so.
I mean, see if the Cowboys use that as a chip on the shoulder.
Well, choose him. Prove him wrong. All right, prove him wrong. He made his choice. Prove him wrong this weekend. That you can beat Philly. If you can beat Philadelphia, that'll be. Is that the first good team that the Cowboys have beat? You want to go off record? Would that be a first good?
Yeah. Well, I said this earlier, and it's just a fact. I mean, the Cowboys have a better record than the Houston Texans, but the Texans have beaten better teams than the Cowboys have.
That's wild.
Isn't that crazy?
That makes no. I mean, I would have never guessed that when the season started.
Well,
and for week 13.
And for the Cowboys, it comes down to schedule. Like they haven't played a lot of good teams, and the couple they've lost to.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if you take Seattle, who they played last Thursday was 6-5.
Yeah, they're average.
You dropped them back to 500.
Yeah.
So. I mean, Houston beat Cincinnati. Now, Cincinnati's 6-6, but when you played them, it was
Joe
Burrow
yeah.
when they had won 5 in a row.
That was a Joe Burrow team, man.
Houston beat Jacksonville. Houston beat Denver.
How many teams they beaten on a winning streak? So they've been. You said Cincinnati was on a winning streak and Denver was on a winning streak, huh?
For sure.
Interesting.
And so, and then they beat. I'm trying to think. There's one other pretty good team that Houston beat already this year. But yeah, then they've lost to Atlanta. They lost
to Baltimore early.
Yeah, well, Baltimore. That was their first game of the year. But even in that game, you felt like, man, Texans are better than I thought they were.
They didn't get blown out.
They lost the game. Yeah. But Houston, the Cowboys, when it's all said and done, that Arizona loss is going to stick in their craw. Arizona's 3-10. One of their 3 wins were over Houston or over Dallas. Houston's, it's Carolina. Carolina's 1-11. So if you've beaten the Bengals, if you've beaten the Broncos, who are playing really good football out of their bye week, if you've beaten Jacksonville and Pittsburgh, you're thinking, what do you mean? You can't beat Carolina out of your bye week?
They're way worse than Arizona. Like, Arizona's a much better team than Carolina is. Because Carolina just cannot figure out how to maximize Bryce Young. And from what I read, because I went doing some deep diving about it, I'm like, what happened? Apparently, Frank Reich, at least one of the reports says that he was opposed to running a lot of RPOs. And Bryce Young is a big-time RPO quarterback. That's one of his strengths.
Well, that's probably why I didn't want to draft him.
You're probably right about that.
Well, and the more that goes, I've read several things that what was the last? I mean, because Frank Reich's now been fired in back-to-back years, but first coach ever to do that. And the scuttle is, we kind of thought like that because Frank Reich's been around the NFL forever and ever as a player, coach, assistant, head coach.
Yeah, he knows,
and he was leaking stuff to protect his ass. He was leaking to his media cronies that I wanted Stroud.
And to other coaches, so they know, like, hey, it's going wrong here because it ain't me. I picked the right guy.
We all, I mean, our staff wanted Stroud. We knew this because CJ Stroud's having the best rookie year of all time.
He's leading the NFL in passing yards.
So if you passed on him, you have to. If you have the goods, that we were settled on Stroud. We actually, and the owner stepped in. That's why that happened. Don't hold me accountable for that bad boy.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. The quarterback you own, the owner steps in. Remember, Mike Shanahan went through that. They didn't want RG3. The owner did. They drafted RG3. They drafted Kirk Cousins in the 4th round.
Hey now. Hey Ty, do you have a Sex Panther pick of the night, or you just continue to put what money you don't have on the Longhorns to win the Natty?
Yeah. No, I'm retiring the pick of the day till Texas wins the national championship.
Ooh, all the mojo going to one spot. I like it.
Mojo rising. Hey, thanks to everybody today, including Brock back at the station, Ty back at the station. Good stuff there. Ty, you will be out tomorrow. Is that correct?
I'll be out Thursday.
Okay.
Be here tomorrow.
I'm one day in advance, but Ty Brock's going to step in for us. Appreciate Rod, the burnt orange curtains, the rants, and all kinds of other good stuff. Thank you to everybody. And let's do it again tomorrow on a Wednesday. It'll be a Wednesday edition. 5 more hours of great conversation on 101.9 on AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Missed any part of today's show? Podcast right there at hornfm.com. Rome is next. Eisen, then Sports Complex 4 to 6 in its new time slot. Have a great Tuesday, everybody.